the moment that we have to actually work together, work to determine what the next several years and months will be for our city. And so I'm really excited that we've taken enough time to actually engage with each other. I really believe, let's see, I've been mayor since 2017, that there is an opportunity for us to come out of here with something that we would all be proud of. And so this is really great to have everyone in here to participate. We've got a lot of opportunities for speakers. We're going to talk about some of the tough things that we can't do at the dais, and there are a few of those. So let's go ahead and get started. But before we get started, I wanted to introduce Esther Meisenheimer, who is the mayor of Asheville. Now, the last time I saw Esther, we were in...
We did see me at the U.S. Conference.
Oh, the U.S. Conference of Mayors, too.
Dinner.
That was dinner, yeah, you're right. But the last time that I really saw her in action was the Metro Mayors. That's where all of the mayors from the largest cities get together. And there was a conversation about how she managed the city through Helene. All of us were in awe of the work that she had done. And so I'd like to actually say to her, thank you for sharing what happens when things are really, really bad. We've had some tough times, but your time and your composure, and you went to helicopters and all kinds of things like that, and that what you've done has been significant. And I think we can all learn from you what it means to be cool and calm and confident at the same time. So let me have you have a hand for Esther Meisenheimer, Mayor of Nashville.
Thanks, Vi. I very much enjoy working with Vi through the Metro Mayors. I get to see her once in a while, and you have so much experience and leadership, and I'm just hanging in there. I've been mayor longer, but you've been doing city stuff a lot longer. So I've been mayor of Asheville since 2013 and welcomed a lot of people to Asheville, but it's really special now after Helene to be able to welcome people back to Asheville. We're slowly getting restarted, and restarting is really, really hard. So we appreciate you being here. This is a great venue. This is one of our newer hotels. It has it doesn't have the best view. I think it has kind of one of the more interesting views because you can see parts of downtown. So I don't know if anybody has any questions or comments. We, the Asheville City Council, we're doing our retreat in February. So I know it's a lot of work and long days and interesting conversations. But we just appreciate you so much being here. And I will just correct Vi one thing. It wasn't just me that got everyone through Helene. We did have a whole panel at that Metro Mayors Conference to talk about what a team it took and still takes to keep working on this recovery. So thanks for being in Asheville, and we hope you enjoy your time here.
Thank you very much. Now, Esther is being very modest, and I appreciate that as well. But I want to say that her team, you have to tell the story about the guy that was in the communications area. You have to tell the story of that.
But which one?
The one that was doing all the TV shows.
Oh, okay. So and I actually think this is kind of interesting for city people. So we had, when this hurricane hit, we had no power right away. And then landslides started taking out all the cable that pulled out, that made all the cell towers defunct. So gradually throughout Friday, the 27th, when the storm was coming through, we all started to lose communications on our phones. So you couldn't leave your house. There were trees down everywhere. You couldn't drive anywhere. The winds were still terrible. And then your phone didn't work. So you couldn't tell what was going on. And then the water stopped flowing. And so we all kind of were momentarily very, very isolated and didn't know what was happening. So what was happening is the very downtown core still had power. We didn't know it yet. And it still had internet capability. And so my law firm is actually just on the other side of the park because, you know, mayors in North Carolina are part-time. And so we have to have a full-time job, right? Right. So I have another job where I'm a partner in a law firm on the other side of town. So eventually, the next day, I made my way down there, and I walked in the building, and my phone just went brrrr, as soon as I got on the Wi-Fi, and my inbox was full of every major news outlet in America, and not just America, Australia, Canada, Italy, asking for an interview. And so I happened to have a person on staff that I didn't hire at the city who is the former Fox News bureau chief of London and Miami. And don't ask me why she's hanging out here and working in our communications department in Nashville. Her husband's a cameraman for the local TV station. And she came in and said, you've got all these requests. And I hadn't ever really worked too much with her. And she said, basically, I know TV, let's go do this. And we set up my law office, because I could do like a Zoom style interview on my computer, and she set it up to be a studio and basically produced me. She knew how to interact with all of the media. She knew how to talk to every one of the producers. She'd sit in the corner on her cell phone, help load me onto a show, and then we just knocked it out. And I would just go, I'd go on Fox News, I'd go on CNN, I'd go on MSNBC, I'd go on whatever it was and say, we need help. Because at that point, we had 3 of our 4 highways knocked out. The only way you could get in here was I-26. People couldn't communicate. Nobody could, it was like a post-apocalyptic HBO show, and I'm not kidding. My husband would sit in our garage, in our car, and listen to the radio, because that's the only way you could get any information. Our local NPR station, and we had another FM AM radio station. And those journalists slept in the studios, and just what they would do. And finally, what happened was the county was able to stand up communications, and the county would stream over Facebook, but of course nobody could get a stream here. So the radio station would sit there and play the stream through the radio. So you could, and we would say to staff, make sure you describe what you're talking about, because no one can see anything you're showing them. So it was a really, really, really crazy time. But then, of course, because we were in election and we were a swing state and everybody cared, I know they all cared, they all came here. So Speaker Mike Johnson, the president, the vice president, everybody came. And so my job became literally running around and meeting every single dignitary or whoever who came here and getting them up to speed, showing them what was happening, and getting the help we needed. And one final thing that happened, and this is just, you guys are you're Charlotte, you're like the lead of the whole state, but for us, we had just redone our emergency operation procedures. We had just built our first standalone emergency operations center. We just happened to have done all that, and we had all trained on the emergency operation procedure. And for elected officials, our job only, because we can't directly direct staff, or we're not supposed to even be in the EOC, really, it was to communicate. Well, that was really, really hard to communicate, because unless you were me and you could get on TV and do all these things, like, for our city council trying to get a foothold on what was their role in this crisis and what could they do, that was really, really challenging. So just something to think about. I'm so glad we rehearsed it, because we did it and it worked. And I'll tell you what, the people have been so grateful. I mean, yes, you get a grumbler here or there, but they are like, you guys worked so hard. We saw how hard all your people worked. You've just been amazing. You've done all this. And I think it's the difference right after that storm happened. In Spain, they had massive flooding and 200 people died. And when the King and Queen of Spain went to the area where it happened, people threw rocks at them. We had 200 people die in this storm, over 100 in North Carolina. Nobody ever would have done that. They said, thank you. Thank you for all the work you're doing. And I think it's the difference in how you lead through a time like that helps the people feel differently, even though it's just as catastrophic. Finally, one other thing that I thought was kind of interesting, because as electeds, I don't, at least in the city of Asheville, we don't have direct staff support. I don't have a staff. I mean, I'm like every other council member. I have people that help me do planning and scheduling and, some communications, but really it's kind of me if I want to do social media or whatever. I had a friend call me up who used to work for the city, and she's now with Bloomberg Philanthropies. And she said, this was like right in the beginning. She said, I'm going to give you a grant and I'm going to hire communications people for you right now. And she got me they're both ladies are out of New Orleans. One does social media. So she stood up a Facebook page. She built my newsletter, which I know Vi gets, and started immediately having me have my own platform to push out the information that the government was pushing out, city, county, state, FEMA, whoever. I could help kind of push that out and then build a newsletter so I could communicate directly with anyone and everyone who had ever emailed me or was in my email list, which is like around 5,000 people. So for me, that was a lot of people. And then the other team she hired me were subject matter experts, more of to help me navigate and understand what I should be asking of my city or my county or my state in the face of a disaster, because it's a whole niche area of regulations. You're dealing with FEMA and the SBA and the Army Corps of Engineers, and they would say, okay, in a disaster you should be doing this many briefings a day, you should be getting this kind of information, you should be pushing out this kind of data, you should be, now you're at week 3, you should be here in this process. I mean, so that was really, really helpful to have them kind of help me to sort of evaluate if what I was seeing and hearing was we were doing enough, we should be doing more, I should be asking these questions, I should be asking for this information to be provided. So totally critical, completely happenstance, wasn't planned, something to think about if it ever, God forbid, happens to a place like Charlotte. So that was probably more than you were expecting.
That it is good, always good to hear. I want to say again the courageousness and the opportunities that you took to actually reinvent almost City Hall and to do this for your community. It's been exceptional. So thank you for allowing us just to be here in a moment with you. We really appreciate it. Thank you. There we go. We got microphones now. Sorry about that. So I'm sure that we will have an opportunity, and anytime you're in Charlotte, come on down. All right. Thank you very much, Mayor. We now will begin to talk about the next part of our agenda. So we're going to be here. All of you know D'Alva, and she has worked with most of you. I think everybody's had an opportunity to introduce themselves to her. So I'm going to just say we need to go ahead and get to work. We need to get outcomes that we all can agree upon, and this is the time to actually stand up and say, this is what I want, this is what we want, this is what we can do to get to the place that we all want to have as Charlotte continues its growth. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to D'Alva.
Good morning. Thank you. You guys could turn this one off. Good morning. Good morning. As the mayor said, I'm D'Alva Arnold with D. Wilson Agency. It's a pleasure to be with you here again this year. I will guide the council over the next 3 days as we dive into meaningful discussions and actionable planning for Charlotte's future. I want to say good morning also on behalf of the City of Charlotte and extend a warm welcome to all of the mayor and all council members here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for leaning in. Also to our distinguished guests. I think we only have one left. And then to all of our staff and speakers who are here this morning. Good morning. I want to also acknowledge and thank Jason, Amanda, Beverly, and all of the staff who leaned in to pull in this production. It has been a production. As you know, it takes a few months to get here to schedule 3 days to go smoothly. So thank you for all the work that you're doing. And I want you to thank everyone in the room for dedicating this work to this critical time to shape Charlotte's future. It's a time to align. 2025 is a new year. It's a time for new beginnings. A lot of you use the word reset in our discussions, so thank you to those of you who met with me to participate in the planning for this day or this retreat. I appreciate being here again. I want to also thank council members, particularly for your servant leadership. Charlotte has been amazing in 2024, in terms of some of the accomplishments that you've made, and we'll talk about that this year, today and throughout the next couple of days. But it really requires all of the sacrifice that you've made, all of the leaning in and hard work, hard discussions that you've had, representing not only your constituents, but representing the entire city, regardless of where you live or who voted you in. So thank you so much for doing that and being here today and committed to continue to do the work. In the sessions, we will evaluate our collective process. So Anthony and I have some things teed up for you today to strengthen the foundation around that. We'll explore some new strategies. We have a lot of information and experts to come in to provide some updates and insights. And we're also going to spend a lot of time on governance this year to really lean into governance excellence and develop a cohesive vision for the city of Charlotte, right? So not only a cohesive vision, but also cohesive action is also what we want to pursue this year. In jumping into that, I want to pause a minute and take a look at some of our accomplishments. In 2024, we prioritize mobility, we prioritize business and jobs, we prioritize corridors of opportunity, workforce development, MWSBE, arts and culture, and other important imperatives as strategic pillars to strengthen the city. The next 3 days are structured to ensure we emerge with actionable insights, to reaffirm your priorities, and collectively commit to a set of initiatives to guide the work for the city of Charlotte this year, for city staff this year. First, we're going to start with some rules of engagement for the next 3 days. You guys may remember some of these working agreements from our years past. All of them are the same here that we've agreed to before, with the exception of one that I've added this year. So I'd like for you to review with me and also agree on these. So we're going to have opportunity to edit, change, or add anything you think that should be added, and edit anything you think should be edited. And then these will guide our interactions and collaboration over the next 3 days. The first is to respect every voice in the room. Second is to assume positive intent. The third is to honor our time by being concise and intentional in discussion. To be succinct and respectful of time, I'm adding this year that we limit our talk to 2-minute speaking limits. So we'll have opportunity for round robins. So when you have your discussions as you're adding to the room, if you would consider, or not consider, if you will limit your comments to 2 minutes, we'll have an opportunity to circle back, completing thoughts. That we look for what connects rather than divides, find the common threads and common grounds. As I've said before, there's not really been issue in terms of us agreeing collectively on what you want to accomplish for the city of Charlotte, so it's not at a priority level. We get lost in the sauce, if you will, in terms of how you go about doing things at an initiative level or what you think people should be doing differently. For the next 3 days, we are, it's essential that you function as a team, and essential that you focus on the bigger goals and what you want to accomplish. This is a priority conversation, so we're focusing on big rocks for most of this time together, not necessarily the how, but what we're going to accomplish. And so the focus there, you want to make sure that you're listening for common threads with your colleagues. And that leads to one other, which is number 8, practicing both and thinking. 2 things can be true. It's not always an either or. So seek first to understand, then to be understood. Really listen for where a person is coming from, because all of you are aligned in the same direction. You're not just aligned on how we get there, and sometimes that's where the rub comes in. So number 9 is to remain present and focused. Limit the use of technology until breaks, please. I would say that you have some index cards on your tables. I want to introduce you to my colleague at Dievelson Agency, Lindy Broman. If you have any emergencies, mission critical emergencies, like you forgot you left the dog outside back in Charlotte, write it on a card and give it to Lindy with the number and she'll handle it for you. Okay? So mission critical emergencies only. So here are working agreements and guidelines for the retreat. Is there anything to add here? Is there anything that we should add? Okay. Nothing? Can I ask for adoption of these? Yes. Thank you. All agree? Adopted? Awesome. Thank you. I feel so mayoral in this moment. It's good. Guess who has it? On behalf of the mayor. How about that? Thank you for doing that. So the next thing we're going to do is really talk about how to build on these accomplishments that you've had. As you can see, last year was extraordinary, really extraordinary. If you think about some of the things that you talked about for years that you actually accomplished, mobility got so much closer. Eastland, we had the privilege of working on Eastland at the early stages at the request of a council member, right? So that's WMBSE coming into play. You've done a lot of work. You've done a lot of work. So we're going to build on that. You've had some historic achievements. So I also want to congratulate you on a job well done. If we can pause and do that. I know that when you're in the moment and you're operating at this level, it's sometimes hard to stop and reflect and celebrate what you've done. But you really have moved some big rocks and made some extraordinary achievements. There is no corner in the city of Charlotte that is not growing in some way. There is no path. Marcus and his staff has a path and an agenda with corridors in the strategic investment areas. The path and the roadmap is there. Thank you for leading in on that. And we moved from 50 to 38. We're going to talk about that later today. So as a result of your work, the entire region is booming, really with Charlotte as the hub. So in order to get to the next level, it is going to require more of you. So while we've thanked you and celebrated, we're also going to ask that you lean in and do more. And often getting to the next level requires you to do something different, for you to do things differently as a team. And you do things differently as a team by doing things differently as an individual on the team, right? Because you are each part is the sum of the whole. And so we're going to talk about high-performing councils today. We have some exercises for you to do group work, because it's not helpful for me to sit here and go through all the rules, guidelines, and principles of high-performing councils. It's something for you to discuss, and we want you to work through it at your tables and lean into adjustments that need to be made as a council, adjustments that need to be made as individuals. So I'll have questions and prompts to do that. Then we're also going to get into governance. So Anthony and I will partner on this presentation. Anthony will come in and really talk about governance and how you govern, rules and regulations that really that are set in place legally to guide your interactions, to guide your business, and how you conduct business as a council. And then at the end, we're going to ask you to consider a team operating agreement or team charter in which you commit to these guidelines as you move forward throughout the next year in terms of adding your work. It is time to do things differently. It is in time to engage differently. It is in time to elevate empathy and grace and all the other things that are sometimes difficult in the moment when you have passion about a particular thing, but very much effective in terms of moving to the next level and what you need to do. So by prioritizing collaboration, strengthening governance, you will not only sustain the momentum of your success, but also dramatically amplify your effectiveness, efficiency, and ability to make greater impact, right? So what do? We want to do things differently. We want to grow personally. We lean in, we learn, we listen, and we evolve. And this is also the opportunity to do that collectively as a council, but also as a team, to begin to see yourselves as a team. So we use that word a lot as well. So quickly on purpose, I don't want to read everything that's in your binder, because you have lots of slides in there. I will say that we have way more slides than we have time. So you'll see us jump around a little bit, but certainly the essence of what we're trying to accomplish, we'll make sure that we hit. But if you could just spend a minute on the purpose of this next couple of hours. And then I'll ask you to look at the goals. Oh, click, wrong thing. Understand the principles of high-performing councils, clarify governance roles and responsibilities, enhance collaborative decision-making, foster a culture of trust and accountability, and create a team operating charter. Is there anything that you want to add? Do you agree with these goals? Is there anything that you want to add or change about these? I'm taking that as if they're okay. Give me a nod, thumbs up. Thank you. What is not on the agenda today is examination of deep dives or specific instances, interactions, or experiences or histories that you had. So we're resetting. We are beginning anew. And so as we think about these conversations today and the interactions today, let's focus on the issue, not the person, so that we can elevate the conversation and make sure that we are leaving with something that's actionable in terms of how you may be able to evolve and engage together differently and be more impactful as a council. So you've accomplished a lot. These principles allow you to accomplish much more exponentially. It provides for more efficient and effective business meetings, interactions, clearer direction for staff, clearer direction for your constituents, and also a more cohesive and pleasant experience for council as you go about and do your work, right? So as you think about the other instances in which you are conducting business each of you do in your lives and in your work, there's no reason why this should not be different in terms of how you engage and how you lean in and how you show up. What I'd like to do, we have some poster pads coming around to your tables. What I'd like to do is start with the big picture. For each of you to start with the big picture. So Mary may have to ask you to join a table because your colleagues aren't here yet who are at your table. 9:30. We have a couple people coming in at 9:30. Here's the exercise. Each person needs one. Each table needs a poster. We want you to work with your group to create a shared vision for the council as a team and a governing body. So if you were to begin at the end in mind, literally what do you want the council and this team to look like at the end of the year? Each member can share a word, a quick discussion, and share a word or phrase describing your highest vision for the team in 2025. And you should have markers on your tables already. We're going to take just a quick 5 minutes. Since we start a little bit late, we'll see if we can make up some time here. We'll take 5 minutes for this exercise. Each of you just share your one word or your phrase, one phrase for your vision for the council as a team. How you engage together, not what you want to accomplish, but you as a team for 2025. Let's come back together, please, as a team. Which group wants to start first? Who wants to start first? Victoria's still writing, so we'll give her a minute, and we'll go over here. Are you speaking on behalf of this group? Sure. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Good. I'm gonna talk in the microphone like I don't know how to talk. Oh, sorry. I'm just making sure y'all woke. I'm just making sure y'all. Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
All right. So our super team, we came up with we didn't use individual words, we used kind of phrases.
Okay.
So our 4 phrases are collaborative innovation was the first one that came up from our team. The next one was respect for our roles as a governing board.
Okay.
The next was better utilization of council strengths, both individually and collectively. And role-focused efficiency.
Tell me more about that.
So, and actually, the role-focused, we actually had some comments on role-focused efficiency, and that was my colleague here, Tarek. So
Okay.
I can let him explain his train of thought behind why he said that. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I got a little more tactical yet at a strategic statement level,
Very good.
thinking about what is my greatest pain point in this council and the word efficiency. We're not as efficient as we should be, so I thought the solution then was being more role focused, and I made the argument to our table that our role is only 3 things: policy development, budget creation, and oversight. And we do very little policy creation. We do kind of more of a, sorry, earmuffs, Mr. Jones, spoon-fed budget process where we argue over $100,000 at the very end. And then all of our time, super tactical, all over the place oversight. And if we could figure out how to streamline the oversight without losing the ability to draw attention to something to the public or be debate it and focus more on the other things, I think it would be a more pleasant experience for sure. Definitely more efficient.
Pleasant. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Any questions about what Group 1 shared? Any questions to follow on that? Okay. Thank you. And we need your vision statement, please.
Oh, yeah. So we combined our statements collectively, and we said a better collaborative role focus, and we kind of put asterisks on role as board. So a better, collaborative role focus board.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Good. Very good. I'm going to add focused here as a word. Okay, team 2.
Victoria?
Come on, Victoria.
Okay. Our team put together our vision statement, very similar to some of the values the other team called out. Thank you, sir. And what it's Anna's having a good time today. I'm here for it. I like to have you. And our vision statement reads, we work together to build trust and communication while respecting each other's time, talent, and opinion, acting with consistency, focusing on critical priorities, celebrating wins, to efficiently advance the goals of the city of Charlotte. So that encompasses, like I said, I think some of the key values, while also considering how we intend to get the goal accomplished.
Very good, very good. Any other what were your key words? Any key words not
Sure. Our
captured?
key words were things like respect, communication, trust, teamwork, focus, celebrating, efficiency, advancing the goals, advancing specifically in regards to what action are we taking, what is the impact and the outcome of the work that we're doing. I think Councilmember Bakari just spoke to it a little bit, that we had a lot of conversation, we spent a lot of activity, so making sure that that is actually tied to an intended outcome, and we can close it out and move on to the next order of business.
Very good. I don't know what. I have governation here. I made up a word apparently. Okay, very good, very good. Those are very. Hold on.
Yes. We work together to build trust through communication while respecting each other's time, talent, and opinion, acting with consistency, focusing on critical priorities, and celebrating wins to efficiently advance the goals of the city of Charlotte.
Thank you. Those are awesome. Give yourselves a round of applause. I think we would be able to get exponentially more done if we were to live out those visions for this group as a team. And certainly do it more efficiently, effectively, more impact, more alignment, more focus for the staff. More focus for this team means more focus for the staff of the city. So for this next phase of the work, I want you to consider yourselves, may I have your attention please? For this next phase of the work, I want you to consider yourselves as the board of directors for a $4 billion corporation. You essentially act in that role. That is essentially your role. So we talk about role focus, that's what we are. You're the governing body for a $4 billion organization. That's big. That's big. If you were to be the governing body on the board for a $4 billion private company, I want you to think to yourselves, don't have to share, but think to yourselves, what might you be doing differently coming into your business meeting than you do going into the business meeting for a city council meeting for the city of Charlotte? It's the same role. It's the same role. Your function is the same. And Tart, thank you for calling that out. Policy budget oversight. That's your role. It will be the same role. Take a minute at your tables and think through individually as a part of this team, what might you be doing differently and how might you might show up differently, communicate differently, leverage differently, engage differently, and team differently. Just 2 seconds. Thank you. Does everybody understand the assignment? Yes? No? Okay. So you are the governing body of a $4 billion public entity, the City of Charlotte. Your role and function is the same as a board of directors for a private corporation. That's essentially who you are, but for a public entity, so certainly you'll do some things differently there. But essentially your function is the same. I submit to you that many of you would engage in lean and leverage and work together differently if you were a private entity. And I want you to evaluate for yourself why it is different with you engaging for the City of Charlotte. Just for yourself, as a person. Does it make sense? Yes.
There's actually a big difference between this group and the board of the private corporation. We have operational responsibility because on basis. We have operational responsibility. We vote on a weekly basis on all kinds of issues. The corporate board gets together 4 times a year. And they handle really high level stuff. But the rest of it is the executive staff. So the differences are interesting because the way we come to meetings and the things we look at the consent agenda, nothing like that, down to that level of detail on the board. So I think that makes it harder for us to have the focus that a corporate board does on just the big picture.
Or rather, Mr. Green.
Thank you for that. So let me raise the conversation for differently. There are absolute legalities. This is not a legality exercise. This is a personal exercise. So as you, as a person and as a human, are walking into that meeting to do whatever you would be doing, regardless of what you're asked to do in your role, you are going to show up. And I know most of you, and so I know that you show up differently in different settings. And so what I'm asking you to do is to evaluate for yourself. This is not to be shared because this is personal. To evaluate for yourself why you show up differently for city council meetings than you do for others. That's the question.
I would offer that our difference to beyond the legal piece is just fundamentally the reward and recognition structure, right? Even on a private board, we win together. Whereas here, every 2 years, we have to go against each other to win. So I think if we all commit to winning as a team and leveraging that to continue being able to do the work, then that changes how we show up.
You know why it's different? Because you're here now. You already won. You're here. And I know, I thought about this, and I don't know how to say this right yet. So be patient with me. Some of you are elected by your district, some of you are at large. All of you have to be about the City of Charlotte, regardless of who elected you. So now, because the bowl in 7 benefits everybody, it's not like you can't go there and enjoy what's coming up there because you live in District 5, 2, 3, or 4. The same thing with Eastland, the same thing with corridors and all the amazing things. People with all the stuff that's coming up in Victoria's district, people don't say you can't go over there because you don't live there. Everybody is benefiting. So why is it that in this moment that you're now here? And this again is personal. Why can't we come beyond district thing to Charlotte thing? Because you can do both. Does that make sense? You can do both. Because you set policy. You can do both. Yes. Yeah, you can.
Okay. So I would add, and this isn't really what you would say a personal statement, but what I would add, there's an additional dynamic in that there's this dichotomy with the political emphasis on what we do, right? There's the R and the D and the expectation of what that means, and the alignment of how that plays out in being a representative in the city, right? So, I mean, there are opportunities where we have to provide policy positions that are a neutral position, but unfortunately, it really depends on I guess the position of the person, the individual, et cetera, and we have varying degrees of where we sit on that spectrum. But I think to some degree, some of our positions it's just an assumption, right, align with what those political perspectives mean. There has to be, to some degree, some alignment with the political perspective of just the nature of what this is.
Absolutely. And this is by no way, that's why I told you I didn't know how to say it right. I've been thinking about it. Because this is not about not representing your district. There's a way to do both. Does that make sense? So certainly you have to represent the people who elected you in office. But I think there's a way to have a conversation and a way to position all of your work and how you leverage and how you lean in, and that it's a win-win for everybody. In some way we've kind of mapped into, this is not you, this has happened before you, so this is not this board, but I've been here for a very long time. And so sometime we have mapped into districts against districts. Not only you, but also your constituents. And so, as I said before, there is no corner of the city of Charlotte where nothing is happening. So is it the narrative that we're telling? Is it how we're positioning it for people? Do we need to say there's a roadmap? It may not be this year, but I've done this for you, it's coming. Because you can't get everything done 1 year, but it's there. So do we have to make sure that we're more intentional with our words and inspiring hope and then setting the vision for our constituents? And that's why I want you to evaluate it for yourselves. Yes, ma'am?
I just wanted to say that I know Anthony, you have to correct me because Anthony was around when we went to districts as well as I was around it. And really the districts were supposed, I'm sorry.
That's okay, I'm going to move forward.
All right. The districts were really to get rid of where there were 5 people living in one district. It wasn't about creating a different geography. It wasn't about the way that I think we express it often, which is like, this is mine. And it really is a consequence that we have done this. And then we had the whole idea that Malcolm ran with us with the how do we do the district maps. And we've created more controversy among our districts by the way that we created our maps, and that we did not really respect the idea that every person in this community should have the opportunity to be wherever and however they want to vote. But we've had it just so long, and we've ingrained it as, this is mine. And I'm not so sure that the public sees it as this is mine. I think that they just want to be able to see equity and inclusion across all of these boundaries.
I agree. Ed?
So we do all have citywide responsibilities. I chair the Transportation Committee. But at the same time, the people in our districts look to us, right? I get calls about the schools, about county issues. So we do have a personal responsibility, and the priorities in the different districts are not always the same. And therefore, you are trying to sort of advance the particular priorities of your constituency, because if you don't, no one will. And so it's not as easy as that. I'll just say that.
Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that. Here's the point. You're exactly right. I would not change one thing about what you said, but I want to add to it. Once the decision has been made, then what do you do? Once the decision is made, are you supporting the decision? Are you sharing that support with your constituents? Are you working as a team to get it done? Because as I said, it may not be, everything cannot be done. Every district cannot get $1 billion project at the same time.
Why not?
However, what I would like to say is there's nothing that is not being done for a district. So that's why I go back to narrative. So you fight, you represent, you make your best case, but once the council collectively has made a decision, are you supporting it? Are you individually supporting it, that team, as an individual? And are you demonstrating that support? Do your words carry for that? It doesn't mean you have to say, oh, they beat us down, we'll get them next time. Maybe you do, but you say, that's great work and ours is coming.
I fought the UDO the whole way. And I defended it at a recent council meeting.
Thank you. That's exactly what we need. That's exactly what we need. Melina?
I just want to add to that thought, because at one point I was thinking objectively about the same idea that you're talking about right now. How do we demonstrate to the people that we represent that we are both individually, as where it applies to those of us that are district reps, but we make citywide decisions, right? So I was looking at cities that are comparable to the city of Charlotte, right, that have the same type of structure and how their elections are operated. And I think I found Columbus, Ohio, and they were an example that guided some of my thought processes in that they have district representation, but those elections are ran citywide. So in other words, if you're going to run for, let's say for an example, District 5, and you're running for, you can't live outside of District 5. You have to have a voice that is in District 5, but that is a citywide election.
Interesting
right?
thought.
And,
Interesting approach.
but so with that same vein, I'd also like to add that in the line of thinking of what we champion versus how we get it done, Eastland was a collective win, right? And so that's the way I've always demonstrated it, no matter what. I may be passionate because I live close by, but I could not have gotten it done without the emphasis and collection of my colleagues. And I think that's something that's missing, by the way.
It's a great model.
Yeah.
It's a great model. Yes.
Well, I'm struggling a little bit because I absolutely agree that there are some things that we do as a city that's policy that is citywide. I agree wholeheartedly with Councilmember Drake's earlier point that. Okay. It's on.
Yeah, I don't know. It's on.
Yeah. Is it anybody?
I got it. Go ahead. I got it.
That one don't work either. Okay. Okay. Hello? Okay, there we go. So I definitely agree that there is a reason that there's a district representation. I think that the whole point was that we don't want all of the decisions being made out of one sector that negatively impacts others. So that, to me, there's definitely a play for district rep. I do agree that once the policy is done, we have to execute it. However, the execution really falls with staff. So to the extent that there is still a policy discussion to be had, I don't think there's anything wrong with maintaining the position that you had previously. We don't have the luxury of the federal government to just, if you don't like it, sue and get it caught up until the midterms. We don't need to rehash the same policy questions, but as the new policy questions come up, I do think there's a place to still maintain whatever position it is that you're representing.
Thank you. That's a good point. Again, I am not talking about even changing your position on it. You can say, I wish it were different. I still think it should have been different. However, we're here now. We're going to make the best of it. Here's what I do know. So it's the conversation, it's the language. That's why I'm asking you to do it individually for yourselves. How can you begin to change the narrative and how it shows up? So the consternation is somewhat, because sometimes you don't like it and you're still holding on to bad feelings. You can't do that. That is not something that the 15th largest city in the nation can afford to do. It's just not. We have to be good winners, not sore losers.
Yeah, but
good losers, not sore.
if I can jump in, and Mayor, I may have missed part of your comment. I was talking, but the concept of district representation really arose back in the Fred Alexander days, when Now City was a city that had, as the mayor said, representation coming from one quadrant of the city. District representation was designed to allow for greater, broader representation throughout the city. What I've seen, and that's why it was district representation, then we later on added some at-large members as well as district members. And we've kind of allowed for that to be, everybody's voted on from within the district when you're from at large, but you're voted on in your district if you're a district rep. What I've seen occurred is that the focus of the district representation has lost the luster of the protection of the overall city, because it was always still focused on doing what's best for the community at large as a city as a whole. I think because district reps get pressures from their constituents out of that district, that they've kind of morphed to a protectionist environment for those districts. But the ultimate goal, when you have that conflict, you need to always start from the principle that this is the city of Charlotte. That's the ultimate goal, is to continue the progress of this wonderful city that we live in, and we just happen to have a district that we're focused on, and I'm your person, I'm your voice for that district, but we got to always start with protecting the city first, and then aligning the district goals within that overall city policy.
She said the district goals should come from the constituents. We have two last comments and we'll move on.
Thank you. First and foremost, I completely agree with what Mr. Fox just said. I think that's spot on. But what I wanted to add to the conversation is, you know, there's some nuances between, as a district rep, there's nuances between what goes on in the district that's relevant for the district and what's most important for the city, right? And so, of course, very directive things for neighborhoods and infrastructure and things of that nature for District 1. I can speak for District 1. Of course, I'm meant to represent that, push that, extend that. But then there are bigger projects that occur, right, that impact the entire city, right? And so I'll just use one in my district, for example, the Pearl. Right, the Pearl is a huge impact for the city of Charlotte. Our first medical school, the establishment of medical tech is going to happen. It's in my district, but it's a huge win for the city of Charlotte. And so I could pick things from other districts as well that have been wins for a particular district, but really it's an issue or a challenge or a major goal for the entire Queen City.
Thank you for raising that, because I think the point is, if it's important for District 1, it's important for the city. If you've heard from it from District 1, then you've heard from it from the city. Does that make sense? And I think that supports what you were saying as well. Thank you. Okay, one last comment and then we have to move on. Two last comments and we have to move on, because I know you haven't spoken.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I know I arrived late, but it's a pleasure and honor to be here with my colleagues. But from just what I heard, and from a perspective of changing the narrative, I heard from my colleague, Mr. Drigg, said he voted for the UDO and he defended it. Voted against it, whatever your comment was, with all due respect. But for me, the narrative has to be changed as a whole. So when I came in and I ran for my constituents in District 3, I understand that we're doing things as a whole for the city of Charlotte, but if we're going to be transparent and authentic in our approach, we have to understand that some districts may feel like they're not getting or funding is not being accumulated in the places where it needs to be. And so we have to make sure that if we're going to be a voice for everybody, that we protect everybody and we move with the intentionality for the entire city. And so unless there's an opportunity to change the way we do things, to unlearn, to relearn, this meeting we can have with you, and you're amazing. And I love that you lead this meeting, but for truth and transparency, if we do not unlearn, doesn't matter how long you've been sitting here, doesn't matter if you've been in office for 14 years, and I came in 3 days and I might not know anything like last year, but I know a lot this year. And so you hear me speaking a lot more. But for me, this is just me, I'm only one of 11. We have to really, truly change what we know to be, like it needs to run like this, or that's old school, or this is something that was stamped in its legacy. If we're going to move together as an organization, we have to move together with authenticity and truly be open to make sure that District 1 through 7 have everything collectively and we move in that direction. Okay? That's where I'm coming from first thing this morning. Okay.
I guess the way I look at it, and I've always looked at it, is I don't carry myself that I'm a district rep. That's BS to me, right? Because I clearly understand that my first priority is protecting the interests of the city of Charlotte. But I work really, really hard to make district issues city priorities, right? And so, because I can't do it by myself, city priorities get funded, city priorities get the attention of the manager, city priorities get the attention of staff, and so the issues that may be different from district to district, but they almost all the same, right? And so if we can do something really well in District 2 and have that being copycat in 3, 4, 5, 6, I think that works. And so I think those who represent districts really should adopt that philosophy. How do we make district issues city priorities? And you'll see the funding follow.
So you go ahead of my slide. But I'm going to point you back to Agreement 5. Focus on what connects instead of divides. There's common ground and there are common threads. But what you described is what you do in life. If you have a personal issue, what do? You have to influence others. You have to connect with people. You win people with what's in it for me. So if you have an issue in your district, where are there other districts where they could benefit as well? What is the other points? Where are the other connect points to the city of Charlotte? That is the point of how you govern as a district rep in a city, and that's also how you govern as an at-large rep representing the city of Charlotte in each district's interest. So thank you for doing that. We're going to move on now to the next slide. Okay, so what are high-performing teams? What's a high-performing council? First of all, everybody agrees why we need to focus on being a high-performing council. Can we agree on that? Does everybody agree there's opportunity to lean further into that direction? And does everybody agree that you individually can do something to affect the change? That's a very serious question. Okay, because we skipped your reflection period. We're going to come back to that. I want to get through the slides. Get to the slides, because I submit that there is no person in the room, regardless of what team it is, but there's no person in the room who does not have something to do differently going forward in order to get us to that point. And you're all amazing, but there's still more. Let's look at what is a high-performing council, a governing body that excels in executing its roles and responsibilities to achieve meaningful and measurable outcomes for the community it serves. What are the focus areas? Strategic alignment. We just had a great conversation about that and some ways to do that from a district at large perspective. Ethical governance. Don't think we have a lot to do there, but we are going to spend a lot of time there as well, just to reset and establish a baseline for 2025 and going forward. And collaboration. We have a lot of work to do there in terms of how we lean in and collaborate. These are characterized by your ability to effectively address complex challenges, balance competing priorities, leading to the conversation you just had, and create a vision that inspires trust and support from your stakeholders, the narrative that you share, the language that you choose, the way that you choose to explain things to your participants as a council member representing the city of Charlotte and districts in the city of Charlotte. How do we know you've gotten there? How high-performing councils recognize? What do people see? They see strategic vision. That means that you have a unified vision. They also see a collaborative culture. Culture. What is the culture? You are the culture. Your business meetings are culture. Your phone calls, your hallway conversations, the way that you address and work with staff, that is culture. That's culture. Accountability and transparency. I want to talk about accountability because I've asked you to consider for yourselves so that you can be accountable for yourselves and manage yourselves. But let's also talk about at some point today accountability for your peers. Are you having the tough conversations for your peers? Are you letting things slide? Are you touching your peers and saying, hey, I think there's a better way to say this. I think we could do this way. Or are you touching your peers and say, hey, I think we have some common threads, let's talk about it. And then transparency. Transparency is always important in everything. Commitment to results, don't think we have to worry about that. Adaptability, probably needs some work there. But when you're a high-performing council, these are some things that people will see. This is how you're known. Does that make sense? Not because you said it, but because you demonstrated in your actions, in your words, And your actions and words are not going to come from any place other than the way you think about it yourselves. Because you're not going to be authentic. We're going to fake it till we make it. But at some point you have to get there where you really understand and believe that making this a team, a more collaborative team, and I have to do my part, even if I have an emotion that tells me to do something different in this moment, is going to help us get there. Because when I tell you, you guys have done some amazing things. I mean, really, really incredible things as a team and as a council that you should be very proud of. Like, Charlotte is it. It is the place to be, and it is because of you. It's very, very important that you understand that. Because of you, the work of the staff, and the support of your constituents. That not a district, but Charlotte. Because when people are looking at Charlotte, they're not looking at, oh, district so-and-so is on fire. They're saying, I want to move to Charlotte. They're not saying, I want to move to a district. I want to move to Charlotte. What we see in the papers when we're on these charts is not a district, it's what? It's Charlotte, right? It's Charlotte. So when one wins, we all win. And so having that perspective is a mindset shift for each of you to get us to this place. It is not because it's on the paper. It is because you have lifted it, you've taken something from these 3 days, and you have made a commitment to do things differently and to engage differently and to show up differently when we leave here on Wednesday. Make sense? All right. Coming. All right, now let's look at some key attributes. Key attributes of a high-performing council. We're going to get back into some group work in just a second. Shared vision and strategic alignment. We talked about that. Effective communication. Going back to your words. You'll see some of your words here. Effective communication. Who said define roles? Focus roles. Define roles and responsibilities. Ethical governance and integrity. Collaboration and teamwork. These are all words that you've already talked about, okay? So that tells me that you have these things in your mind. That tells me that these are some things that you desire to have as a team. Okay? Trust and accountability. The only thing that's not here is accountability. Somebody may have said it, I just didn't write it down. But trust is already here. Focus on results and impact. That's here. Adaptability, innovation. I think we had innovation, somebody said it. Conflict resolution skills. Not here, but we're going to talk about it. Strong leadership and governance culture. We're going to talk about that as well. Okay? Do you see the connect points? So that tells me on your hearts and minds, because we started with your vision, not the list. So that tells me on your hearts and minds you already desire to be there. So we're going to talk through some specific things that help you, to give you some tools and insights to actually get there. We won't be able to get it all done today, but you would likely see some homework from me afterwards, because this is very important time. It's not time.
I just have a question about, I'm not sure if this is working, but I just have a question about, I want us to double click on culture. If you repeat that. Yes, I would just like to double click on culture a little bit. On your previous slide, you had collaboration, culture, and here you have governance culture. And I think culture is so important, but just in my experience, the one thing I've learned about culture is someone can't tell you what the culture is. You experience culture, right? You feel culture. So people come to the city of Charlotte, right? We can tell them what we believe the culture of Charlotte is, or the culture of North Carolina, but they're really going to understand that through their experience, how they're interacting with the city, with people, how they feel, etc. So can we talk about culture and what we need here through collaboration and governance culture?
So the point about culture is that people don't believe it unless you live it. Culture, again, is not something you say, it's what you feel, right? It's the essence of who you are. So as an African American female, not monolithic, because I don't represent all men, but there are some things from this culture that are consistent. A few. right? Don't put us in a box. But a few. That's culture. That's culture. As this team, the way you show up on every Monday night in your meetings and your interaction, that's culture. That is what you have said to people, that when I interact, when I engage, or when I view this team, this is what I expect. Because it is a combination of your history as a council. That's how you have culture. Culture is rooted in repeated experiences and history. It's rooted in your word choice. It's rooted in how you decide to engage your peer, your action, your emotion, or lack of emotion, whichever. That's culture. So culture is a very active thing unless you're intentional about it. So you have a culture. So just because you're seeing this on the page for the first time doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's your brand. Think about that with your team. So when you think about building culture and building an effective culture, I want you to understand that at the top of the house, what type of culture and expectation are you setting for the 6,000 employees of the city of Sherman? 8,000. 9,000. Whoa. What kind of culture are you setting for 9,000 people? So if they see you engage at the desk on Monday nights, are you really saying that that's the way that you want them to engage when they go to work the next morning with their peers? Is that the culture that you want to set at the top of the house for the city of Sherman? Yes.
I just have a quick addition in that same train of thought. First, I guess, are there successful examples of how that's executed among a board that's parallel to what we do?
Austin, I didn't give you case studies, but I can give you case studies.
So that's what I would be interested in seeing, and then adding to that, then based on how they are performing, are there things that we could use to align us with those types of outcomes?
I want to put it back just a minute, though.
Okay.
Because we're talking about you as a team and as a council, but just because you're a city council doesn't mean you need to do anything different than you would on any other team.
Well, no, I'm not. So listen, I'm not even arguing against that point. I think, first of all, I think I get along relatively well with most of my colleagues, but I don't. Oh, you love me the most. And I love you back. But I get along well with my colleagues. I think, based on, this type of body is really where I'm having the.
I'm sorry. I actually believe in people.
Okay.
People. You can be on PTO, it does not matter. You don't need to do anything different than you would how you respect your people. What are we talking about?
Like, so I'm just in dealing with the reality of where we are, the GPS, right? GPS, where are we going? We're going based on where we are right now. I have this ideological place of where I would like to go, right? But the reality is with a GPS, you start with where you are, right? And where we are, the GPS currently states that there are multiple issues that need to be dealt with. And so with the reality of that context, a lot of the times, in order for me to align with where I would like to go, then I then need a map in order to get me there. In most cases, if I've never been there, right? Once I go one time, I know how to get there, right? But that's what I'm asking, in that lane.
Thank you for saying that. I'm going to go back to the same place, but I'm also taking some tools that you had. I gave you this assessment last year, so you know the team. You already know. I almost came back this year. I don't have enough time. It will be great in the follow-up one. We don't have enough time. But you already know this team. Go back. Literally, you had a team report. So again, just as you would in any other setting in which you need to create an environment where you are working better together, it is always going to begin and end with you. What can I do differently to affect the change that we desire? And I'm saying to you, it is going to require a different level of emotional intelligence, and each of you have it. Each of you have it. but it's going to require a different level of emotional intelligence. Mobility is big. Mobility is regional. Mobility needs you. That's a good thing. Not only in the city of Charlotte, but for the region. But when people see you, they need to have trust in this team collectively, not in a person individually. Does that make sense? Again, 15th largest city in the nation. That requires a different level of decorum when you come into your engagements with each other. Talking about culture, let's start with decorum. So I hear you and you are right. I'm not disputing what you're saying, but my answer remains the same. How do you lean in differently as an individual? That's why I had the reflection question. I'll still ask you to take back with you, what do I do differently? How can I make that change here? Does that make sense? Thank you. Okay, so what I'd like to do now. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. So, may I have permission to go 5 minutes beyond the break? Does anybody need me? Okay. So now what I'd like for you to, if you look in your book on, what slide is that? To the next slide, you see a set of these sets of 10. We're going to break into two groups might be big. Let's break into 4 groups, please. Or just work with the people at your table. Can we have Councilmember Brown and Mitchell move with the mayor, please? Thank you.
The mayor keep us up?
No. You're here initially. And I want you to go to the next set of slides in your book, which have a description of each of these key attributes. And I want you to do just a really quick SWOT analysis. For each of those attributes, what's working well, where are the opportunities? Okay? So, in the interest of time, just give you the S and O. What are your strengths and opportunities? Can we do that? Thank you. Okay? Here are your results from the survey that you took. Okay? Thank you for leaning in and doing that. The first attribute of a high-performing council is strategic vision and alignment, and here's how you scored the collective team. Okay, that's good? All right. So as you can see from strategic vision and alignment, the boxes go in order so the colors don't matter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay? So we had 1 person to score 3, 3 people to score 2, 4 people to say 3, 2 people scored 4, and 1 person said 5. Okay? And that was from lowest to highest. 5 means that you made it. You're there. There's strong demonstration of strategic vision and alignment. Okay? We won't get into comments right now because we got to get through. Yes. Okay. We actually had 13. So I think you probably submitted twice in there. And for those of you who gave paper copies, Lindy confidentially entered your results. Okay? Thank you. So you're likely captured in one of these. Because we had 13 responses. So, and without 13 people, so something happened. Twice. It's okay. It's okay. This is directional. It is intended to provide backdrop for the conversation. Okay? Thank you. And this is a reflection of what has been entered. Okay, can we go to the second one, please? The second one is collaboration and teamwork. Council members work cohesively, fostering mutual respect, consensus building, and shared purpose. Okay? We've got some work to do. Do you understand why this conversation is important today? Yes. I want to call you back to the fact that your vision statement that I asked you to create before we even got here reflected that this is something that the team desired. Would you say that? The words are right there. Okay? So we've got some work to do here. Thank you. That's what retreats are for. All right, number 3. Effective communication. Open, transparent, and respectful communication between members, staff, and the public. These are attributes of high-performing councils. Again, skewed very low. Work to do. Number 4, trust and accountability. Members honor commitments, demonstrate integrity, and maintain transparency in governance. 7 of you said 1. Number 1 for trust and accountability. What can you do as the governing body for the 5th largest city in the nation with a $4 billion budget with no trust and accountability? Can you imagine what you are leaving on the table? What you could possibly actually get done. If you have done what you have done with this, just imagine what you could do as a high-performing council who works well together, and actually want to work together. I submit that you're not serving your constituents if we're showing up like this. Can you represent them differently by getting to a high-performing council? Number 5, community engagement. The council involves diverse stakeholders in decision-making and uses feedback to guide policies. Number 4, I have questions about that. 4, 2, 3, 3. So we have 3 people on number 4 here. Okay, number 6. I'm sorry, 3 people who scored 4 there. Community engagement. Thank you. Number 6, please. Role clarity and governance. Woo! Opportunity. Opportunity. Clear distinction and adherence to governance responsibilities versus operational management. Let me apologize to the staff now. That can't feel good. That can't feel good. Okay, number 7. Ethical governance. Members uphold ethical standards, avoid conflicts of interest, and act in the public's best interest. 3, 4, 2, 3, 1. We have to unpack this at some point. It won't be in this moment, but I'm hoping that we get back to here in this day, because I don't see that as this council, but we'll have to see what's there. Okay, number 8. Decision-making and results-focused. Decisions are evidence-based, outcome-focused, and designed to achieve tangible community improvements. We have 5 at 2, 4 at 3. Number 9, adaptability and innovation. 6 at 2. Okay, and number 10. Disputes are addressed constructively and discussions focus on solutions rather than personal disagreements. That's number 10. First of all, I want to thank you for being honest, because you can't address what you don't know about. But now that we know about it, we have to do something about this. This is not good. There's work to do here. Okay? We're going to pause here. I'm going to ask you to each take 30 seconds just to reflect personally for yourself, not to share, not to be shared unless you choose. But please respect the quiet time at the table for each of you to reflect on, what does this mean? What does this mean for us as a team, and what does it mean for me individually as a council member? 30 seconds, please. Thank you. After that time, we'll ask the city attorney, Anthony Fox, to come up, and we're going into governance. Governance. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and go through the governance component. So no one was assigned governance, because we really need to hear from our attorney around it. It's not a thing you have an opinion about, right? You don't want your opinions about that part. So we're going to go to the technical part of it, which is really establishing the framework and the foundation for governance for this council. And then we'll take a break, 20 minutes for lunch. Please bring your lunch back in. We can have a working lunch, and then we're going to skip the budget discussion and pick up where we are in this moment, okay?
One of the things you identified earlier with Dialva was the purpose of the retreat. And it struck me the last line of that purpose was something I wanted to emphasize for this group. And that was to govern with increased efficiency and impact. To govern with increased efficiency and impact. In order to do that, that's why it's appropriate to talk about the three areas that I'm going to talk about now, which deals with the council manager form of government. It deals with your rules of procedure. And remember I said your rules of procedure because you adopted those in 2022 as a directive of this council in terms of how it wants to govern itself. And then we're going to deal with the ethics rules that were adopted and required by state law. With regards to the council manager form of government, it's not a luxury, guys. It is a statutory requirement that you honor the council manager form of government. And what does that mean? That means that you serve as a board of directors. One of the things I might opt to do for you guys is to bring in some people who are on private boards to talk about the roles that they serve on corporate boards. And that role is no different than your role. It is, you are policy makers. You are to analyze and push back on policy directives. Your role is not to manage the city's employees. Statutorily, that is the role under a council manager form of government that is clearly earmarked for the manager. The manager is the chief operating officer. He's the CEO of this organization. The city attorney, I'm merely your legal advisor. And then we'll talk more in depth about that. And then the city clerk, she is the custodian of the records. And that's her role. And that's a statutory role. The city attorney, you have to have a city attorney under North Carolina general statutes. That's a statutory obligation. And then the role of the city manager is also referenced in statute. Now, the council manager form of government, it's been around for a while. It's been around since the 1940s. As a matter of fact, North Carolina, many of you may not realize that, was revered about and by its option to utilize the council manager form of government. The council manager form of government was generally followed by communities of 25,000 or more. Smaller communities up to 2,500 have also adopted this form of government. The charter states that neither the mayor, the council, nor any member shall direct the conduct or activities of any city employee directly or indirectly, except through the city manager. So Marcus, that's your charge. You're responsible for those employees, those 9,000 employees that I heard you mention earlier. Now, in terms of the mayor and council's roles and responsibilities, you as a council appoint the city attorney, the city clerk, and the city manager. Those are your employees. Those are people over which you can exercise supervisory authority, disciplinary actions if necessary, hiring, firing, and the like. But those are your only 3 employees. The other 9,000 are not your employees. If you have an issue with the 9,000, or one of the 9,000s, or 10 of them, that's where you hold that guy in that position accountable. That person has to make sure that the concerns that you raise are appropriate, and ultimately, he doesn't have to follow that. He has to decide whether or not your positions are valid. And if you disagree and you get 6 votes, then you discipline him through that exercise. But if you don't have 6 votes, what he does is within his bailiwick. You also, we talked about approve the city budget. Tark, I know you mentioned that you get the budget and you have a little opportunity, but to have a $4.2 billion exercise is an undertaking. To have that culminate with a recommendation to you requires a lot of work from the staff to come up with those, and they are recommendations for you. And ultimately, you as a policy body decides what's appropriate or inappropriate from that exercise. You also enact ordinances and resolutions, and you do that not only at your business meeting, but through your zoning powers as well. And you set city policy, and you evaluate those outcomes through how you deal with those 3 employees that report directly to you. And then you, as I mentioned, you evaluate and you discipline those employees. The city manager's role and responsibilities are to administer and implement the policy that you direct. He is charged with whatever you set as that policy agenda to implement that and carry that out. And then if you don't like the way it's carried out, then you can raise it with him. And if you have 6 votes, then you can change that direction. The city manager hires and disciplines and terminates and fires and promotes his employees. He makes reports to you, and he oversees the daily operations, and he prepares and submits the budget to you. The city attorney's role really is one of a legal advisor to you as the council, to the mayor, to the city departments, and to the city manager as well. Many of you may not realize the scope of that work is really what happens not in front of you in the dais, is what happens in the government center building and all the things that go along with that. And we'll talk about this. The city attorney's role, as I see it, is to help make you look good, guys. Have you guys gone and looked at any of your meetings? It's not very, well, some people would think it was entertaining. Some people would think it was for entertainment purposes only. But part of it is how we deal with getting through meetings effectively and efficiently. And that is the role of that's the role that your rules play into. And it's the role that I see that I assist the mayor, who will talk about the responsibilities of the mayor in terms of effectively running the meeting. And then the city attorney is to aid in that. One of the things and the benefit of this here today is really to talk about and make sure everybody's on the same page of what your rules really are and how we apply them consistently. Because we've got to do them consistently. I think inconsistency for this group, based upon the ratings that Diablo just showed you, inconsistency breeds distrust. And we've got to get you to a point of greater trust among yourselves and among the outcome of the council. Yes. The mic, if I hold it closer, is that better?
Oh, yes. Before you deep dive into the rules of procedure, just in the spirit of getting on the same page on this piece, the council manager form of government, I have a number of questions and call outs. Shall I proceed? Okay. All right. So the CAO, you said that the statute calls for no council member to give direction or direct or indirect to any employees of the city except through the city manager, but the city attorney has employees as well. Do those employees report to the city attorney or to the manager?
The employees of my office report to the city manager. All employees of the organization are under the city manager.
Okay. And then I assume the same for the clerk's office.
Same with the clerk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
3 employees. Remember, we only have 3 employees.
And the city attorney and the clerk don't have any?
No, we have employees. We are just in the city administration. And those employees are part of the city administration.
But ultimately, per the statute, this manager is the only person that can direct employees, even if they're sitting in the attorney's office, because per the statute, they report to him?
I think we're getting too granular on that. No, the city attorney, I'm going to discipline, I'm going to rate, I'm going to do performance evaluations on the employees that fall under me. But for purposes of your role in the council, your role is to look at me and look at Marcus and look at Stephanie to make sure we're carrying out the policy agenda. And if one of my people take a misstep, it's not for you or any member of the council to discipline that person.
I follow that.
Under me.
Yeah, that's my question. Who is it really under? Because the statute is saying him, but you're saying that we are operating in a space where we take those to you or Stephanie?
Yeah, you take
Okay.
if you have an issue with regards to the role of the city attorney and something that city attorney or assistant or deputy has done, it should come directly to me. If it's related to other employees in the organization, it comes to Marcus. But don't get it wrong, my employees are still part of Marcus's organization.
Okay. Okay. Then the next question, and this gets back to something that I'm sure we'll discuss at another point in this retreat, but I'm very curious into this role of the city attorney as legal advisor versus negotiator on behalf of the city. That one, we don't have to talk about it now. I know we're going to talk about it at some point in the agenda because I saw that it was requested by several members, but that to me is a very important discussion to have as it relates to the city attorney's role, particularly for economic development conversations. Is the city attorney a legal advisor or a negotiator? And we don't have to answer that question now. I know it's deeper.
We'll get to that.
Yeah. And then as it relates to directly or indirectly working with city staff, given that we've got this committee structure, this OCS structure, and these ACMs, I want to make sure that we're very clear then about what that means if the statute is saying that we can't directly or indirectly manage or direct city staff, because the way that we are set up, I think, creates an opportunity to be very clear about what that means. Then another question I have is as it relates to the votes. I know that the city charter calls for a vote by the mayor as a part of hiring and firing of city manager of the 3 appointees. As it relates to any other action, discipline, pay, otherwise, is it 6 or 7? Because I know you said 6. Does that make sense? So I know that the charter calls for 7 votes out of 12 because it includes the mayor for specifically for hiring and firing, but for all of the other decisions associated with.
Majority for the other part. And it does say the council, and the statute is clear. The council, this distinguishes between the council and the mayor, and it specifically gives the mayor the ability to vote in certain instances.
In the hiring and firing.
In the absence of that, you have to interpret that the council, therefore, has that. Guys, I want to try to get through the program.
For sure. But I know that this is the time that we're supposed to get clear on it. So I want to, if we don't answer it right now, please list my question down so we can get clear on that, because I think that these are some of the items. Okay.
I'm sorry, but quickly. Okay, yeah, but I have one too.
And there goes my hope of getting through this in 30 minutes.
This is why we're
Yeah,
here.
thank you for recognizing me.
Okay, well, I'm here for you guys.
I have a question as far as the interaction with staff also. So it's been referenced a couple times that we are comparable to a board of.
Can't hear you. Your mic went out.
Thank you. So there's been reference that we're comparable to a board of directors. So if there were an employee or a culture or challenge, and employees wanted to reach out to council, such as an open door policy, that's where I think there's some confusion. We have 3 employees, so if someone wants to talk to council about our employees, that's when there's sometimes where we're policy only. So what outlet, I guess, do employees have if they have concern with the city attorney, city manager, or city clerk, if it's not council?
The employees always have their First Amendment rights. So an employee could come and get on your dais and say something The challenge then becomes, what do you do with it? Because your employees are the city attorney, the city clerk, and the city manager. With that information, through the manager or through the manager's direct reports, you communicate that to them as an issue, and you rely upon them to address the issue. The employee also has, under the personnel policies of the city, the ability to take advantage of employee grievance process, as well as other personnel associated rules. And you want to make sure that you don't get in the middle of the employee exercising and exhausting their administrative remedies that could otherwise jeopardize the employee's remedies at the end of the day. That's why the process is set up like that. Okay.
Anthony, we are not a board of directors, a corporate board of directors. And in practice, it wouldn't make any sense for us to try to take every communication that we need to have with a member of the staff and go to the manager. We organize our committee meetings, we discuss. But the thing I would emphasize is if you have a disagreement with a staff member, or you're giving the staff member direction and demanding you must do this, and the staff member is not comfortable, then you need to invoke the only authority we have over the wishes of staff is through the manager. And I think it's important to understand that. I mean, I talk to assistant managers all the time. It's harmonious, it's fine, it's an everyday work cycle. But if you get to a point where somebody is pushing the staff to go in a direction they don't really think is supported by the majority of council or is appropriate, or if you have a difference of opinion, then your only recourse as a council member is to go to the manager. So you don't berate the staff, you don't direct the staff or impose. You work with them, but the ultimate authority that we have is through the manager. And that's something that in our daily lives we need to be clear about.
And that valid point. And again, there was something I heard Diablo talk about, and it was focusing on you as the individual. You're a member of council, but you're an individual. Treat people like you want to be treated. A staff, just because they report to the organization, you may disagree with them, doesn't really give you the carte blanche to really belittle the person. That person, Marcus still got to rehabilitate that person and make sure that person performs their job. If there's a serious enough issue regarding their performance, you take it to that guy, and that guy has to deal with it. And if he doesn't deal with it, you've got your powers with regards to how you deal with that guy. Okay? Now, let me
make sure I clear something up. Yeah. So, no, I appreciate the conversation. And the council knows this, but I want to make sure I say it. One of the reasons how I utilize the assistant city managers is for many of the issues that you've raised, especially around the committee structure. So those ACMs are talking with the committee chairs, establishing agendas and executing. So I don't want anybody who's not familiar with how we operate to leave the venue thinking that every time we have a discussion is solely me. I really rely on that table to get a lot of work done, and I think they do a very good job with my authority to have those conversations.
Who's first?
You can go.
Yeah, you're absolutely right in the way you described everything. But there's an informal relationship that we have with staff that's built on trust from the manager's office, working with the ACMs, and even working with directors, right, built on trust. Now, we're not going to direct them to do anything, but as we go through our work product, Sean may get a call from me, right? I'm not directing him to do anything other than talking through an issue. He doesn't report to me, but there's an informal relationship there that we work well within the established guideline for staff, right? And so anything that gets out of hand, then obviously it's an ACM, certainly the city manager. So I just want to create some flexibility for the council members that we're not in a box. And that even goes beyond the administrative staff. For me, that starts with the security person in the booth in the garage, right? where there's an informal relationship, who is probably not an employee of the city, but a private vendor, saying, good morning, how are you doing? Thank you for unlocking the door for me, right? And so you do those things in conjunction with staff, you can get a lot done with staff.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, just to offer nuance, if I may. Because I think I want to make sure we nuance engagement and working and operating with staff from directing the staff. So you should be working with the staff on priorities that you have blessed from this time together.
That's what I just said.
That are in motion, that are being implemented, and requires your engagement. And you should be doing that. Please correct me where I may be wrong, and I'm sure I will be, so correct me. So as it relates to net new directives, you can't say go do a survey. You can't require them to go and hire this team to do engagement because you want to do this or you think this should be done. Those kinds of things, I think, are the nuances that may be missing. I think we have to use strong words like this when it comes to law for all the reasons that you know. But please engage with the staff as you are working through the things. You cannot ask them to do things that have not already been assigned or as a part of a plan. All of the work that we leave here, the reasons why we're here is to leave with strategic priorities so they can go identify bodies of work to accomplish your goals. That is the work of the staff. You say, here's the vision. Here's where we want to be at the end of the year. They're all here. Everybody at that team has somebody at the 9,000 people report to. They're here to understand from your mouth what your vision is. It is their responsibility to implement the vision. They need to implement that vision in conjunction with you, not in the absence of you. So there is a whole body of work that they will put in motion and actually activate and mobilize 9,000 people that need to continue, that should not be redirected because you have an opinion about something else that needs to be done. So that is the nuance we want to talk about. So should you be engaging you also have a set of business routines and infrastructure to enable the work. You have committee meetings that then, if I'm not mistaken, tell me if I'm wrong, that then there is working committee meetings where you are to work with the team of employees to get the work done. You have council members who lead those committees. So there is a framework in place for you to use leverage already for anything that you need to have done as a council person. Where the rub is, and when we talk about directing the work of the council, it is when you have an opinion about the fact that something needs to be done differently than what they're actually doing, then that's a Marcus conversation, that's a committee conversation, that's not a staff conversation, because I would submit that you're likely putting them in a very awkward position because they're reporting to Marcus and they have actually directed hundreds of people to follow whatever is on this project plan, and they want you to be happy and to satisfy you. And so if you feel like something needs to be done differently, that is not an ACM or a staff conversation. That is a Marcus conversation, because you are likely going to be wasting a lot of money as well, time and effort. I'm sorry. I just wanted to offer that nuance in terms of working together, collaborating, and engaging versus directing. And I think...
Thank you. I'll be very quick. Just as a point of observation, right? I mean, we started out this morning saying that we wanted to reset and drive home the focus of being a high-functioning council. But, Mr. Fox, what you just went through, I didn't hear alignment in the room as evidenced by the comments. So I know we're trying to move forward and we're trying to stick to a timeline, but if we really want to get alignment on this, I think we need more time. I'm not sure if it's now or later on in the agenda tomorrow, but I think we need to get alignment so then we have full understanding about how we're working and operating. And it's not here. We don't have alignment.
Yeah. I think what's clear, though, you as a policymaker should never direct the staff to do a specific thing. You can't say, I want you to open this road in this area because of my constituents. I want it done by Tuesday. You can say to Marcus or his direct reports, I would love for you to look into how we can open this road by a certain date. And it's incumbent upon Marcus to figure out, is there a way to do that? And Marcus, you may, at some point, you may want to ask your manager what's the best way for you guys to give direction and input to his office so that you function better. Okay? And then we need to move on.
Thank you. I think this is a very good conversation that we are having for level setting. I agree with Councilmember Anderson that we are not in an alignment here. I think the gap here is not so much day to day. The gap here is nuances. So what we need from Mr. Jones is what's the process for nuances. If council member, for an example, there was email that was sent about that article, we never got a response. What is the process to get some of your questions answered that may not fall under day-to-day charge? I think if we can have some sort of process in place, whether it be questions that come from the dais, emails, so that it doesn't just go in black hole somewhere, calls, text. I think if we can get some sort of process in place so that everyone is on the same page. That's all I have. Thank you.
I see now in agreement. If we can, we'll move on from there. I saw nodding in terms of Marcus was taking it down and we get something back. Okay. Rules of procedure. The purpose of these rules is to aid the mayor, who's your presiding officer, in running effective and efficient meetings. There's that word again, efficient, effective meetings. And so the rules are, are relying upon parliamentary practices as well. Let me, because I'm going to do this. Your rules under Rule 6 deals with the office of the mayor, and it then gives the mayor shall have the following powers. And I don't know if you guys are aware of this. The mayor has the power to rule on motions that are, and move if they're in or out of order, and including any motion that's patently offered for obstruction purposes. So she has the ability to really assess any motion, the quality of the motion, whether the motion is based on ill intent, and to ultimately make a call regarding that and rule on that. She has the ability to determine whether or not a speaker has gone beyond the bounds of reasonableness, and you want her to do that, because many of you will probably be appalled at some of the things that some speakers may say. She has the power to entertain and answer questions of parliamentary procedure, and it says the city attorney may offer advisory opinions and advice to the mayor. So I see the role of the city attorney as assisting the mayor and therefore assisting the body in how these rules are implemented, carried out, enforced. And again, I think the important thing for this body is to make sure that they're applied consistently, because I think with consistency, you garner trust and confidence of the body. And she has the ability to call a recess at any time or to adjourn in an emergency, and she votes in the case of tie and in some other specific manners. And she has the ability to veto. So that's what Rule 6 provides. I have a copy of the rules. I can share them with you guys later. And it's also, this is a good one, is to establish prompt attendance for notice meeting times and to establish a quorum. This is me. I'm just interject where I shouldn't, but if a meeting starts at 9, it's not 9:01, it's not 9:20. You guys are servants of this city, and the citizens who are tuning in to see you at the dais starting meetings. And if it says 9 or if it says 5, that's what Eastern Standard Time is. And we need to work really as a body to honor our citizens with regards to time commitments for your bodies. And the mayor can, work to do that. The other thing is these rules are not intended to weaponize you guys to go against another member or the mayor or something like that. The rules are really just designed to have you as a body operate a meeting in an efficient and effective period and in a timely fashion. If I were running your meetings, I would say 2 hours, 2.5 hours, 3 would be max. You got to run the meetings efficiently. And that means controlling, if something's been said, guys, it doesn't need to be re-said. It's already been recorded. Stephanie makes accurate minutes of what's occurred. And there's always, that point of view has been weighed in on. These are your 28 rules, and you can see they range from regular meetings, special meetings, organization meetings, agenda and agenda procedures, how you get things on your agenda, how you don't, addressing the council, the office of the mayor, we just talked about that rule, office of the mayor pro tem, presiding officer when the mayor is active in debate. I haven't seen you do that, but I've had one board do that a number of times, and the mayor has to release tender the gavel over to someone that's not engaged in the debate. Action by council, one motion at a time. We'll talk about that. Substantive motions, adoption of a majority vote, debate, we'll talk about that. Procedural motions, withdrawal of motion, duty to vote, adoptions of motions, resolutions, ordinances, closed sessions, quorum requirements, and quorum does talk about quorum of the council and what's required there. Closed sessions, quorum of public hearings, minutes, council committees. Your rules reference Robert Rules of Order as a fallback, where the rules are not specific with regards to how business is to be transacted. Contacts with city staff, again, that's reiterated in your rules. So it must be important to you that the division is there between authority of the council and of the manager. Communications with citizens committees and other parties, nominations for boards, council contacts with media, and that's who's authorized to talk to the media, and what you represent when you talk to the media. It really advises you just to represent. You're not representing, speaking for the body, you're speaking for yourself, if that's the case. And then telephonic and electronic attendance at meetings. And the most commonly ones that we'll talk about are the ones shown here. Now let's talk about the quorum rule, and it's just a majority of the actual members of the council. I know there's been some discussion among you guys about what's a quorum, and it's the actual members of a council, and when of the council, and the council is 11 members. And if a member leaves the meeting, whether excused or unexcused, that member still is there, is counted for purposes of determining the quorum. And even if they leave, you still have the quorum there. A quorum is required at all public hearings of the council. Yes.
Thank you. Actually, this question is really for staff. We have some of the charter language in here for some of the items. Do we have time before this day and a half is over for staff to print out the additionals? Like I would like to get some clarity specifically around number 5 as far as community engagement, but I think it would number 5 is addressing council. I think it will be helpful for us to have all 28. Staff already knows which ones they printed off for us, so the ones that haven't been printed, so that we can keep them right. But for us to have it in this book, it will be helpful to have the ones that weren't printed, for those to be printed off for us, because there are some clarity that I think will be helpful. Even though we're pulling out some of them, it will be helpful for all of us to have the same information. Thank you.
Passing out are your rules of procedure that were adopted October 10th of 2022. Here's, if you need more, I've got more here.
Thank you.
And now, those are your rules that you adopted and you agreed to abide by. I just want to emphasize that over and over again. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I want to piggyback off what Councilwoman Mayfield said. I wrote down statute versus rules. One of the things you said earlier was some things were statute and some are rules. So if we're talking about the charter, I wanted to have a copy of the charter also, because you referenced Rule 6. So if we could get that charter, and also where is it on the computer? It needs to be, when we talk about transparency, it needs to be more accessible, because it's it's very difficult to find. So it would be nice if maybe under our council page or somewhere the council charter was more easily found. That would be great.
The charter is state law. The charter is technically the charter is a session law or a local act. It is obviously available online, but I thought you guys would have a copy of the charter in your council books at some point.
Yeah, but what I was saying, if it were somewhat more streamlined as well as these rules also, it would be nice to have.
And what I'm passing out to you are your rules of procedure and the ones that I'm going through now. Some of them are referenced, you'll see charter references, only because they are also a component of your charter, or they're extracted from the charter. Some are state requirements, but that's what your rules are. Okay. Motions, any member of the council can make a motion. A motion can only be made one motion at a time. Your rules provide that when you have a motion on the floor, that a second motion is out of order while that motion is made. You can't have two substantive motions on the floor at the same time. Yes.
Thank you. While you're talking about council procedures, where is the rule that says it takes 6 council members to get something on the agenda? Is
That's
that
under Rule 1 or 2. Let me see. I'll tell you, 4. It's under Rule 4 of your Rules of Procedure, and you will see the requirement and the process that you as a body have agreed to with regards to agenda items and how agenda items are placed on your agenda. Just for a shorthand statement, it allows the manager or the mayor to put an item on your agenda prior to the hearing. Okay?
so number 4, agenda procedures, the city manager should prepare the agenda. So does it say that that council members aren't able to put something on the agenda?
4D. I'm sorry?
It takes a vote.
D. Oh, it says any member of the council.
D provides for the member who desires to have an item, he can request the manager to place an item on a future agenda by making such a request at a council meeting. And unless a council member or the city manager objects, the requested item shall be included in the future agenda. So you are at a council meeting, you want an item placed on the agenda, you can request that the item be placed on a future agenda. I think I've seen do that.
No, that doesn't happen.
And unless a council member objects or the manager objects, the item will appear on the future agenda. And if there's an objection, it goes on to say the item shall not be included on a future agenda unless you get a majority votes in favor of including the item on the agenda. That is your rule, and that's what I'm trying to identify operationally how you are going to function as a body to gain efficiency in your work.
So that, I don't think that's the way we've been operating, but that's good to know. Thank you.
Yes, Luana.
Thank you. So, on this particular topic, I think there has been a change because there was a time where at the council meeting, before we actually adjourned, there was space for council members to basically add new business and ask for the city manager to, hey, we would like an update on X. That has not consistently happened recently, and I think that's why it's a concern when we have it noted in here, any member of council may request the city manager to place an item on a future agenda by making such a request at a council meeting. There was previously a time before we said adjourn from any meeting where we had council discussion. And that was the time that council members did raise up concerns for the city manager or even in response to a resident coming in to speak on a particular issue. We have not consistently had that space at our meetings. So that has been the challenge. And for me, if we're going through what our actual roles and responsibilities and what is chartered, it is an additional conversation regarding how do we get back to opening the space for some of the things that are not happening. Unless we raise our hand and specifically put it in there, there is not on the agenda that council discussion time that previously was there years ago.
I would encourage you to look at the rule above that as well, which also deals with the raising an item that was not on the agenda in discussion. And that does provide that if it was not on the agenda, it may be discussed upon the completion of the agenda. The council may not take formal action on that item because it was a non-agenda item unless council members vote to add the matter to the agenda. I believe that vote needs to be a unanimous vote. And then it goes on to say a motion to suspend the rules shall not be in order for the purpose of a motion to suspend the requirement that it's unanimous. So I don't know if that was still addressing some of your concerns over inconsistency, but that does provide for an opportunity at the end of the meeting to have a discussion.
Okay. So what I hear you say, Mr. Fox, is let's say if a council member wants to bring up a nuance that's not on the agenda, they can bring it up at the end of the meeting. Is that correct? To answer Councilmember Mayfield's question.
Yes, you can bring it up at the end of the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you have to read the rest of the rule how it applies.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So I hear, so if it's on the same day, then it has to be unanimous, and otherwise majority for the future agenda. Yeah. Yeah. If there is no objection, you can clarify that.
No, it's been brought up at a meeting, so it cannot be objected to about adding it to a future agenda. Then okay. Then if you wanted to add something to the agenda, you go back to the rules regarding the authority. The city manager prepares the agenda. The mayor or city manager may place an item on the agenda. The mayor and each member of council shall receive a copy of the agenda. So that's the only reason. I mean, that's the way the agenda is prepared under Rule 4. Okay? All right then. Motions. Rule 14 is pretty intense with terms of spelling out the various motions that you can make. And you'll see a flow chart, and you may want to print that flow chart out for you to have at the dais at your meetings in the future. But essentially, Rule 14 deals with motions, and it's the ability to adjourn, motion to adjourn, motion to recess. Those generally are not debatable. To suspend the rules, that's a little bit more complex. It's going to require 2/3 vote in order for the rules to be suspended and to pass. To divide a complex motion, that generally is a motion can be made. Call the previous question is a motion that has come up from time to time with you guys. And this motion is not in order until all your council members have had have had the ability to speak, where they've indicated the desire to be recognized. So what that motion to call the previous question is not right until there's a motion on the floor, there's a second, there's discussion, that everybody who is asked to be recognized has been given the opportunity to speak. Then a motion to call the previous question then becomes in order, according to your rules now. That's how you have applied that.
Anthony,
Yes.
can that motion only be made in the member's turn? Like you have to be called upon to speak, or can you just yell, call the question?
We're talking about effective and efficient boards. It probably is appropriate to allow that motion to be made when that member's turn comes up in order to keep continuity. The other thing, because if I'm sitting there, I'm going to have to monitor the conduct, and I'm going to have to make sure that anybody who asked to be recognized had the opportunity to be recognized before there's action taken on the calling the previous question. Okay. And then remember, that's a higher standard of vote that's required in order to approve that. That's a 2/3 vote, which based on 11 members is at least 7 point something. So, okay.
Put my organizational development hat on, I have to go back to the agenda and where we left it. I promise you I'm not trying to address any rules. That is not my business. But in the spirit of effective meetings, what I thought I heard was that, and correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't hear anything about a filter in terms of whether or not the item should be a council discussion versus a committee discussion versus a manager discussion. It may be inappropriate, but it seems like it's open.
We're not getting on the microphone for our because.
Oh, thank you. The question is there a filter or litmus test in terms of the items being raised for agenda? My perspective is I'm listening. I don't do government, so this is not about a charter or governance. Can we baseline that my context is organizational development? And so as we think about efficiency and effectiveness, my question is there a litmus test or some place that says whether or not it's appropriate for the discussion to be in council or committee or manager? I don't know.
Well, I think you're still dealing with agenda and how you set an agenda. And the agenda arises from the manager and the mayor, and that's how your agendas are set. So whether or not it comes out of committee or comes from the council as a whole, that's where the initial agenda is established. Marcus, what's up?
So maybe I can be helpful with that question. So typically when we set the agenda, we start to think about their business items, their policy items, and there are some items that are on consent that are basically already funded in the budget, but because of the dollar amount, we have to bring it to council. I guess to your point, D'Alva, is 2 business meetings a month, thousands of transactions that are coming through, whether it's on consent or the business agenda. So at some point, it is how do you have an effective meeting, and that are there other ways to address some of the concerns whether they get referred to a committee, whether it's just a white paper from the manager or things like that. So if that's what you're asking, there are more vehicles to get some things addressed as opposed to just an item on the agenda.
Yeah, we're mapping to effective high-performing councils. If the goal is to map to high-performing councils, these are the types of conversations we should be having to make sure that we don't leave here with a loophole or a path to longer meetings when I've heard that people want to shorten meetings. That's all.
Okay. Renee, and then we'll move on. I'm over my 30 minutes.
Right. So that's a great example. And this is an example. There's some history behind this example. So when you talk about longer meetings, some council members would feel just like this example. Council needs more engagement instead of so many presentations. Mm-hmm. So when you talk about effective, it's not about the length of the meeting. What are we actually discussing? We may have a 2-hour presentation and an hour and a half is city staff. So when you talk about the agenda, we each represent our constituents, and our constituents expect us to address issues. So I brought up this issue in 2021 about 6 members needing to get something on the agenda. It went to committee and never came out. So this is an important issue. And so I think the discussion, and I know that there are more council members that feel this way. So to say, this is not an issue and we don't want to talk about this, that's not, and I know you didn't say that exactly. I know, but this is one of those issues that we do desire clarification on. And I think we got the clarification that we needed. So yeah, thank you. But I think that that's a challenge in council wanting to engage and dig deeper on certain issues when we do run out of time.
One of the things to keep in mind is that there's a thing called council action or board action. And that is when there's a majority vote of this board, that becomes the action of the board. These rules represent board action. There was a vote to adopt these rules that was a majority of the council. That becomes the action. You may not like the rule, but that's the rule. And all I'm doing is explaining what your rules are. If you don't like the rule, get 6 or 7 votes and you change it. But that's what we're operating under right now, are the rules as they currently exist. And I'm trying to provide an understanding for you so we can gain consistency about how we interpret those rules and how they apply to you guys. Okay?
What you're saying makes sense, and certainly we appreciate you going through it. I think what I'm hearing is there's a level of education of the rules, but also we've already said in years past that we would like to make some changes to these rules. We followed the procedures. They went to committee. They never came out. That's separate and apart from what you're presenting today. But I think that speaks to the effectiveness and the high performance organization. I heard a comment that there's provision in here for us to add items to a future agenda. If there's objection, then we need to know about it at the time that the request is made and we need to vote. There's no place on the agenda for us to actually do that. So either our rules need to be updated to be more specific about how that happens, or we need to go back and finish the working committee. It needs to come out, because I think it's valuable to understand the rules, but there are some things that we've already said are issues that are not getting addressed, and I think that speaks to the overarching goal of this part of the discussion is to be more effective.
And we're talking about governance, and when you do that, think about how do you make the board better? How do you make the product of this council better? And engaging in discussion or debate for debate's sake, does that advance the ball? How do we get into your meetings, take action, move to the next action, and better our community? And that's what the goal should be.
Anthony, I think we're missing an important point here, frankly. The management of the meeting requires that a person with authority, kind of in the interests of all involved, manage the meeting. Right. Now, we're fortunate to have a mayor who is earning her place in Charlotte's history, but her ability to manage our meetings is not what it should be. And I just want to say, people say whatever they want for as long as they want, and if somebody tries to abridge that, they say, hey, I can talk, I'm allowed to talk. Under Roberts, if the mayor goes tap, that's it. So I just think that one thing that would be helpful would be if we did have stronger management of our meetings, meaning that if somebody has made their point and continues to talk, it is possible for someone else to say, please wrap up.
Well,
And just keep us on schedule. Excuse me. I just want to say, or if somebody is holding forth for a position that clearly does not have the support of any more than one or two other members. So basically you're taking up the time of the council on an issue which is not actually legitimately up for debate because you know what the outcome is. And I just think we need to be plain about this because a lot of the difficulty we have is people talking to a camera or a constituency or somehow trying to project an image of themselves. And I'm being very blunt here and I'm not excluding myself. But there needs to be more aggressive, more active management of the meeting, which means that somebody can say, we're going to move on now, bang. Or, thank you, I think your position is clear, boom. And we just don't have any of that.
Yeah, well, you have Rule 6 that I just explained. I talked about
But it's not happening.
I talked about the powers of the mayor under Rule 6. I will push back a little bit to say, with this group, and you've seen how you performed on the surveys, can one individual control you guys in a way that you operate in accordance to decorum, efficiency, and effectiveness? I would submit that's on each of you to respect and honor what your role is and what the mayor's role is, or what my role is assistant to parliamentarian. You've got to respect that, because I will weigh in. I'm a short timer, so I can. I'll weigh in on inappropriate conduct, guys, when it happens. But I've got to be relying upon you guys to listen and agree and move on. But if we get into a discussion, and debate, and an argument, that's not productive to the end game for anybody. Yeah. Yeah.
I do have a parking lot and a set of recommendations, because what I'm hearing, and we don't have to unpack it here, but what I'm hearing is that to some point people aren't feeling there's closure, so I put it in a meeting so it's on the record kind of thing. So I think there are some spaces there, and there may be an opportunity, and I don't want to oversimplify it, but again, back to the point, because it's very well made and taken. I think it's a matter of process, just from an OD standpoint, to make sure that there's the appropriate response in terms of yay, nay, box on it, you didn't get the votes, or you did get the votes, or this is inappropriate for meeting, let's have this discussion, some kind of process where there is opportunity for voice, but there's also respect for the rules. Because what I'm hearing is I don't see an issue with the rule as it stands today. However, I do see just gap in process that I think there's something that I can help with. So I'll leave it.
I'm trying to, and guys, I'm going to finish up in 5 minutes. So, and this is an important discussion. I realize it's a very important discussion, sensitive discussion, and more work needs to happen around this. You saw the motions. There's the other part of the motions section. And I encourage you to review your own rules of procedure. But if you refer an item to agenda, the member who has that referred has the ability to bring that up in 60 days. And then you have the motion to amend. You can amend motions. You can reconsider. You can substitute motions. And I know that's something that happens from time to time. I'm going to skip through debate, duty to vote. Now, duty to vote, you know, the duty to vote is a statutory requirement. You have to have a valid reason that's recognized in the law not to participate. Just because you don't like this item or you don't feel that the council's doing the right thing doesn't give you an excuse. And the council needs to be guarded in when it excuses people from voting, because the statutory requirement only allows for people to vote, to not vote, not participate where there's a conflict of interest, which is generally defined as pecuniary or financial interest in an outcome. If you don't have that, guys, you need to participate, carry out the duty that you were elected to do, and vote and record your vote. Otherwise, you should not be excused from voting. Regarding the adoption of motions and resolution, the council does that. 6 affirmative votes we talked about. Motion to withdraw, you can withdraw. Closed session, just briefly there. My job here is to provide you with very sensitive, confidential information as it relates to ongoing matters that may be adverse to the organization. When I or my office comes and talks with you in closed session, we have the ability to do that because the General Assembly has given us specific authority to go in closed session, executive session, to talk to you about sensitive information that is not to be shared to the public. So when information that I share with you otherwise appears in the public, guess what that does? One, it's a violation of your statutory obligation, your ethical obligation, and your rules of procedure. But secondly, ultimately it compromises what I can tell you as a body when I can't trust that you will keep the confidentiality that this system is, that your organization is required to keep. So please, please keep that in mind. And when we put at the end of a document, confidential attorney-client privilege not to be shared, it is not to be shared. And I'll tell you, when a media person calls you, there is absolutely no requirement under any statutory body for you to call them back. There's no requirement for you to actually have the conversation, because guess what happens? The person calls you and say, oh, I heard that this is going on. You think that individual has the information, and therefore you are additive to the discussion, and you have just provided them confirmation of what was confidential. So please, please be careful when you deal with that. Now, with regards to, I'm going to provide each of you a copy of this, so you'll see the procedural motions that can be made. You'll see the standards that govern this, and it will help you when you deal with issues around the dais. Hopefully it will. Okay. But if you want to print that out and put it in your council book, then please do so. Here's just a diagram. It was just an example. I'm not going to run through that. And these are just some items. It deals with, conflict of interest, confidentiality, where you can or cannot participate in voting. That's there. I will also encourage you to look at your ethics code. You guys agreed to the ethics code that you adopted, signed off on. It's required training for board members, new board members, recently elected board members. It includes some obligations that you agree to in that ethics code. And so I would encourage you not to read it weekly, but go back and review it, such that you know the boundaries that you need to operate under as you serve the citizens of our community. Again, it's mandated by state law. You've got it part of your city code, and we'll leave it there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, and I understand that there are some additional questions that we're going to find time to get to. Right now, we are going to break for lunch, and we're going to. Okay, thank you. What we'll do, thank you. What we'll do is we'll have a quick 20 minutes, and then we'll come back for a working lunch. I think there are two spaces that we're trying to find time for. One is continue our teamwork, high-performing council work, and also to revisit any outstanding items around Attorney Fox's information as well. Just give me 1 second, please, before we leave. There is one thing that I was going to ask you about at lunch, but I'll mention it now. We do have to find some time for the discussions around team council work, which is what I've heard resoundingly from the majority of you, that's what you want to focus on. So we need to make some adjustments to the agenda potentially. We had one recommendation to nix budget, then we had other recommendations to not nix the budget. So I do want to just step in with each of you guys to talk about where we find the time, just to make sure we have consensus around agendas, changes to the agenda, okay? Thank you. So just hold on one second. We, as I mentioned before, have some adjustments to the agenda. I'd like to introduce you to Sherry Chisholm. Many of you know Sherry, and also Tanya Jamison from Leading on Opportunity. We're so excited about being 38. Give ourselves a round of applause. Certainly due to the great work of this organization, and we're excited to learn more about it and to hear some insights on terms of how we can continue to build on that success. So without further ado.
Hi, how are y'all doing? As Yalva said, I'm Sherry Chisholm, and I'm joined today with Tanya Jamison, who I think you all know very well. We're really excited to do three things: to update you on Chetty's most recent study and to talk about that progress. Second thing is to talk about where Leading on Opportunity situates in that. And the third and most important is to provide some policy, partnership, and programming recommendations based on the Chetty study and the data that we called together in the form of the Opportunity Compass, which I think y'all are familiar with. Before I get started, because I'm meeting some of you all for the first time, I just like to give a little bit of background on who I am so you know who's before you. I am the second executive director of Leading on Opportunity, so this work started before me. I moved here in 2020. I tell this story all the time. I'm a native of Detroit, and if you've ever been to Detroit, I call it Alabama with snow. And I say that because my family is from northern Alabama and moved to Detroit as a part of the Industrial Revolution to work in the Ford Motor Company. And so that's true for many people who left the South to seek better jobs, employment, schooling for their kids. And that really did benefit me. My grandmother was a teacher's aide. My mother retired as an elementary school principal. And I spent a big chunk of my career leading urban school districts as a chief of staff. And then 2 generations later, my husband and I relocated to Charlotte in hopes of the same thing. As much as Detroit had been good to us, it was hit with some hard violence, corrupt policies, and in particular, my family was hit pretty hard with drug abuse. And so we knew we wanted to be elsewhere. And so that brought us to Charlotte in search of our own economic mobility, as everyone in Charlotte deserves. And so that's what grounds me in the work. Worked in education, started in corporate, and I'm really proud to do this work with Tanya here in Charlotte. So that's me, and I'll talk about how that frames our work together. I told you what we're going to talk about, our collective progress. D'Alva said that Leading on Opportunity has been doing this great work. The city of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County has been at it long before Leading on Opportunity was ever thought of. And so we want to make sure to acknowledge the work that y'all have been putting in, and grateful to be on that journey. We'll talk about how we got to this point, and then finally I'll hand it to Tanya to talk about the policy recommendations. So first I want to start by a quote. For those of you who were here when the 2014 study came out, as I understand, for some people, it was a huge wake-up call. I think for many of you who've been in this work or doing human service work, it was finally folks are listening to what our community has been facing and sometimes seen as the tale of two cities. Now fast forward to 2024, Raj Chetty is lifting up Charlotte as an exemplar city, a city that did it correctly, that saw a problem and committed to doing it well, and he continues to lift us up nationally as an example of what it looks like to recognize that you have an economic mobility challenge and then to come together as a total community with the corporate, nonprofit, government sectors to make that progress. So we have lots to be proud of. So the journey, just to make sure we're all grounded in the same place, 2014 Raj Chetty study comes out, which we call locally the Chetty study. It's the Land of Opportunity study. 2 significant things happened as a result of that. A task force report was written with nearly 100 recommendations for what we would need to do to improve things. Y'all know this. The second foundational thing was a commitment to the work in the form of an initiative based at Foundation for the Carolinas. That is Leading on Opportunity. So that's the organization that I get the opportunity to lead, who's been at it for the past just about 10 years. When I came in 2020, the organization was in a bit of a pickle, to be honest. The pandemic had hit. We were about 4 years into the first leadership team, and the council was looking for someone to revive and create focus for the organization. There were a lot of promises made, well-intentioned promises, not understanding what it would take to get there. And so we had some things to write in terms of our brand representation, as well as getting really clear on what lead-in on opportunity does and does not do, because there was a lot of confusion around that. So I'll talk about the work that we do now. And then now in 2024, we have a new study that tells us that we've made progress. In between that time, Lead-In on Opportunity came out with what we call the Opportunity Compass. Chetty's data, bear with me, is always retrospective. So we take it as a point of reflection in terms of how far we've come. Chetty's initial study looked at individuals born in the 1970s. His second study, which he released last year, looks at children born in 1992 in particular. Still in the past, but gives us great information. Lead-In on Opportunity said that was not enough. We need to have some leading indicators of progress. As we're doing the work now, how do we know if we're on the right path? Not knowing if Chetty ever will do another study, and if he does one, it's only every 10 years. So now Lead-In on Opportunity owns that information, and we can share with you what it says. The big information that you all know is that we're no longer 50, which is fantastic. There's a lot baked into this. Woo! We're no longer 50. Which is fantastic news. I mean, 38 is certainly not in the top 5, but it far supersedes what Chetty posited could be possible in just 10 years. We've made the most progress as any community that was in that bottom quartile. We also ranked 3rd overall in terms of most improved, so outpacing many other communities in terms of the progress that we made. And then lastly, it was really important for Chetty to bring this home, and I think so as well. As much as economic mobility increased among people of color, and particularly Black Americans, we held stable with white individuals living in Mecklenburg County. This was not the case nationally. Most other places where you saw progress, you also, among Black individuals, you also saw a decline among white individuals. That did not happen here. For me, this is a response to it not being a zero-sum game. When you focus on those least enfranchised, everyone improves. Yes. At the end, okay. Okay, so a little bit about who Lead-In on Opportunity is now, and this is actually the first mission and vision the organization has ever had, but it is new to us since we've been on the team. We developed it at the end of last year. I won't read it verbatim for you there, but our hope is that we inspire prosperity and freedom for all individuals in Mecklenburg County. That will continue to be the center of our work. We do this by working directly with institution leaders. So we see it as our responsibility not to work with not to work as a direct service nonprofit, but to help those who not to work with those who directly serve individuals, but to work at the institution level. For example, we see it as our responsibility to educate funders on how they give funds to economic mobility, and then also program providers so that they can do that work more effectively. We don't give out dollars, and we do not provide direct service. And that was something that we had to make sure to clarify to folks who understandably saw that a bit confusing as we were situated and continue to be as an organization at Foundation for the Carolinas. We are independently funded. All those funds go to the operations of Lead-In on Opportunity. So the 4 big buckets of work for us are to gather the knowledge, and most people see that in terms of data. It also can be in terms of policy, which is how we'll share it with you today. We then hope to inform, equip, and embolden leaders. So once you have information, what do you do with it? And so we quickly learned as Lead-In on Opportunity that we have to provide some additional support in understanding how to move forward with what the policy and data recommendations are. Advise folks on action. Lead-In on Opportunity serves very often as a community consultant. So we come and we provide expertise in the terms of strategy, policy, and data, exactly what we'll do for you today. And then the last bucket is to sustain the work. So Lead-In on Opportunity started with the intention of being around for a generation. We are committed to making that happen and existing far beyond that if the work calls for it. Back to Chetty's data. So like I said, we are no longer 50, we're now 38. And so one of the first questions that I often get is, how is that so? Who can we credit for this? It is a community success that we all should celebrate and be very happy about. No one single organization or industry made it happen. It's a three-legged stool as far as Chetty and our local data team have been able to decipher. First, it is our very focused intention on public-private partnerships. This is something that we continue to be applauded for. We get questions about is how do we come together so effectively to get work done? The fact that the corporate community and nonprofit community work hand in hand helps to funnel dollars as well as keeps folks focused. And we saw that to be true during the 80s and 90s where we saw the majority of this progress being made. An expanding economy. We benefited from Charlotte being a newer community, quite honestly. I'm from Detroit, as I mentioned. We had our heyday earlier in the 40s through the 60s. The fact that we grew so tremendously through the 80s and 90s created economic opportunity for those here and for those that the children that they had to thrive in different ways, and also helped us to rebound from the recession because of our focused approach to public and private partnerships in a way that other communities did not. And then lastly, our robust nonprofit community. So one of the aspects of our community that's continued to be lifted up by Chetty is that we not only provide the services, but provide the navigation support. It's not enough to say that it's out there, but to also have someone who can work hand in hand with you to help you figure out and navigate the system. And that's something that we can see back to the 1990s that Charlotte was doing and continues to do. So that is leading on opportunity. That's what the Chetty data is telling us at a very high level. Of course, we'll have time for questions afterwards. I'm going to hand it over to Tanya now to specifically talk about the policy implications that I think directly impact the work that y'all do and advice that y'all can provide.
Give me that clicker. So one of the things I want to remind us of is that when we were talking about most recent Chetty study, people were saying, how did we improve? But back in 2014, when that first study came out, we were saying, how could Charlotte be last in economic mobility? Communities were focused on the rankings that Chetty published, but not necessarily how we got there. And so now, when Chetty came out with this newest data, he said, we're using this data, but we really need to emphasize the importance of communities and policies to improve economic mobility. So yes, we see this spread, but here are ways that we can really do interventions to improve economic mobility. So he broke it up into 3 buckets. The first is to start in childhood. So every extra year of exposure to a better environment during childhood improves outcomes later in life. So notice he's saying environments. His second bucket's around social communities, not individuals, to promote economic mobility. This is a different way than we've been talking about this typically in the past. Usually we say, how can we get that person a job? How can we get that person workforce development? How can we make sure this child is ready to go into kindergarten? But what Chetty in the data says is that we really need to be focusing on entire communities. So when we presented to the Housing and Safety Committee last October, one of the things we shared with them is that the focus that the city has on corridors of opportunity are exactly what Chetty and researchers say is how we need to be looking at this problem, looking at how do we improve entire neighborhoods, not just individual families. The third key to an opportunity economy is to build around social capital. The strongest predictor of differences in economic mobility across neighborhoods is the degree to which low and high income people interact and have true, authentic relationships. So this is not just like once a month you get together and you help me on my resume, but it's really building authentic relationships where it's not just me reaching out to you saying, hey, I need a job, can you help me find a job? Or I need housing, can you help me find housing? It's also you coming to me saying, hey, I have a good opportunity. I know about this job opportunity that I think you'll be perfect for, and I'm going to help you make those connections to interview for that job. So it's really authentic relationships that are critical across cultural class divide that are going to improve economic mobility here. There's a lot of green. Oh, all right. So what we did was we looked at the cities, we looked at 150 strategies and tactics that research and data says improves economic mobility. You can tell by the slide here, we have broken this down by our city committees. And we looked and saw that most of the strategies and policies are already being implemented. Basically, at least more than 60% we are doing here as a community. And we shared that a little bit of this last year when we talked to the Housing and Safety Committee. We are on the right track to improve economic mobility here. We are doing the right things. This next slide here gives you a bit more of a granular look. It's also in your packets because I know you all won't be able to see that up there. But moving from left to right, the first column is the overall strategy that we're trying to improve. The next one is the tactic that we're trying to improve. And then we also show whether or not it's something that we have in the city. So where it says true false, that's basically data speak as to whether or not we are doing this in the city. Today's presentation is only going to include what the City of Charlotte is doing, but the updated compass, which will be released later this year, will reflect the efforts for the entire county as well as our municipal bodies in what they're doing too. And now this is broken down by overarching strategies like helping residents balance their work life and improving strategies to help communities accomplish this. Now, I know several of you all are representing constituents who say, I don't care if we're 50, I don't care if we're 38, I still can't find an affordable place to live. I still can't find a job. And I get that, and we hear that all the time. I go to enough community meetings and know that this is still a struggle. But you also have to take a moment for yourselves to say, we are moving in the right direction. We are doing the things that strategy and data says, research says, this is how a city improves economic mobility. Now, on our first slide here, when we start getting into the actual strategies, we combine Housing Safety Committee with Transportation Planning and Development because so much of it overlaps and we can't look at it separately. So we broke it up by the goals. So the overarching goal is around transportation and safety. So reducing the number of serious injuries and fatalities from traffic crashes. A proven strategy in this is complete streets and streetscape design. CARPO adopted its Complete Streets policy back in November of last year, and the aim is to make streets safer and more comfortable for everyone while placing this emphasis on improving conditions for pedestrians, cyclists, and other non-automobile drivers. But where we have an opportunity is around more and really implementing a tool for the Vision Zero plan that we also have. And one of those tools could be automated speed enforcement cameras. I know it's not the most popular thing, and we had the red light cameras back in late 90s, early 2000s. But research shows that if you have some kind of automated speed control, it can reduce the number of accidents by 15 to 20 accidents per month and reduce the number of vehicular fatalities also by about 1 per month. So this data shows that automated speed enforcement does work. 340 communities throughout the United States have red light cameras. 278 have speed cameras, according to the Insurance Institute of Highway Safety. So there are a variety of ways that we can implement this. In Portland, they have fixed cameras on high traffic, high accident areas. Others have mobile cameras that they move around based on the need. But what's important to know is that North Carolina does not have a law that prevents automated speed cameras, and each municipality can do red light cameras as well, as we've done in the past. This is something that our councils discussed in 2021, and it could be something that we discuss again. Now, the other area when we're talking about housing and safety is around housing stability and displacement prevention. So we have this proven tactic around connecting individuals experiencing chronic homelessness with stable, unconditional housing and support services. You'll notice that I marked this, though, around addressing homelessness with an asterisk, because we have a Home for All plan, and it has all of the components that researchers say are necessary to improve chronic homelessness. But the challenge is we don't necessarily have buy-in from key stakeholders on really truly implementing that in the city. Yet Shetty and other researchers say that lifting housing stability is a key factor in economic mobility, and a Home for All has the right components that researchers and Shetty say are critical. So I ask you, what are the things that we're missing? What do we need? What are the implementation supports that are necessary for us to truly get behind a Home for All and implement it in the city? The other question is also, are we doing the right approach? And if we're not doing the right approach, then what needs to change so that we can make this an effective plan to implement? Also sticking around the idea of housing stability and displacement prevention is legal support for tenants facing eviction. That's providing that legal representation for low-income residents who are facing in the eviction process. So funding is shown to save cities and states money when they provide legal representation to low-income individuals who are facing eviction. A cost-benefit analysis in 2022 in South Carolina found that if they funded legal representation, It would cost $7.2 million, but it would save the state $21 million in safety net spending. So Mecklenburg County's Board of County Commissioners started a pilot program in 2018. The funding for that has grown to $1 million in fiscal year 24. So how might the city consider long-term funding for legal representation for people facing eviction? It would also coincide with the city's goal of dedicated funding to meet anti-displacement goals, which were outlined in the 2023 Charlotte Anti-Displacement Strategy Report. Now, moving on to budget governance and intergovernmental affairs. Looking at, did I go too far? Yeah, I did. Wait 1 second. Maybe we have an hour. All right, so going to jobs and economic development. Looking at wealth development. So, I did jump one? Okay. So I'm gonna get all the way off. That one, forward. All right. So looking at, for budgeting government and intergovernmental affairs. So we have child care subsidies as a way to make sure child care is affordable for families to access quality child care. We have these subsidies, and the subsidy programs increase parent workforce participation and children's safety and well-being, as well as school readiness. It is already part of the BGIR's advocacy agenda, or the city's advocacy agenda, when it comes to the state legislature. So we have that in place. Unfortunately, though, our state legislature has said they are not going to put any more money into child care compensation grants. So the compensation grants that came down as a result of COVID to boost the pay that providers were receiving in order to be able to stay open, state legislature has been giving it money for the last 2 terms and said they're no longer going to put any more money into that part of the compensation grants. So now advocates are trying to figure out, okay, if we're not going to get any more money for child care providers so that they can earn a living wage, what can we do so that child care providers can stay open? So they're looking at solutions like building code reform, zoning reform, et cetera. And this is something that we brought up before the Housing and Safety Committee as well in BGIR about what can we be doing on a local municipal level to ease the way so that child care providers can open facilities, or if they already have a facility, be able to expand the number of children that they serve. And then another area when it comes to BGIR is predictable scheduling laws. So parents with fluctuating and non-traditional schedule, it's a lot of our low-wage workers, it's the people who work in retail, people who work in fast food. They basically face the challenge of finding child care and being able to find quality child care. Having predictable scheduling laws increases productivity, increases retention, and reduces employee absenteeism. This is something that Family Forward NC advocates for, and has proposed legislation in the past that employers have to provide 14 days schedules in advance, and then if the schedule changes within a week, they have to provide predictability pay. So this is something that we can advocate for on a statewide level, or we can try to push for it as a local law. Philadelphia, which is a blue city and a purple state, and a Dillon rule state, has scheduling laws in place, whereas we do not. And then moving on to our last committee around jobs and economic development. So the goal of wealth building. Microloans for entrepreneurs is something that's proven to help entrepreneurs, especially low-income entrepreneurs who are trying to start or expand their business. Study results show that participants had the likelihood of not experiencing material hardship, increasing their rates of business ownership, increasing their savings as well. The city and the county have microloan programs. We have Aspire Community Capital, and CLT Alliance has microloans as well. So we are seeing a lot more traction for microloans as a way for wealth building. Another way, an opportunity that we don't have, though, is the Paycheck Plus program. This is a refundable tax credit for low-income income adults who don't have dependent children. This has been studied in both Atlanta and New York, and it has proven that it modestly increased employment rates and reduced severe poverty. It led to an increase in tax filing rates and the use of volunteer income tax assistance sites, such as like Community Links locally here, who help with tax preparation. And then these programs also led to an increase in child support payments. So that would be an area that we could advocate for as well with these Paycheck Plus. The other in the space of jobs and economic development are around the summer youth program for job placement and support. So we already have the mayor's youth employment program, so we are moving in the right direction by implementing that. The other, an opportunity tactic that we could consider doing is looking into the Senior Community Service Employment Program as well. Now, this is a federal funded program for people who are age at least 55 and 125% below poverty level. We often hear Councilmember Mayfield say, what are we doing for the seniors? How are we helping our seniors be able to age in place? This is a way that we can do this. It is supposed to be administered by Central Iowa Council of Governments. We're not sure how it works here. We've not been able to find information, but we're still looking into it. And finally, as we wrap up, when we presented to the Housing Safety Committee last year, we were thinking, one of the things we heard multiple times from that committee and then in our conversations with some of you all individually is like, it is great that we're moving from 50 to 38, but what is it that we should be doing? And so when we were looking at the data and research, I really thought we were going to see a bunch of stuff that just out there that we're not necessarily doing here in Charlotte. But the reality is we're doing the things that help to improve economic mobility. We have to continue to do those things. Some of the programs, some of the ideas that are out there, we only focused on the proven ideas and strategies. We also have a lot of information on things that are not proven. And if you want to know more about it, you can hit us up. And I'm also going to pass out some materials at the end as well with more details about the slides that we shared here. One thing I want you all to keep in mind, though, is when we talk about economic mobility, we should think about it in the same way we think about economic development, right? So we didn't put the money to renovate Panther Stadium and say, oh, we're good to go. We don't need to do any more economic mobility. We didn't put the money in the River Run District and say, we're good on economic development, we can move on. We have to continuously talk about economic mobility the same way we talk about economic development. And with that, we'll open it for questions if we have time.
Yes, we have about 5 minutes for questions. Thank you so much. That was awesome. We love seeing the detail in the policy addition was really important. So thank you for doing that. Any questions? Yes. I'm going to go to Victoria first, who had a question earlier, and then to Lawana, and then back to the table. Okay.
You want to hit us up later, Victoria? Okay.
Yeah. Councilmember Mayfield.
Two-part, right? Two-part, of which you can follow up later since we only have 5 minutes. One, I want to know with the language that's coming from the federal government under this new administration, which will potentially create a number of obstacles, it would be helpful to know how the recommendations that you presented today, how do we actually move forward? The second one is I'm trying to understand more how it's the city's responsibility to fund the legal advocacy and legal aid. We've had this conversation multiple times. I am still, and we know, Home for All. That has come up multiple times, but I'm trying to understand if our core is police, fire, sanitation, economic development, how we identify a line item when we already have residents who are financially strained with taxes and everything else that we are supposed to do this. And again, that's much longer than 5 minutes, so I'll gladly take a follow-up on it.
Is this the item you'd like to have parking lot, in the parking lot? Thank you. And follow up on, okay, thank you. Fund legal action?
Yeah. That was
Legal
aid.
Legal aid, okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. First, thank you for the presentation and updated information. I was really excited to see this information come out a few months ago, so thank you for the double click on it. A couple points. One is for the legal representation and assistance with eviction. I actually just had a meeting with residents of First Ward this weekend, and we talked about this very topic. The city does have resources to assist community members and our community relations department as far as understanding the tenant-landlord relationship, navigating leases, NDOs, things of that nature. What I found in this community meeting, and we had legal aid there, they were there to represent and part of the presentation. But what I found is that there's a gap in awareness. Many of these residents, and we had nearly 30 of them, that live in low-income housing with assistance, had no idea even the resources that the city has, right? So I think the awareness education piece is critical. And I think if we can focus on that, it'll probably move the needle. So I will definitely advocate for that. The second piece is, as you mentioned, I know it's a little bit controversial with the red light cameras, but we have a variety of different high injury networks throughout the city. Where we have seen accidents, vehicular accidents, pedestrian and those on bikes. It would be interesting to have a pilot program using some mobile red light cameras on some of our highest high injury network areas to see if that has an impact on outcomes. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely, because basically people don't want to pay those fines. And so the studies have shown that it reduces the speed when you have these automated speed control cameras out there, and you publicize it as well and people know.
So in case you aren't impressed that we went from 50 to 38, it's worth noting that number 49 went to 50, a very large southeastern city. I wanted to mention, I talked to Dr. Chetty when he was here, just quick observation. His emphasis on neighborhood and the social environment around children growing up, almost more emphasis on that at the expense of the parental, the earlier focus on parental. And what I came away with, and I'm just going to pose this question and not attempt to discuss it, but what does it mean for us? Like, what exactly was he talking about? Was he talking about improving the least advantaged neighborhoods? Was he talking about creating greater dispersion and a greater mix of people? So I think as far as our policy is concerned, acting on his findings and recommendations, more clarity around that would be helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Mitchell was next. Thank you.
Okay,
Mitchell,
thank you.
thank you.
Tanya, and thank you for the presentation. Can you go back to one slide, because especially the timeline? I think,
the OG timeline that we did at the very beginning?
yes, please. Oh, thank you. And so one thing I think this council, we owe ourselves a bit of gratitude. I just want to remind us at UNC Charlotte, we took a step in 2021 to make workforce development a priority for this council. And then more importantly, we directed the city manager to go out and hire the best workforce development in this nation, and Danielle Frazier. We did. And so I think this is a prime example when D'Alva talking about when we work collectively together and we stay focused on a mission, what we can accomplish. One thing I like to make a recommendation is to what Ms. Jameson mentioned, that economic development and economic mobility should be hand in hand. And I do think that, Mayor, I would like, if we can, refer some of the items to committee, and so we continue to have a more policy discussion of how we accomplish that. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. This is great news for all of us. I wanted to know, was the scope of your organization just to look at local policies within the county?
Primarily right now, we looked at local policies, just partially because it's a capacity issue, and we're really just beginning. So the first 3 years that Sherry talked about, that our team has been together, it's been really just putting ourselves together and figuring out how to get embedded in the community. Now we're focused on moving out into the municipalities and having conversations with them. So we'll be having similar presentations coming up in the Davidson town and as well as in Pineville too. So to find out which are the policies that are broken down by their interest areas, which are the policies that they have, and then recommendations for them. So we'll be doing the same thing for the towns as we get out there more.
And also just to clarify, when Lead In on Opportunity was started, it was with the intention of focusing on Mecklenburg County. So that's where our focus is.
Well, because that's where the study was. You know, Mecklenburg County was 50 out of 50, right?
Kind of.
But I think about the state laws that hinder us.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I think about the state laws that hinder us from making more progress, such as minimum wage or inclusionary zoning, even the legislation for maybe eviction expungement. That's a barrier as well. So I just wondered how that tied, how these laws or these factors.
Sure, I'll start,
considered.
and then Tanya can certainly add. I think given this our first opportunity to come before the City Council in this way, we wanted to provide information that, one, highlights what you all are already doing, and then two, answers the question, what more could we be doing? Tanya's work as the leader on policy falls within the local context, so how do we help our local governments work more effectively, and then also partnering with more rural communities around how we can better advocate at the state. So there is certainly local policy that needs to be handled as well as at the statewide level, and we'd be happy to come back and talk about that, but given the allotment we had, we focused here.
Okay, thank you. And then last, Councilmember Mitchell asked for a referral to a committee. You mentioned the red light cameras you mentioned them several times. I don't think that's something that, I don't know if this council has discussed that at committee. Is that something that we could?
It was 2021 was the last time City Council discussed it.
Right. So I think I was on the committee then. So is that something that can be referred to committee, that discussion, Mayor? To take a look at the red light camera?
Mayor, are you using the microphone? Ms. Johnson, if you repeat the request, please.
I was just going to say about the red light camera. Is that something that we could discuss as a council or as a committee? Again, since it hadn't been discussed since 2021.
Right. I think that we can have a discussion around it, and I hate to be the person that's always got too much history, but one of the issues was that any money that we do from the red lights goes to the school system. So we would not have the ability to... sorry. So as I said, I think Malcolm and I know the history of this, and we thought red light cameras were great, but the problem was that the distribution of the funds, so when people got those fines and everything, they all went to the school system, and we were not able to work out an agreement with them. So one of the things that I'm writing now is to how do we have this discussion with the county and the school system. Times are different. So we need to figure out if that's something that we can do, and I'm glad to be able to suggest that we have this conversation.
And Mayor, I can also send you all a link because there was a case last year that actually addressed that particular question. So I'll dig that up for you as well.
If I can add just on that point, the city of Greenville, North Carolina, had a plan where they tweaked their red light camera program to make it such that the school board reimbursed them for the school crossing guards and things like that. It was challenged. They ultimately were successful. So there may be some nuances now on how you structure those, but the Cotto decision said that anything received as a result of a fine or a penalty, the proceeds of which had to go to the school system, and that discouraged municipalities from keeping those funds, and therefore it thwarted the programs. Yes.
And so we can do that.
I wonder if this is an opportunity to look across the organization for other opportunities too. I'm going to point to Vision Zero, which I know may have some opportunity or interest in that in terms of from a safety standpoint. Don't kill me about a Vision Zero budget, okay? But just as an example, this may be an opportunity to look across the organization for other ways to accomplish the task.
So, and can I just add, and I don't know how things have changed over the last few years, but during that time when there was so I don't want the conversation just to be about money and where the money ended up, okay? One of the questions, and we'll revisit it, is how effective were red light cameras when it came to preventing accidents? In other words, instead of seeing the crashes like, I guess, to your side door, or are you getting more crashes where people were hitting you in the back? So I would like the folks who actually do this in terms of transportation, see if it's as successful in terms of what we're trying to achieve around Vision Zero.
Well, and I would just add in too, not just, I know we're kind of talking about red light cameras because that's something we did in the past, but automated speed cameras are different. And so could that be more impactful as well?
I also wanted to come back and address Councilmember Drake's question around Chetty's recommendations. I think that in the past, when we thought about economic mobility, certainly before Tanya and I were on the team, we saw the child as the center of change. What Chetty has lifted up, which I think many of us have always known, is the child can very rarely be successful without the parent being successful. And so when we think about what strategies we implement or fund, it definitely needs to be from a two-generation approach. So how are we supporting the parents such that they're creating an environment where the child can thrive at their best? And what Chetty's data lifts up is the sooner the parent is in an environment where they can thrive, that is reflected onto the child. So that's the biggest takeaway. We certainly can provide more information, but making sure that we serve the parent and the child. You can't do the two separately.
Very good. Thank you so much for the conference. Okay, we have one last final comment or question from Councilmember Brown. Thank you.
All right, thank y'all so much. I just want to ask about the 4 counties that was used in the Chetty study and how you get your data. Yes, and then if there's any discrepancy in the data, or is it actually factual data that you're sharing with us?
Can you repeat your question, please?
My question is, when you originally did the study, I know how, people amplify Chetty and say that it's exemplary and it's really good, but is the data factual on the 4 counties that you used to do the study?
I'm not familiar with the 4 counties that you're referring to.
Right. So where's the data coming from is what I'm asking.
The data for the 2024 study is Mecklenburg County, and our Compass data, the data that Lead In on Opportunity provides, is Mecklenburg County data.
Okay, so all of it's from Mecklenburg County. We didn't go outside to get any other data to compare?
No, our data is all publicly available Mecklenburg County data. So we call it together from the city, the county, higher education institutions, but it's all verified, publicly available data that we just simplify and pull together in one place.
Okay, where can we find it at?
It's on the Lead In on Opportunity website, Lead In on Opportunity /Opportunity Compass. We can certainly provide the information to whomever so you can access it.
Yes, I would like to have the information. And then the question is, so the data is solid. There's no discrepancies.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. That's all the questions
that I
have.
We'd be happy to talk you through it in more detail. The difference between Chetty's data and our data, too, if you have more questions about that, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
All right, thanks.
And so I know that was the last question. I just want to say thank you all so much for having us. We are very grateful to have the opportunity. Marcus and Danielle are represented on the council, and we're so thankful for y'all's, on Lead In on Opportunities Council, and we're so thankful to have y'all's leadership. So have a good one.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to move back to our governance discussion. We tried to provide some structure for the discussion by asking for parking lot items and items that you wanted to continue discussion or question for. Thank you. So we could, and are all these discussion, are they? Discussion or parking? I got it. I see. Okay, very good. Those are park. So I'm going to, let me see if I can see if there are any refusal. Okay, very good. I'm going to go in order. So I'm going to read the questions or the points for discussion here. Clarification around the CL. May I have your attention, please? Thank you. Clarification around the CAO's role in economic development negotiations. Legal advisor or negotiator. And then to accompany that, council's role in economic development negotiations, deal points or contract approval.
The legal office's role in economic development is to assist and get you to the finish line on the economic development project that you have determined to be important for the future of the city. With regards to the roles, so I think the roles of the council with regards to economic development issues is really set out by the authority in which you can go into closed session to talk about economic development matters. And it gives you, the city, authority to go into closed session to discuss matters relating to the location and expansion of industries or other businesses in the area served by the public body, including agreement on tentative list of economic development incentives that may be offered by the public body in negotiations. So you're going into closed session to discuss the economic development matter, the location and expansion of industry or other businesses to the area you serve within the city of Charlotte. And you can, while in there, extract agreement on what kind of incentives you intend or are comfortable with offering as a part of that economic development goal. So in terms of negotiations, you set the structure and the framework for what that economic development package looks like. Now, how does that really work? You're probably going to be advised by a consultant or your business leader on the opportunity. And you will, at that point, have some indication of what the ask might be. There are individuals that do this professionally that represent companies that are looking to move to certain communities. And in order for your community to be a recipient of that company, they have to have or are looking for certain things that they can get to make the move attractive to them. In North Carolina, you have a body of economic development incentives that are available to local governments, the JTIG and the tax increment financing, the job legislation that you will work with the state on some things like that. But that becomes the process under which the economic development discussion is framed. From that, you give direction on those incentives that you are comfortable with, probably being advised by your manager and your staff, your professionals on that. And then at that point, it goes and is then negotiated. Our office would be there to assist in the negotiations. Our office would be there in terms of helping to make sure they fall within the parameters that you are authorized to do so under the state law. And our office would be there to actually paper the deal when and if appropriate. Does that answer?
Very good, thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Mayfield?
Clarification on this point, Mr. Fox. Your office is there at the beginning of the conversation or at the end? Because one of the challenges that I encountered was hearing, well, council approved language, but then when it was time for the details to be negotiated through the attorney's office, that there will be pushback from that particular partner. Well, that's not what council said we had to do. So for your interpretation, should the attorney's office be a part of those conversations when there are negotiations being made or after council has moved forward with a general idea, since we are not in the room, nor is it our role to be negotiating the fine points?
And I wasn't speaking with reference to a particular project that may have come before this council in the past. I was talking about the structure and the framework, how these matters typically take place. I'm a firm believer, will always be a believer, that the city attorney's office and the manager's office and the clerk work for you. And we have to make sure that your goal, your vision, your policy direction is implemented. So I believe our office works in concert with the manager's office to achieve the goals that need to be achieved. Okay. All right.
Thank you. Follow further up on that point? Okay. The next point of clarification is really about the rule about recusing yourself from voting. And the point was to make some differentiation between recusal versus excused and what's required by state law.
Yeah, remember I said, help me, is it 168, 175 that talks about voting? Can't remember. But voting is a statutory requirement that mandates that if you're present, unless you have a financial or pecuniary interest by which you can be excused, then you have to participate. That seems to be the framework under which the statute sets out the ability to be recused and not participate.
So I'd like to clarify, because I've looked at this. The state law says you may not vote if you have a financial conflict, or if your family does. It's all spelled out, right? That's a recusal. So you recuse yourself when that applies.
Right.
If it doesn't apply, but you don't want to vote because you're concerned about the appearance of impropriety, because of some board connection, then you can ask the council, may I be excused because I feel that appearance, or that it would be unseemly for me to vote. Right. So I think it's important for us to know that difference, because there's no council vote. If you have a financial conflict, you may not vote.
Right. Now, I will tell you, though, the statute says that, and otherwise the interpretation has been if it's not either of those being met, then the duty is on you to vote. And it doesn't really speak to the issue of, oh, it's an appearance of conflict and I'd like to be excused. Now, in practice, does that happen? Yes. The number of municipalities I've been before, that is done as a matter of course, but if you read the statute specifically, that's the way it has been interpreted.
We actually adopted a policy that said if you're not sure, you must speak to the city attorney.
Okay. So.
Very good. Thank you. The next point is about the change to the council charter, and the fact that if the charter is changed, if we request a change to the charter, it requires General Assembly approval.
Okay, the charter is, as I mentioned, the charter is a local act. A local act is an act of the General Assembly, the legislature from which you get all your powers. In order to change something that's mandated by the charter, it requires that the General Assembly has to approve that. Therefore, you have to submit a session law change to amend your charter to include a certain provision, a certain change. Now, you've seen where the legislature has changed and given, through delegation, the ability of cities to change certain things, like, the change, if you want to go from district representation, something like that, a form of government, they'll let you change that. But otherwise, if it's specifically spelled out in the charter, that's equivalent to being spelled out in the general statute, and that is something that is mandated by the General Assembly, for which, if you want relief from it, you need to get an amendment to your charter to do so. The issue came up earlier about your rules of procedure. Some of those have references to the charter because it carries forth the charter provision, but a lot of those are rules that you have adopted that are not charter-based, and they're just, so when they're not charter-based, they can be amended and changed without going to the General Assembly.
Thank you. Any further clarification required? Okay. The next one is about, okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, I heard you. It's whether or not we have a policy, and I believe the policy is that when in doubt, you come and see the city attorney, and I'll opine, or the office opines on the appropriateness of the recusal or not.
So solely the attorney makes that decision?
The office makes the attorney. Yes.
The office will be you and your staff?
Yes.
Composed of just your staff and whoever you decide?
Oh, well, I've got about 38 people I can help decide the issue. But no. Yeah. Let me tell you how that works for me in the office. If the question becomes up is whether or not you or someone seeks to have their participation in the council meeting recused, they'll if it's not clearly a financial or pecuniary interest, that is, you're not getting a benefit by whatever the action is from a financial perspective, then you come to our office and say, is this sufficient enough for us to be recused? Is it a conflict for which I can ask the board to be excused from participating? That will come to me. I may talk to Lena, may talk to Jessica. We may then corral others in the office. We'll look at, has this issue been decided through current case law? Another case where some board member in Podunk County had the same issue, and then we'll give you an opinion on whether or not we think it's appropriate or not to be recused.
From there, city council votes.
Right, and you may raise the question. I've consulted with the city attorney on and asked for a recusal, and I'll turn it over to the city attorney to tell you what his opinion is.
All right, thanks.
Okay, welcome. Okay.
Thank you for that follow-up question. The next is about clarification on transparency versus closed session.
If I understand that, I think the question is there a conflict between our founding fathers giving us the ability to go in a closed session and to keep things confidential based upon this current environment of transparency and openness? There is no conflict there. The General Assembly did not say, oh, you can keep this confidential, but if it needs to be if you need to be transparent, to disclose it. No, they thought it was important enough because of the interest that they are looking out for when there's an ability to impose confidentiality on a matter to keep it confidential. For instance, I'll give you, it's not necessarily one, it's not an obvious one, but so you have a personnel matter and you go into closed session to talk about maybe discipline or some action against an employee. But you think that your district or community representatives are saying this guy's being wrong or this woman's being wronged. I need to shine light on that. The statute has informed you that that's a personnel privacy matter that protects that employee's personal interests, and it's not for you to share that because guess what it does? It harms that individual and their expectation of privacy and how they are evaluated or assessed by the organization. So yeah, you may the community say, I want you to be transparent, but that doesn't trump. It doesn't get above your obligation to keep it confidential, your oath, as well as your compliance with your ethics provision, as well as your compliance with state law. Okay.
Very good. What is the council's expectation for the number of council meetings and the time when to start and when should it conclude?
That's for you guys to decide what your expectations are. All I
Can I pull that one?
Put my citizen hat on, and your meeting says a zoning committee meeting starts at 5 o'clock. I'm sitting there at home tuning in to your zoning committee meeting that's supposed to start at 5 o'clock, and 6 o'clock comes, 6:30 comes, and you're not there. That's the expectation I have as a citizen about what your time means. Now, granted, there are some times that because of our office, you're in the closed session before that, which delays it. But I think the obligation for you and the oath of office that you have taken is to encourage and to display conduct that means consistent with what the public is being notified of and meet your obligations.
Could I just add to that? We have latitude to schedule meetings. Our obligation is to notify the public at least 48 hours in advance and publish the agenda. But occasionally we have had announcements where we were going to have a meeting that wasn't previously scheduled. As long as that announcement is timely, we do have scope, and the mayor has scope, to schedule meetings of the council. That prior notification requirement, and then when the agenda is published, that means that that meeting will talk about those things and not other things.
I'll tell you what one person told me, and this is by analogy. I represented a community, and that community only had council meetings once a month. And I had to be, it was an event I needed to go to, and I missed the council meeting, and the person who wasn't the mayor but one of the elected officials says, Mr. Fox, we only ask that you give 12 days a year to this engagement, and we expect you to give 12 days. So you guys have an annual meeting calendar. On that calendar contains all your meetings. I'm trying to upload it to mine now. But that tells you what your obligation is, and it tells the time period and everything. So no more need to be said about that.
Did that get to the spirit and intent of the question? I'm not sure where it came from. Any other clarification, update needed in terms of it? Any other discussion? Councilmember Mayfield? Thank you. Mitchell?
Can I add one? Because I think this has been a sore spot for a lot of council members when it's about closed session. And City Attorney, I guess for me, is there a recourse of action that we can take if James Mitchell violates closed session information 3 times in a row or twice in a row? Do we? Ed said, kick the bomb out. But do we have a course of action? Because I think it's been very frustrating to us when information is leaked out and puts us in a disadvantage, and then we want to know, how can we prevent this in the future? And from your department, is there a course of action that we can implement?
Well, first of all, think of it this way. Think of it, the closed session is a pledge that you give to the city, but you also give to each other. You're there pledging that we're carrying on the work of this $4 billion company in the best way we know how. And so therefore we're going to honor, we're going to respect the rules and how we play and provide this service. The statutes, the 168, which is a personnel privacy provision, does make it a misdemeanor to violate that provision. That means the disclosure of confidential personnel information that is otherwise to be protected in the employee's best interest consistent with the statute. The provision under the open meetings provision that gives you the ability to go into closed session, again, is a statutory requirement, the violation of which may expose you to some type of misdemeanor, but if it is, it's a very low-grade misdemeanor. In terms of civil exposure, the case law hasn't been developed around what type of civil remedy does exist for a violation, but I would suggest that there could be a very plausible civil action related to a personnel privacy violation, especially when it's knowing and intentional. Okay. Thank you.
I also have a question about closed sessions. I know that personnel issues, I guess by law that would be by law necessary or reasonable, but the ED meetings, are those statutorily required to be in closed sessions? Because that's where we get into this whole transparency, like we'll discuss something, and then when it comes to the agenda, it's hurry up and make these decisions. So that's where a challenge is. What is required for closed sessions, and where's their latitude for closed sessions in economic development?
Okay. Think about this. Economic development is where a company that wants to marry you, they want to come to Charlotte and be a part of Charlotte. And they want, in order that to happen, for them to disclose to you their certain performers, financial information, or why they need certain incentives, which the statute gives the ability for them to designate certain things trade secrets, which is another protection that's afforded under the statute. But that's an environment that's sensitive. It's very confidential. In the private sector, well, even Tracy can talk about, they have code names for these things because they're fearful that the information will get out. They're also fearful that there will be a market advantage for someone if that information is breached, or that there's an investment opportunity for someone if the information is shared publicly. So I would implore you to really think about economic development is very, very sensitive, and it's very important for you guys to honor that confidentiality in those types of environments, because what will happen if you don't? If you don't, the reputation will get out that the city of Charlotte is not a good and honest broker in the economic development arena, and opportunities will stop coming to you, and people will go across the border for opportunities because they know they can get deals there, that the elected officials there will keep their mouths shut until the deal is finalized, and then they will close the deal. Remember, too, economic development, the statute says it's confidential, but it's confidential until the deal is closed. So in terms of anyone's interest with transparency, after it's signed and the deal is closed, then the opportunity for transparency may become available. I say may only because there still could be some trade secret information that is incorporated into that transaction that, regardless after it closes, it still shouldn't be disclosed, because it shows to their competitors how they make widgets at what price and what ingredients, and you can't share that regardless. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. The next is for discussion, ability to input from council perspective around procedures and rules. And this is based on a table discussion. And then concerns raised about being in a meeting where input, hard conversations, and discussions aren't allowed.
Okay. As I said, when I put the rules of procedure up, I said those are your rules. You've adopted those. You have the ability to revisit those. But I believe that you have some of those you have revisited in the past and they got nowhere. And if you I challenge you, if you take the opportunity to try to amend them and it goes nowhere, that's when I say you've got to honor board action and you got to move on. You can't keep bringing up the same things over and over again when, if you don't get 6 votes, it's not action of this board, and you need to move on. Okay.
Yes, please follow up.
So I think we had a really good, a practical example today when we talked about red light cameras. And that was discussed in 2021. And when I raised my hand, the mayor and manager gave some input of what's happened historically and how it had been handled. But as a council member, asking for it to be discussed among council, that's where it kind of, the decision was made whether or not it would go on the agenda. Just in this discussion.
Well,
so that's how our question is, when we bring these things up, how will it be processed? Will it go on the agenda, or will it be discussed between, the mayor and the manager to say, well, historically this has happened and I'll work this out and I'll talk to the school and I'll do this? Or will it go to committee for for us to uncover those issues?
I can speak specifically to that example because in the example of the red light recommendation for policy, there are a number of subject matter experts. There's a body of data that is available to guide that decision, and I don't think it rests on this board. So that particular conversation needs to go back to the experts to determine the feasibility of that and then move it through the proper channel. So that's why I recommended that there be follow-up, not necessarily follow-up from the council.
Yeah.
Right, but in this instance, it seemed like it needed to go there first to give you the proper information to come back. Does that make sense?
The other issue is that, not the issue, the potential answer is that you're a council member. You're 1/11th of the council. Is there a way for you to talk to your colleagues to get support for an idea? And if you get support for the idea from your colleagues, guess what happens? It gets an audience. So sometimes it's just you guys. And I will tell you, you guys need to do better at talking to each other. Yeah, you need to do better at talking to each other and then building alliances to make stuff happen.
Okay. I agree with that in just a matter of process. We will get back to high-performing councils, which, for example, the ability for input from council, number of meetings, that's a discussion point that should be feasible among this team, and we're going to create a space for that. And this very moment, we're just going to close out the technical piece. Does that make sense? Not that it should never be discussed again, because we're going to get back to high-performing councils. You're going to get back to strengths and weaknesses. At this point, we just want to close out on the technical aspect of what is legal and what is not legal. Does that make sense? Thank you. And I think this is parking lot, which is just a repository for all of the staff policy imposed documents. And we've got a long list of parking lot that we'll review at the end of the retreat, okay? All right. Oh, yeah, we have a document here. Lindy. Blame Lindy if it's not there. I'm just kidding. We're going to review it as a team, yeah. Okay, so can we take a 5-minute break and come back in 5 minutes? Thank you. We've had a lot of great discussion, and there's still opportunity to continue some of the discussion that we've had before. There's probably some discussion an opportunity to bring forward some discussion that we haven't had yet that needs to be had. May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? Let's please begin. I understand that there's a lot of passion in the room, and I appreciate everybody getting along, but it would be good to respect the agenda so that we can move. May I please have your attention? Thank you. Thank you. So, what I'd like for you to do now, if you could please make sure that you choose your spokesperson for your strengths and your opportunities. For the work that you did before, we're going to go back to that work. There were a lot of questions that were raised during the technical session that we had with City Attorney Fox, and there's probably still some things in the ground to be discussed. And at the end of the day, we need commitment when we leave here around how we're going to work together as a team, more collaboratively, transparently, and all the other things that are here that represent a high-performing council. The reason why we wanted to spend some time on governance, because it is the foundation that operates this team. And so you need to understand the rules and the law, not necessarily so that you can work around them, so that you can understand them, and abide by them. If there's an opportunity there's enough passion in the room to want to change them, there is a process for that. But there literally is a process and a space for things as it relates to how this team is governed. So now that we have that, that really establishes a foundation for conduct and for your business. The pieces that are subjective are the pieces that require you to lean in terms of how you're going to govern yourselves as an individual member of a team. And that's what we want to get back to. We started with the strategic vision. It was specifically open on purpose. It almost to the word aligned with those responsibilities or key attributes of a high-performing council. Same words that we chose. And so I asked you to look at your strengths and opportunities in teams, and I want to hear from the team around that. Again, and I appreciate the passion around really wanting to have this time for yourself, because we have the time. We're going to get to the budget discussion because we heard that we didn't want to pull it off, and we're going to respect that time. But this is now your time until the end of the day, until your budget discussion, until your closed session, okay? So we have a couple of hours to really work through some things. And I'm going to say shame on you if you don't. We made adjustments that the time would be made available for you. So we're going to point to process. We're going to always point back to you. You may remember, I think on the first session, maybe the second, I may have given you some square yoga mats where I asked you to focus on your mats. This session is really about listening to understand on how to engage better. It builds on last year and all the learnings you took from last year around your DISC styles, which was specifically around your preferences for engaging in work in a workplace setting. We're building on all of that. And so just like that happened, this year, may I have your attention, please? Please respect, I'm going to ask you to respect the room and the time. I know that every single one of you have asked for time specifically to lean in together as a team. There'll be breaks there available for you. Just respect the time and put your voice in the room if there's something to be said. So we'll ask for Team 1 to begin with your report out on your strengths and your opportunities. As we report out on those, we want to hear from everybody in the room. So they'll ground the conversation on what came out from that table, from that team. We want to hear from everybody in the room because here's where you need to be. So if you, clicking forward, there we go. We'll start on page 11. Okay. You don't have your information yet? Okay. We'll skip forward to Team 2. Can you tell me what your first one is? I think you start with collaboration with you.
Okay. Okay, so Team 2, just for clarity, we have number 1, shared vision and strategic alignment. In our discussions earlier, our strength was we feel like we do a good job of clearly defining strategy and setting a tone, right? And we had some discussion around, do we lean on staff too hardly to do a lot of that heavy lifting for us? However, all that being said, we do feel like we do a good job of understanding what our strategic pillars and focal points are and setting the tone to achieve those. From an opportunity perspective, we quite frankly feel like that clearly defined strategy often gets overshadowed. The good work often gets overshadowed by noise. Right? And so this
Tell
is
me about noise. What do you mean about noise?
So,
Clarify.
okay. So, what I mean is, in a meeting like this, we'll leave here toward the end on Wednesday, and we'll feel like we have the clearly defined strategies and the priorities. But then, as the year goes by, as the months go by, there's a lot of focus on things that pull the priorities away and new things pop up that might just be individually charged and driven by a particular council member or two, rather than having our key priorities maintained as our North Star throughout the year. Does that make sense?
Absolutely does.
Okay.
I just wanted you to clarify for the team. Thank you.
Okay, and then the other opportunities sort of around that is around communicating the message properly. And team, feel free to jump in if I'm misconstruing what we discussed earlier, but we feel like we can do a better job around messaging and communication. We need to communicate more, and our messaging needs to be more clear.
Do you mean messaging with each other?
Both and. Yeah. Okay, our second one is the second one, effective communication. And our conversation we had earlier was, we feel like generally we're fairly harmonious as a body, right? So that was our strength. That was the best strength we could come up with as it relates to effective communication. Generally harmonious, right? However, under opportunities, what we feel is that from time to time, and we'll see these pop up again as the year goes by, that open hostility reflects as a result of chronic issues. And so issues will surface, let's say in February or in April, and due to the fact that they're not being clearly addressed, then it becomes a chronic issue, and that takes away from us effectively communicating as a team, and then you will have consternation and open hostility. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. And then the last one was strong leadership and governance culture. And to be honest, full transparency, we didn't have a robust conversation around that one. So I don't want to lean into that one to represent the team, because we really spent the majority of our time on 1 and 2.
Okay, very good.
Okay. Team, anything else to add? Okay.
So I would just mention the concept of noise, okay? Noise is somebody watches our meeting and they see a succession of statements by different people, and they're like, there's an orchestra and there's supposed to be a conductor, but the instruments are not playing from the same sheet or at the same time. And so I think we could do a better job in discussing issues of obviously being focused on the same issue instead of a kind of randomness that tends to occur during our meetings. And that's what I mean by noise, is the sense we have an amazing big picture. We have the mobility, we have the UDO, we have the corridors, we have those things that we're doing, but somebody who watches one of our meetings is having a hard time on occasion recognizing it, because of issues that people bring up, and sometimes, and they're passionate, but what can happen is the conversation then strays. It goes away from the agenda item. And ideally, an agenda item is a proposal of some kind. It's a decision situation, and you're talking about the criteria for making that decision. What affects your position? I'm for this because, I'm against this because. And my own feeling is, and again, I'm not excluding myself, but I'm just saying, I have a hard time recognizing that conversation taking place, where somebody says, yes, I agree with you, but how about this? And you work together in order to achieve a good outcome through reconciling different points of view.
Thank you. What are reactions from what was shared from other council members, Mayor? Does everybody agree? Any feedback or reaction from table one?
way we organize the chamber isn't really conducive to a discussion. It's more of a formal kind of like dais, and sometimes I can't even see who's on this side or that side, especially when things get a little bit heated and people are moving papers and trying to, make a decision with others. And so I do think that if there is any way possible, at one time when we would have agenda review earlier in the afternoon, and anyone was invited to come. And then I think it just became perhaps more of a burden on the staff to do that, but perhaps we ought to take a look at the idea that there is going to be, instead of a lot of phone calls going back and forth, trying to figure it out or, debating it at the dais, that perhaps we need to take, like we do with zoning, 30 minutes, whatever it takes, 20 minutes, and call in, and that way you're not constrained because you have to drive in or whatever. But I think that might be something that I would consider. I don't know if even the council has noticed, I've been sending out a weekly report, what's going on in the office, trying to explain that, and maybe we need some of that kind of information for agendas. What's going to be happening with the agenda, and then have a discussion about it at a specific point in time.
Our reactions? We think it's a good idea, not a good idea? Just curious about where the silence is coming from the conversation that you asked for. So is it process? You want to do something different here? But again, this is your time. So your own words said you wanted to get to a high-performing council. It tracks, right? So we have some key attributes to really walk through a process of where the opportunity areas, because the next point is what do we do about it? So give me some feedback and talk to me where we are on these things. Is it because this particular one is not the point? Your surveys didn't necessarily say that. Yes. Councilmember Mayfield?
Thank you. One of the opportunities that we have yet to realize is how much we're able to engage with each other. Because a lot of the conversations that happen around the dais is because we're in once a week, and that is the first time after receiving our packet on Thursday evening that we're seeing everything that's going to be on the agenda, where we actually have time for the district reps. Hopefully, community knows that they need to be working with district representatives, and then you have the ability to reach out to your colleagues to speak to whatever's coming up in your community. We're not in the office the way we once were. And we have to take into consideration the impact that it is extremely difficult to do this role and go to somebody's job every day. Your job has an expectation for you to be there and produce whatever you need to produce. Council has meetings, depending on what's going on at different times of the day. That makes it difficult. So what I see is on Monday nights, we're having discussions that in a previous time we would have had in the office, because you would have had multiple council members at the office during business hours, and we would have popped into each other's office and had some of these discussions, and we don't have the space for that now. So Monday nights seems to be the only time where if we have a question, if we have a concern, I am trying to get out whatever concerns that I have on Monday, because that's the only time I'm going to see everybody.
Can you tell me what changed? Because council members have always had jobs, and so and showed up and came in and talked and worked through. So it's not. I'm not sure what changed.
So I'm just going to speak as an outsider that was looking in. I served 8 years. It was a very different environment. For me, as a citizen looking in, 2019 was very difficult because those individuals who were elected in 2019, you did not get the chance to do what we previously had done. The nation went through a pandemic. We had online, you had to scramble. A lot of great work was done, but I don't think the opportunity to build the relationships and the connections, they were given that ability. It was a very different environment because everything was in a virtual space, whereas prior to that, we were in the office, and Ed, correct me, and Tariq, correct me if I was wrong, we were in the office 3 to 5 days a week. At some period of time, even for the people who work full time, we were in the office engaging with each other, and I think that's a big difference in what we see now.
And Monday afternoon, everybody used to be there, and we were in that tiny little space, and we walked up and down that hall into each other's offices, and we talked it over. What are we doing about this, and how are you going to vote on that? I absolutely agree with you. I think everybody had a much better idea of what was going to happen when the meeting started than we do now.
And I think that's one of the things that plays out. So community, when they're watching, they see one version, but they don't necessarily know that we haven't necessarily had the time to come together and give each other an idea of whether we're going to support it or not. We had a conversation about why. So that conversation wasn't held at the dais. At the dais, it was yes or no. I also am not a fan of our structure of how consents are done with multiple items. I think that creates a setup where the expectation is you're moving to vote yes. Council has 3 opportunities: yes, no, deferral. But when we don't have those conversations ahead of time, and the first time we're getting together is on Monday, that's some of the learning, the questioning, the conflict that we're seeing. And we all got one. That's my opinion.
Thank you for the concept, and I'm going to come to you in just a second, Councilmember Johnson. So it seems like the culture has shifted in terms of this team, but you've lost some of the good things that were happening as it relates to team, and maybe trying to compensate for it in inappropriate ways that are affecting your effectiveness and what you're able to accomplish. So we had a recommendation in terms of the agenda for 30 minutes, if that is helpful. It sounds like they might be a little bit closer to what some of the things that you used to do in terms of at least talking about it before you got there earlier on Mondays and having that time for collaboration. And so you have to be careful for trying to accommodate things that may not need to be accommodated, if that makes sense, in terms of people have jobs and people serve on council, and there's still a responsibility that you have the information, that you know the information, and that you're prepared to respond. And so to the extent that that is something that is a challenge for this team as a whole, then that is definitely something that needs to be solved for. If it's an individual issue, then there's still something that needs to be solved for. I don't know that you need to move to governance and process to adjust for people being able to be prepared. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. I just want to speak as one of the council members who was a new council member in 2019. I think Dr. Watlington and I were the only ones that are here on this current council that hadn't been on council before. So I think there's a difference than what was done before, but it also could have been perceived that the council was rubber stamping issues because there wasn't discussion. I mean, we're about the people's business, so I think it's appropriate that the people hear the discussions. And one of the things that we talked about as a table, it's okay to disagree and to have we're diverse leaders. We have diverse leadership styles. We don't want groupthink. So I think that it's okay. And I was one of the council members 90 days after we were sworn in, we went into,
COVID.
Yeah,
lockdown.
Restrictions. But we got some incredible work done.
No, absolutely.
No, I know. But we got some incredible work done. So I also was groomed in knowing the work can be done without the behind the scenes, closed door meetings. we still have the ability to talk on the phone, and our Mayor Pro Tem does a nice job calling us on Sundays if there's an agenda item. So we're still getting the work done. It's just, in my opinion, it's different. Now, is there more room for improved decorum? Absolutely. But I still think that there's opportunity for this diverse style, and I would say District 4, which I represent, they trust that they know that they're going to hear and I'm going to tell the truth and all of that. So I think it's a change, but I for one think it's okay. We can do it better, but it's not having these closed doors and not just saying yes without discussion and then moving quickly. I see City Council's role as a little different.
I want to offer a point of clarification too, because I don't think, and again, I'm going to restate what I think I hear, but it's up to you to correct it. So please chime in. I don't think anyone is saying not to have the discussion and not even to have the discussion on Monday night. I think the point is about being more efficient and effective with the discussion and being more pointed with the discussion, and to the extent that there may be some discussion, collaboration, and engagement that need to happen outside of the meeting, that those things happen so that you're in line. So you may already know, based on it, that you're on two different points, but instead of discussing that on Monday, you can call your council member and say, hey, I think we're thinking about this differently and we need to get to the same place. Tell me more about what you're thinking. Tell me more about why you're voting that way. Those kinds of things should absolutely happen outside of what happens on Monday night, so that it becomes a more pointed conversation. And I think the point is, at that point, you already understand why that person is voting a different way than what you're actually voting, but you already understand it. Whether you agree with it or not, you understand it, you can come to a place of respecting it, and more importantly, you can come to a place of moving on. I think that's the point, and I don't want, again, restate. So if I misunderstood anything, please chime up and lean in with that. Yes, Councilman Mitchell.
I'm just going to follow up with my colleague, Councilmember Mayfield. I guess the one we about two of the oldest ones besides Councilmember Graham. And it was a different culture we had because of the interaction on the 15th floor. I remember Ed and I sit beside each other, and Ed and I would always bump heads on the CBI program, but we respected each other's opinion by talking through it. Mm-hmm. So I think that's what we kind of missing. And so when we get to council meeting, this is our first time having that interaction. And I think it comes across personal attack on someone's diverse opinion, as Councilmember Johnson said, but it's our first time kind of getting together. Mm-hmm. The camaraderie we had on the 15th floor, we get up there around 1 o'clock, we sit around, laugh, we talk, we went to each other's office, and we had an idea where everybody perspective. And so it was a conversation on the 15th floor, and so when we got down to the council, instead of being a 15-minute conversation, it was a 3-minute conversation. Mm-hmm. We kind of knew. We kind of knew the background. Yeah, we kind of knew where everybody went. So we have missed that. And I tell Dr. Watlington and Councilman Johnson all the time, they came to that a difficult period where we started doing virtual meetings, and we wouldn't communicate. We wasn't engagement. Mm-hmm. And I do think the interaction helped us build trust and respect each other's opinions. And I think some of that is lacking now, the trust. And then we can't respect others' viewpoints if we really understand where it's coming from, right?
Thank you. Can I ask really quickly, and I'll come to you, Councilmember Watlington. What's preventing you from doing that now? Picking up the phone, meeting in person, having the conversation. What is preventing that?
Well, I think most of us are working now. So I think if you look around this council,
but you've always worked.
But I would agree, but I think there was one time you only had two members on city council working, everybody were retired. I think if you look at this current council, you got more people working. Mm-hmm. So I do think it has an impact on our schedule. We can't get up there at 3 o'clock like we used to. Yeah. You know, some of us are getting there, I blame myself, I'm getting there at 5:30 instead of 5. And then I think, and our car got this, we got a big trust issue. And I think until we overcome that issue of trust, we'll never be that high performance council. Okay. And that's why I was saying that the meeting don't need to stop here about trust and accountability. It needed to be a quarterly check-in until we get comfortable, we could trust one another. I think Councilmember Johnson is correct. Mayor Pro Tem used to call us on the phone on Sundays, and I think because of trust, I don't think we were honest with her on where our votes were. So it's frustrating to Dante, right? Dante's calling, seeing everybody having the issues. And I'll be the first one to tell you, I don't think I was totally transparent with Dante.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I apologize.
I know. Thank you.
So, I mean,
Thank you.
part of this, we need to be open and honest.
Yeah.
That's how
Thank
we
you.
get through this wall,
Thank
right?
you for that.
And so, Dante calling all of us, and Dante didn't have a clue. And when we got to council, she was like, well, I called Councilor Mitchell. He just said there was an issue, and here he is pulling 6 agenda items. So we got to, and I'll be the first one to say, I apologize to my Mayor Pro Tem for not being transparent with you. Okay?
I know.
Oh, give him a hug.
Thank you so much for that.
And because and I'm going to say, I'm going to get out my soapbox. To be fortunate enough to serve this community as long as I have seen a high performer council before.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Do I think we have the ability, this council does, we got some brilliant minds around this table. We got a great staff. I think for us, we got to get to the point of trusting one another and making sure we can hold each other accountable. And
Very good.
I'm going to continue to beat that drum that we need to trust. So I start off by apologizing to Dante, but I want everybody to think individually, to your point,
Focus on
how
your
can
map.
we bury some of these hatchets that
That's
we have,
right. Thank
and so we
you.
can move forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. Councilmember Watlington. Councilmember Watlington has the floor, please. Thank you. I want to after you finish, I want to come back to the point about burying the hatchet, because this is really important to get some things in the room. And I'll tell you that Anthony and I are joining you guys for dinner tonight to continue the discussion, for those of you who want to continue the discussion, so that you can have some conversations. I'm telling you, each one of you are so amazing. You're amazing people. You're strong, you're smart, you're passionate, you care, you're concerned. It's all there. So I want to just pick up on the point that, because you literally took my closing speech, so thank you for Wednesday. But it's all there. It's all there. But somehow when you guys get together, it's not working. And so thank you for putting that in the room, because those are the things that we need to be talking about, and that's what this retreat is about, to really get beyond those things. Because you're right, you have done a lot. You've accomplished a lot. You've been amazing with dysfunction, really. And I didn't say it, you said it, not me. So just imagine what you could actually do if you work. I mean, can you imagine what you could actually do and what you would achieve on behalf of the city of Charlotte, your constituents in the region, if you were more collaborative, more trusting, and you were really focused on the issue and you buried some of the personal gripes? Okay, Councilmember Watlington. Okay. Thank you.
So going back farther in the conversation where we were talking about conversation at the dais, I'll be honest with you. I don't think a solution is for me to come in early to listen to you say everything you would have said at the dais, because most of what you're saying, I don't want to hear, frankly, because I don't think a lot of it is discussion that each of us need to as input into better policy. I think we're speaking to the audience instead of each other. And I think that is all well and good, but there are other platforms, especially with social media nowadays, whatever, to be able to talk directly to our constituents if that's what we're trying to do.
Are you referring to the agenda? I'm sorry, I'm lost a little bit. Are you referring to the agenda review recommendation, or what don't you want to hear?
I'm going back to the conversation that we're saying that people are saying things on the dais because we haven't talked to each other already. But what I'm saying is the things that I'm hearing on the dais that I think is taking up the majority of our time are not things that I need as input into my decision. Mm-hmm. So I think there's a little bit of a difference there. And so I was making the point that there are other avenues for us to speak directly to our constituents, and it doesn't have to be right there from the dais on particular conversation. I also think that there are times where there's something to be said for being prepared, asking questions ahead of time, and getting those answers from staff. I don't personally need to know that you had a conversation with staff a week ago and they answered your question. I'm glad they did, but non-value add for me. So I think it's the nature of some of the conversation, not just that we haven't talked to each other. I am, like Councilmember Johnson, came on at a time where it was a different culture. That said, I don't know if there's a time where I've reached out to James and he hasn't picked up the phone or called me back and we were able to have discussions. Same for many of the people around the dais. So the reason I bring this up is not to be a contrarian, but I want us to not overemphasize on processes when, for me, it's really about the content of the conversations. I think it would be helpful to have a view of what the agenda is going forward. I know we do for a lot of the manager report kind of things. That way we know if there's a conversation that needs to be had, we can do it well before the day of the vote, because at that point, it's frankly too late, in my opinion. Yeah, I do think I agree with everything you said, James, in terms of the trust piece, and I think that's probably why, and I'm glad that we're talking about it now, so thank you for opening that door, but I think that's probably why we see this disconnect between us saying that we need time to talk and it being radio silent, because we're talking about process when I think it's personal in some cases, and so that's the piece that I think we got to fix. And I don't know that it's necessarily a conversation that's going to happen in a room of dozens of people either. I think so there's work to be done, I think, on a person-to-person level.
Yeah, thank you.
I think you should challenge where the opportunities are, and not just identification of the problem. Because I think identifying if there's opportunities, then that's where you get to improvement.
Yes. So what we're trying to get to also is the opportunities, but also to the root of what is happening. Because I think the point is made is that we're talking about process a lot, but we're trying to use process to leverage to solve for root cause issues around that. So a lot of it comes back to trust, because the reason why I'm asking the questions I'm asking, which is everybody's still working what changed, because you can pick up the phone. We can come in early, or you could just pick up the phone and talk to people about it, and it's not happening because of your trust issues. It's not happening. I'm going to give your words back to you because hatchets have not been buried in a number of different things. Does that make sense? And so we can process around it and solution and identify the opportunities, but you still have to address some of the root causes. And so again, Anthony and I will be there today at dinner to have a deeper conversation about some of these things that would just be a little, maybe too sensitive for it at this time, if that's okay. So getting back to the opportunities, I think there is an opportunity here. I was actually surprised about this one because I thought, well, we come here every year to set the priorities. You are set. I want to restate what I think I heard is, although we have some of the priorities, we also have, after we set the priorities, different railroads and paths from different people that try to do that, or other things come up. And I think there is a process to do that, to address some of those things that come up. But at the end of the day, we still have to sit behind and stick to our focus areas and the strategic priorities that you've agreed upon as a council around some of those things. The other thing that I want to speak to, and I think this might be process, which is Councilmember Mayfield, who's not in this room at this moment, talked about a consent agenda. And unless there's a discussion point there, we can refer it to parking lot. Is there a discussion needed around consent agenda? Oh, you are there. I'm sorry. I see you over there. You had mentioned consent agenda earlier, and I said, just give me a minute on it. So I wanted to come back because I wanted to.
Well, I had just
Help our clerks out. I said I can follow up on that. I just wanted to get the actual language to have a better understanding, because just as Councilmember Johnson has mentioned, we're trying to see, one, if there's, for me, do we have any energy to have a conversation around amending how we do consent? Are we still, is the majority of council still saying, yes, it should be 6, or do we have the ability to have a real conversation today, not what was previously approved, to find out if that still is what's best for us with everything that's going on. Under consent, the language that we have, where we stated 6 needs to be, is that still a viable number for how we're maneuvering today and as quickly, or is there potentially an appetite amongst council to have a conversation to see if maybe that number needs to be reduced, or if the majority still say, hey, 6 is the number, since we did say, for me, at the end, we used to have that space for council topic or council discussion, however it was titled, and that's where we were able to put something new into the space for either the manager to give a report on and or to ask for it to be referred to committee. Because now we got language saying that within this period, it should come to committee, and we've had a couple of things that we've talked about individually or in small group where there was a referral, but committee hadn't seen it. Well, we now have the language to go back to. So do we need to have space for us to have an additional conversation? That was my ask.
Okay. So we had that on the parking lot. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, that's good. All right. Are there any? Mm-hmm. No, I would. Yes, you do. Yes, you do, please.
What? No, nobody want to speak to Lawanda's? I thought you brought up a good point. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
So for the piece that I was speaking to, I turned my mic off because I didn't know if we were going to have an opportunity to have discussion. So I think there was a couple of my colleagues that wanted to respond.
Okay. Is there a response to what?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I thought you were asking to put it on parking lot, but certainly if there.
You know, I don't mind having a conversation at the end of council meetings if council members would like to bring up comments, things they'd like to see. I was told, though, in the past, people were leaving the council meeting early, and so it was not effective. And so we're going to get a buy-in from this council. That is something they would like to do. I think it could be productive if we set up the right guidelines. Because one thing we don't want to have, if the mayor go around like she used to do, go around each and every one of us, we don't need to be there a whole hour talking about council comments. So I do think it has to be some type of parameters.
I agree.
That Ed has 3 minutes. You know, everybody has 3 minutes to talk about it.
Yeah.
As opposed to it's a free fall and we there at 10:30 at night.
Thank you. Councilmember Driggs. Councilmember Driggs has the floor. Thank you.
We used to have those topics, and they were a kind of a pleasant opportunity to say this is something that's going on in my district, or congratulations to so-and-so. It wasn't meant to be, or it wasn't in practice, this meaty discussion. Then it got longer and longer, and it involved some people making speeches on issues that were personal to them, but did not have that critical element of majority support. And the one thing I would mention is we don't want to spend a lot of time talking about things where 8 or 9 people are in agreement one way and a couple of people feel different. We don't want to spend a huge amount of time on those. The value of the consent agenda is that the uncontroversial things can get done more quickly, leaving us more time to talk about the tougher choices. But the conversation about those choices should, and I appreciate Dr. Watlington's remark, that conversation should be comments made by us to each other in order to help to shed light on the issues around the question at hand and help us to reach a conclusion. Last thing I'll comment, if you have an idea that you want the council to take up, you should write it down and you should circulate it and you should promote it. I mean, if you remember BMOC, and how hard Malcolm worked. I had to kind of work pretty hard to promote the I-77 thing or whatever. The point is, you can't just go into a meeting and say, hey, why don't we do this? Getting something done by the council, acted on by the council, requires groundwork. It requires interaction with council members and whipping votes and achieving a majority consensus. Spending huge amounts of time on things that have no prospect of resulting in council action is really, again, it's not respectful to everybody's time.
Thank you. I think that does get back to the point. I'm sorry, go ahead. I mean, stop talking so much. Go ahead, please. Councilmember Graham.
And I'll try to make the point I made earlier today, and I know that we're trying to formalize some things that we're talking about at the end of the meeting to try to get things on the agenda, and I think that's possible, plausible. But again, you know, I approach the mayor, I approach the manager on a monthly basis about things that are important to me, things that I like to see the council get on the agenda, things that I like to see in my district. And I do it informally. And he would help me shape it, refine it, and give it to one of his staffers. And I see it maybe a month later in a different form, but I achieved the result I was looking for without trying to fit it into a council box, if that makes sense, right? It's the informal stuff, right, that may be of interest to me, but it may not be of interest to 7 other of my colleagues, right? And so I don't want to take up the council's time to fit a circle into a square where I can go to the guy who has the authority to put things on the agenda or to help me troubleshoot what I'm trying to get it done. And so it's just like, for an example, the nonprofit funding that we try to work to really address issues that impact grassroots organizations that we all support. We've kind of formalized that now. So it's a lot harder to get the resources to the people that we were trying to get it to because we got this formal process that we now want the manager to follow, whereas he had a lot more flexibility to massage what it is that we were trying to get to help us solve the problem. And so I don't think we should have less than 6 people raise their hand to put something on the agenda because it assures that there's at least a majority of the council members willing to take a look at it and possibly vote for it. If there's only 3 people interested in red light cameras, for an example, I'm not sure it's worth a committee discussion. And we know that going forward, and that might be a bad example, but the example I'm trying to say is that there's so much, based on my experience, that I get done informally. I mean, it's just going up and knocking on the door and saying, help me solve this problem, or sticking my head in Sean's door and say, hey, Sean, oh, by the way, you know, there's a code enforcement issue on Wilkinson and Freedom that I need help with, right? It's those things that are important. And if there are things that Mr. Drake has said that are city priorities that go well beyond those informal stuff, then yeah, you know, I make my case to the manager and or the mayor, and sometimes they agree with me and sometimes they don't. I just think that if we're missing the point with this council of the informal relationship that exists to get things done. Doesn't have to be so structured to a point that it creates artificial hurdles to what you want to get done. I just think sometimes we overthink what we're trying to do, and the answer's right in front of the tip of our nose.
I guess the only thing I would add to that is that essentially is how you get anything done, just working with people. So whether it be council or anything else, if you're working on a committee in the community, it would be the same approach. You have to work with people, talk to people to get the support and some of those things accomplished. Did you have a comment? I know there's a comment over here with Mayfield and then Brown.
So the challenge I have with some of the comments that were made is the fact of the I should not be going to help create something that's then going to be presented to full council for council to then, more often than not, vote on with very little information. We collectively need to be able, I need to be able to identify those 6+ votes, but I should not just be identifying the 5 people that I think are going to agree with me just to move something forward. The I has a difficult space in this board that we are on, because we all say we have one vote, but collectively it is that magical number of 6. But if I know I want to do something very specific and I just identify the 5 people that I think that are going to go along with it, versus having a broader conversation for all of council to at least get their comments and to at least have a space for them to be heard, there's a challenge in that. And I will also recognize and completely own all of coming from serving under one capacity and now serving in a different capacity, that there are very different style and leadership changes that have happened. So trying to maneuver through that, yet the concern for me is if ultimately we are here at the behest and to the pleasure of residents, our goal should be to make sure that we are accountable to and that we should be able to discuss good, bad, and indifferent. Whatever is going on, we should be able to share that with our community. It is difficult to do that when I went and made decisions and lobbied the manager or the mayor and got something moved forward that my colleagues don't know about. So there's a challenge in that thought process for me. It might not be a challenge for some of my colleagues. This time that we're having right now, I think, is helping to get more clarity. Because at the end of the day, I can't tell you what 5 of my colleagues' priorities are. I can't tell you what the mayor's priority is. I can't necessarily tell you what my priority is. But if we have it on paper, but is that what we're actually working towards when we're out in community in individual conversations versus saying, well, I created this. And the challenge we have is the reality, we got an election year coming up. So you're going to hear a lot more but I didn't do nothing. I worked alongside of my colleagues to get whatever it is done. So I'm saying for me, and the other piece is we got to get to that place where it's not a direct attack on you, Malcolm. I'm saying for what I hear, no, I'm saying, okay, again, interpretation, because that's why I'm speaking in this eye. From what I heard, it concerns me to say I can go and have a conversation with the mayor, have a conversation with the manager, because hopefully we're all meeting with the manager monthly. But then once we have that conversation, what I've worked on isn't necessarily going to pop up on the agenda without there being conversation of it being referred to committee. But yet we have had chances where things have come before us and some council members I have never seen this, and we're reaching over to each other saying, did you know about this? Did you have a conversation? Is this new? That is what I'm saying is a challenge, and here's the perfect opportunity for us to just get clarity around the expectation as well as how we communicate with each other and what is our ultimate goal.
Mm-hmm. Very good, thank you.
Councilmember. We all meet with the manager monthly, am I correct? The mayor doors open every day of the week, right? We all have that opportunity. And you missed what I said. These are things that may be of interest to me, but may not be of interest to 8 or 9 people. They're small stuff. Some of the stuff that you guys want to get on the agenda, from my perspective, is small stuff. that can be worked through a different channel, right? And so, and if there is a big stuff that comes to the manager's office on the agenda, we all get a write-up about it. So it's not something that you hadn't seen before. It's part of our work product that we get on Thursdays whenever we receive it, right? And so I just think you misunderstood what I said, misinterpret what I said. But the point is this. I don't back away from the point because we all have the same opportunity. I don't have no more opportunities to do what I said than anybody else on the council. The question is, do you take advantage of it? That's the question, and that's just a matter of leadership style, right? That's a leadership style. I mean, at the end of the day, to get anything done, you have to build a coalition. I'm not sure. Over the last 3 years, it's only been at least on things that really mattered, unanimous decisions of this council. Surprised the hell out of me we got 11 votes for BMA. Right? Most of our votes are 6-5, 7-4. Right? I mean, so you got to build a coalition, right, to get something done. So I believe in coalition building. I know common interests.
I think the point here is the coalition building needs to extend beyond just what you might want to get through. I agree with what
Well,
you're saying.
let me stop you there. Let me stop you there, right? Because, you know, not just me, but there are other council members want to get to 6. I mean, let's just be honest, right?
Please.
And when you got a council that's 9 Democrats and 2 Republicans, right? Right? The goal, I'm just saying, right? The goal is 6, right? And so I know that me and Victoria had a very common interest in corridors. I know Marjorie had a very interest in corridors. You build a coalition, you know, and get the votes to get it done. And so it would be in an ideal world that we all are behind every single issue come before council. We all say unanimous decision. I told the manager, the mayor, and others, that's just not who we are. And it's okay to agree to disagree and say yes or no. But things that are important to Victoria, or maybe things that are important to Ed, James, you're going to work to get those who have a common interest, those who kind of see it your way. It's called politics. You got to sell it.
No, so I want to clarify what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you should not do that. I'm not saying that there isn't a person who should do that. I'm actually agreeing with you because that is how you get things done. What I'm saying is that more people should lean into that in any capacity that they should. And what I think we've identified is that there are trust issues that are preventing that from happening. So we have to go back to root cause, okay? So whether you're in person or not in person, it doesn't stop you from collaborating and engaging, and that is the essence of the issue. And if there are things that should be or should not be on the dais, it doesn't prevent you from having a conversation about anything in terms of what needs to happen there. So, yes, Tart.
Yeah, I would like to make my comment now, if possible. Here's my observation on where we are today. An important topic that we have to figure out, but we are, in my opinion, not solving anything that's going to be taken away from here. It's going to be a series of good conversations and bad conversations that it's done and we go exactly back to how we were, or something worse. So here's my proposal for I think how this could work. We operate in one of 2 ways, either conflict, where there's little or big things and there's something underlying why the thing is happening and we're battling, and that's where we use things like the rules and procedures to go back and forth in a weaponized manner, small and large,
to be able to get the thing done we want in conflict, or there's collaboration. And we're many examples that we've talked about today where we actually do come together and collaborate and get stuff done. What I think we need to do is not further do a council onboarding session to learn all of, we should all know the procedures, but that isn't the answer. The answer is we have to come together and figure out a collaboration agreement. And how a collaboration,
that's what we're
let me
mapping
explain to you how this works then. A collaboration agreement is where everyone puts a what, a why, and a how of all of their laundry list items. And some things are going to be things very specifically that they want to happen, and some things, like in my case, will be things they don't want to happen. So examples would be, someone else might say, I want to have a more clear process that isn't hazy and I need 6 votes to be able to put something on agenda and I don't know how it happens. I might say, I want to shorten the meeting length by having parameters on comments or not having so many pulled consent items or whatever. The next step after we all put our items there is to come down and put the why. Why am I doing that? Because it may not be clear why somebody feels like their voice isn't being heard because they're not saying the underlying conflict that has drawn it to that point. I don't think my voice is going to be heard and therefore I'm going to make it loud there and still it's not going to happen because X or Y. The why is very important because it shows why people are driving, and that's where we have to be honest with each other. And then the how, that is the collaboration agreement where we say, okay, let's limit this or do this. And that process is where we negotiate an agreement that we all walk out of there, and it doesn't require trust. It requires compliance to the agreement that 11 people and a mayor went down on.
You have a lot of agreements where there is not trust, and I'm sorry to cut you off really quickly, because that is a part of the process today that we want to get to. And I want to offer a point of clarification. So we are going to get to agreement today to address exactly what you said. What we started with was the why. Why are we there? So there's opportunity to surface some of these things so you might be able to close them out when you get to agreement, and there be a place for trust, honesty, and transparency around that. And so I want to make sure that you understand that's a part of the process as you continue, because we do have that built for this day, to end this day with an agreement in terms of how you engage, you collaborate. And if you want to flip the why to address it after you put things on the agreement or address it now, that's up to you. But we've got 1 hour left to get through these things. We can pick it up tomorrow, make the adjustments, whatever. This is your retreat, whatever you want to do with that. But that is a part of the plan for the day. Watlington?
Yeah. I just want to pose 2 questions for my colleagues. By show of hands, how many of you feel like you are respected by every other member of this council? Raise your hand if you feel you're respected by every other member of this council. Okay, so there, until we unpack that.
So we have respect, we have trust.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Raise your hand if you feel that you can trust every other member of this council. If you called them on the phone and said, where do you stand, or what's the issue, do we have an issue, that you would get a real answer. Okay. So I think that we need to probably understand why that is the case. And until we do that,
thank you,
we're going to be stuck.
Thank you for putting that in the room.
That wasn't for everybody on the council, but there are a few select that I honestly feel in my heart that if I call, I can get the right answer out of it. But to your point, we do have a lot of work. I had my hand up after Dr.
I understand.
Finished. So I'll go right into that. With all due respect to everybody, I'm going to look this way. I want to look at you since you're facilitating. When it comes to leadership, there are different styles of leadership. But when we go back to, if I can go back to the year when I started on the council, I was treated like S-H-I-T. I really was. And if I didn't have the strength that I had, I would have walked away. So my point is, you have to be able to endure some things to get to where you need to go. But to at what level? We cannot leave here today with the same mindset that we walked in with And if we're going to do that, then we can end the meeting right now. We gotta, everybody in here gotta look in their imaginary mirror right now and say, what is it that I can do different on this council to make the council better? We all are amazing in our own way. We all bring an extensive amount of knowledge and leadership. But if we're going to move forward and represent the city, the 15th largest city in the nation, is the nation in the U.S. the same? That's a serious question. In the United States of America.
It is.
Okay. Can we do something different? Positive influence that will rub off, maybe even just a person that's sitting next to us. And when they get out of line, just that one person, accountability, say, hey, you say you weren't going to do that anymore. Or can you do it in a different aspect, in a different manner? And that's being real. While I value everybody in here, I don't know if everybody in here values me in the same way. And I can truly say that in my heart. Because, see, this is not something that I'm born with it. It's who I am. It's my foundation of where I come from. And everybody don't have that, and that's okay. But we all have the ability to change our mindset and rise to the occasion. But are we willing to really, really do that? And that's all I got to say.
The willingness is the piece. So we've surfaced a couple of underlying issues, trust and respect. Likely might be the two things that is preventing all these other things and also driving your results. So thank you for those of you putting that in the room. Councilmember Anderson.
Yeah, actually, you just took the words right out of my mouth, which really happy that Dr. Watlington just brought up that
Yep.
Because to get to the solution and to agree that we're hitting on the right solution, we have to agree on what the root causes are or what the issues are.
Right.
Otherwise, we're going to arise at
Correct.
different solutions because we're not in agreement on what the root cause and issues are.
Yep.
And so what I love that we've landed on trust and we've landed on respect, the lack thereof. But what else? I know you mentioned that we have this group and that group that might go through the other dot points, but I want to get to that because I want to find out, are there other root cause underlying challenges that's preventing us from operating at a high level?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, President. Councilmember Molina, and then we'll go to report out. Yes. Oh, thank you. Let's do it. Thank you. You ready? You should have for what you did before. You ready? Mm-hmm. Do you want a handheld?
Yeah, you come be my teamwork. Teamwork make the dream work. Yay. Okay. Yeah. We ready? Hey, y'all.
Yes.
Lively discussion. I'm just going to shift gears for us, and we're going to go to the strengths and the teamwork information, the opportunity we talk. Oh, so team one, we got roles and responsibilities. We have ethical governance, and we have collaboration and teamwork. That was 3, 4, and 5. And so as a group, and I'll kind of tap on them a little bit to help kind of give life to this, but one of the strengths that they said that they felt like we had was our ability to do things with reference to economic mobility. Oh yeah, we did have a second sheet. Where's our second sheet? It was? Okay. Okay. And then for collaboration and teamwork, we actually, I think, and I heard that mentioned, we've actually, in some instances, proved that we can be a high-performing team. And we gave many examples of when we've done that. We talked about our ARPA response, the COVID response, and Eastland, especially Eastland. The greatest impression of my time here was how well we came together despite our differences in opinions around Eastland, and it was a group effort that we all landed. And then opportunity. Opportunities was our largest portion of the discussion. Obviously, we can see that from the discussion already taking place in the room. And a lot of people expressed that, or a few people at our table expressed that council oversight is not respected. They said there are decisions being made without transparency and accountability. And they said that we need conversations about closed sessions and procedures. So we need to, I guess, expand the conversation around how we do closed sessions and why, et cetera. I think one of the things that I'd highlight also, based on what we're saying right now as far as collaboration and teamwork, the opportunity, I think what we all said and we agreed on was that we can agree to disagree, right? I think that's the greatest asset that we have. You know, diversity of thought is actually what will make us stronger. And I think the ability to come to the table, and I think a lot of that will be building trust exercises and building respect exercises where, you know, I can come to my colleague. I realize that my colleague has a different opinion than what I hold, and we don't walk away completely severed as far as our relationship is concerned because we don't have the exact same opinion or we didn't arrive at the same answer. And we all landed at the fact that the diversity of thought actually makes us a stronger board. And so that's one of the opportunities that we discussed as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you. What else is added here? Anything to add or clarify here? Thank you. Okay, good. And then team 3.
So we get, so this is team 3, and we had 6, 7, 8, and 9. Trust and accountability was our first one, and so we kind of talked about it as an entire council. But at that table, we talked about issue with council members. First thing being trust, moving past our roadblocks, respecting one another. And without trust, we're not sharing and we're not communicating. And that's why I had to apologize to Dante, because I was a prime example of not communicating. Then we talked about respecting each council's perspective. Whether we agree or disagree, but let's respect each other's opinion. Mm-hmm. One of my colleagues said it very profound, we are strong as our weakest link. Mm-hmm. And I think for us, we have the potential for all of us to trust one another and be held more accountable. Now, staff, this is the one that we're going to address to you all. We do not celebrate our success enough. Even in my one-on-one with the city manager, I get on him all the time. We do not talk about what we have accomplished. And I think for our citizens, they need to hear it. But for this council, we need to reinforce that the policy we create and the success you all generate for our community. I'm going to call out Danielle, because she knows I do this all the time. I was so upset that I found out we was 30 out of 58, and we did not have any balloons, any celebration at council meeting, or anything. And so, oh, he's not in here. Can someone go get Marcus, please, city manager? Oh, that's right. Okay, he might be taking a biological break. No, let's not. So, but I think it's very important, the work we do and the work we do together, that I think we all can be proud of. We do represent the 15th largest city in America, but we need to celebrate more, okay? The other, adaptability and innovation. And because we don't trust one another, we don't share. We don't talk about great ideas among one another because there's a trust that someone might steal my idea or someone might share a different perspective, and somehow I think you're not respecting the way I feel. We talked about conflict resolution. opportunities to bring things to a closure so we can move ahead. And I'm going to look at the mayor and Ms. Tijuana. Did I miss anything on our three? Trust, accountability, results and impact, adaptability, innovation, and conflict resolution. Oh, there he is. There he is. You want me to say it or you want to say it? Okay. So, come here, sir. Come here. I want to hug you first. Yeah. I want to hug you first. Okay.
Here it comes.
So, no. So, I've said this in our one-on-one, and I said, and I say it to staff, but I want to say it in front of everyone. We're talking about results and impact. I would like for us to always celebrate our successes more publicly. And so the whole city of Charlotte knows great work staff is doing and what this council is doing. Okay? All right? Easy one. And with that said, I'd like to make an announcement. We have a young lady who just got appointed, U.S. Conference of Mayors. She's head of the Workforce Development Council. She's responsible for workforce to the whole United States. Will Ms. Danielle Frazier please stand up and take a bow? Woo, 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 woo.
That is such a big deal, Danielle. Congratulations. There was one thing. Oh, thank you. No, please. Are you adding? I was going to follow up on one thing that Councilwoman Mitchell said. Okay. So there was one thing you said that I want to make sure that we unpack a little bit and get some clarification on from the team. And that was that you said that we don't, in terms of conflict resolution, there was only one thing there, but we've identified a lot of conflicts. So I think that's a point of clarification, just to open up for the floor of the team. But the second thing is you said that we don't move things to closure and move on. Right. What does that look like and what should it look like?
That either we need to collectively take a vote and bring closure to that issue, or we need to decide that it's a parking lot or it's not important to the six of us. And I think we have not brought closure to it, so it drags on and on. And I give my good friend, Councilmember Driggs, you know, he would be the first one to show his frustration. So the more we can bring resolutions to some of the issues, I think we can move forward.
Thank you.
Be frustrated?
Thank you. Councilman Brown.
Yeah, I would say to Councilmember Mitchell's point, the harboring of things that happen that are old, you cannot. And then when we have offended one another, which we all have done, at the dais, in order to be able to move forward with intentionality, even if it's something that we need to go to one another and say something to each other about, I think that's something that needs to be done. We cannot leave out of here today and miss the opportunity to try to even just say collectively we could agree to disagree but move forward. If I did something to you, and it doesn't have to be out in the room, but it needs to be done. And if not, then it lingers, and it cripples, and it puts obstacles in the way of being able to do great work that you are talking about. Mr. Fox, you've said it many times before. So that is one that I put in there. And I think that it is a hurdle that maybe some people can't get over. And if we can't get over that hurdle, then we're not going to be able to do the things that we need to do collectively for this great city that we live in and that we represent.
Good. So I'll say move beyond offenses and seek to connect and align. Anything else to add in terms of conflict resolution? I think in terms of what we decided, there may be a little bit of, I'm sorry, Councilmember Driggs, I apologize. No. And I'll add you as well. Anderson.
On one thing before Mr. Driggs respectfully go, the reason why I don't hold grudges is because there's an expiration date. Mm-hmm. And we don't know. I was in a conference with the social justice movement, and a young lady went upstairs just to use the restroom and never came back. Mm. And that is real. We operate as if we're going to be here forever. We're not. Mm-hmm. I just want you to know that in case you just need a reminder. I lost a colleague today at American Airlines in a tragic outside on the ramp who I knew very well. You go to work, you think you're going to leave, we're at work. Don't mean that we're all going to leave. I hope that we do, but let's just open up your heart a little bit for me. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for adding that. Councilmember Driggs.
So I just wanted to talk about the word trust. I don't personally distrust my colleagues most of the time. But I just want to emphasize the difference between not having trust and distrusting. And what I mean by that is we don't know each other well enough. So often we are dealing under conditions of just uncertainty about where somebody else stands. And each of us, when asked, so what are you going to say about this, might be wondering, well, what are the others going to say? I haven't heard the whole discussion yet. I don't know what opinions might come out. So I'm a little wary about committing to a position. And that's not the same as distrust, which at times means I'm afraid if I tell this person something, they're going to use it in a way that I don't like. I hear things like transparency and closed door and those issues, and it is, I think, an unfairly negative light. We do the best we can to disclose and to be open. We deal with some issues that don't lend themselves to immediate transparency. I mean, I feel that I'm making an honest effort to serve on those issues in an honorable way, and I believe most of us do that. So trust is a product of knowing each other better, which is, again, we get back to what we talked about. We don't spend enough time together, and we don't have that sort of trust that enables you to, make an off-color remark or speak unguardedly. We're just being careful because we're not sure. And I don't know how you address that, but and maybe I'm just a Boy Scout here, but I don't feel that we have a problem of hostility or distrust. I think we just don't work together well. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Anderson and then Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing your update, Smudgy. I think something that came out of what you said at least hits the list of trust and respect for me, which is, as I'm looking on page 18 around conflict resolution skills, I think we struggle with that as a body. And not all the time. Sometimes we can disagree constructively, but many times we disagree destructively. And when we do that, to Ed's point of making an off-color comment or doing some type of nonverbal gesture, I think that then taps into the respect issue that we have, and then it just goes off the rails. And so I don't know if we can add, and I want to hear input, but destructive disagreement is a challenge for us. Or if you have a better way to wordsmith that, but I think we could do a better job of disagreeing constructively, and that will protect some of the opportunity to go off the rails as it relates to trust and respect.
I think so. I will add that. Thank you. And one of the other things that came out today a few times and also came out in my one-on-ones is the inability to move, to accept the decision or the vote and to move beyond. And so whether that be trust or respect or spending time together, those are the three things that I currently have in terms of root causes. Not everything that needs to be done, but in terms of root causes. If there is something else that is leaning into that or driving that as root cause, please surface it at this time as well. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. I want to piggyback off what Councilmember Mitchell said as far as celebrating our successes. And I think we need to be intentional about that before the end of this retreat, that we have a list of our successes, because can you imagine the media coverage of today's meeting? We've talked about being dysfunctional and not getting along and not trusting one another.
when this council has done some phenomenal works. I mean, even, to say, we're watched for entertainment purposes. I mean, there's some things that we have to be careful of our brand and our reputation. So I would challenge some of the, yes, we're a passionate, strong-willed group, but we've done some phenomenal work, and we do resolve our conflict because we're here. Nobody's walked away, so we do. We do. So I think if we could get that, Mr. Jones, by the end of the retreat and publicize it, some of the things that this council has accomplished, because we need this conversation, but it's not that, we've done some phenomenal work. So I think terms like, dysfunctional and destructive and entertainment purposes, I, for one, will say I've had reason not to trust people in this room. So I think that some things are valid. We do have some valid concerns, but it's important that people see us as human, but that we do be recognized for the work that we do, because we all work very, very hard. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments, anything else to add in terms of conflict negotiation? Any other comments about the key attributes of high-performing councils? Anything else to add in terms of root causes, trust issues, respect, and spending more time together? Okay, very good. So now what we want to do is move into getting to agreement and a commitment from this. This is something that we can start today if we're not prepared to finish it today, if you want to take it home and think about it. But it is something that we want to ask you to consider, seriously consider. The trust issues, respect issues, and more time together are very, very, very personal things. Those are the things that we have to work out in a different setting. Those are some of the things that we have to work out one-on-one. Some of those things we have to work out just by deciding to do things differently on your own, to lean in and engage things differently on your own, and we'll continue some of that work and creating space for that as well. But in terms of rules of engagement as it relates to collaboration, teamwork, decorum, and a number of things that we have here still on our chart for high-performing councils, that is a baseline for you to start with. What it ends with should be something that you actually own and that's yours. And so what we'd like for you to do is to have a discussion about these at your table as well with your group. If you want to do it in smaller groups, you can do that as well. And just turn to the person beside you and do one-on-one so that we can get to a place where there is an agreement for the council in terms of how you work together going forward. So we'll begin our budget conversation now. We do have a closed session at 5:30 today, and dinner is at 6:15. So we'll go to budget now. Closed session at 5:30, dinner at 6:15, and then we'll discuss finding time to continue the conversations on tomorrow.
Can you go ahead and have the city attorney give us the motion, or I can read it, or we can go ahead and have that approved so that we don't have to stop again?
Okay.
Okay. You want me? I have it, Anthony. Do you have it?
I have it.
Okay.
Mayor and members of council, there needs to be a closed session. The motion to go into closed session needs to be a motion made to go into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318 11A, open paren 10, close paren to view recordings released pursuant to NCGS 132.1.4A. That will be the motion for someone to.
There is some method to the madness. So basically, this is going to happen before we go down for dinner. Okay? Yes.
After the budget presentation.
All right. So okay. Any other questions?
All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? I'm sorry, Billy and
I made the motion.
James.
Second.
Mitchell made the motion.
Driggs seconded.
Yes.
Now,
All right.
okay.
Now, and everyone else raise your hand and for the record, okay? Anyone opposed? Thank you. No one's opposed.
Okay. All right, so thank you, Mayor, members of council. And we'll have a budget preview for you right now. I know we're limited to 30 minutes, but I want to make sure that this doesn't become the end of the discussion. I think it's important to lay the framework for this before I turn it over to Hannah. Okay, and to Council Member Mitchell's point earlier, this council has really achieved a lot. And I'd put the city of Charlotte up against any city in the country. And when you travel places, they ask about what's happening here in Charlotte, and you're able to say that there's a lot going on. The other thing is important. We've been doing these since I got here at the end of 2016, and sometimes we couldn't even finish the retreat because of things that were happening back in the city. So as you have done things like crisis communication plans and things of that nature, even the issue that happened this morning, we were able to have an opportunity to continue on. I will tell you that we've had as few as 2 slides in a budget presentation and as many as maybe 40. So what is different this time is during the last budget development, you asked me at the end for a zero-based budget. And while we're not presenting a zero-based budget to you today from a technical standpoint, we are literally building this budget from the bottom up, showing you everything that's in it. So you have this city budget guide that I would hope you would keep with you even as we go through the budget workshops. What's also important is that when we go to the Budget and Intergovernmental Relations Committee on Monday, we're not going to come and say this is what we're going to do for the workshops we're going to use today, because there may be some things that you'd rather talk about than what we've typically done in the past. And this has really worked. The other thing I think is important is that while it's a $4.2 billion budget, what you will see and what you have in the information in front of you is really about, 900 million of it is something that you have a great deal of control over through property tax and sales tax. But you have a chunk of this budget that are enterprise funds that are not driven by taxes that our residents pay, but they're driven by fees and they run as businesses. And I think it's very important that as we begin this building the budget discussion, that we understand what is flexible and what is not. I think it's also important, and I think no one said this yet, but it puts a bow on the discussion earlier. You purchased a railroad, okay, this year, okay? You kick-started something that this region has been struggling with for decades. You took a bond housing trust fund that when I got here was $15 million. Every 2 years, it's $100 million. We have a program with workforce development, first year out the box, the E2E program, where we employed high school graduates, the only of its kind in the country that we know of. So, Councilmember Johnson, there are a lot of great things that are going on, and they're going on because of the decisions that you make around the most important policy document that you put together each year is the budget. what I don't want to occur, and I know I'm taking away your time, Hannah, but here, trust me, what I don't want to occur is that each year during the budget process, there's this feeling that we are hiding something from you. The folks that are presenting today, you know, we have Ethan, Marie, and Hannah. They are on the assembly line building the budget, and they're going to show you how they build it. The last thing I'll say, you know, before I turn it over to Hannah, is that what you'll see is we focus on employees, and I think that's been extremely important. We kept the tax rate low, which I think is extremely important. We've made a bunch of cuts on the expenditure side, important. You took a chance with us on this budget with a tax increase in order to jumpstart some of the programs that we think ultimately the sales tax, the 1 cent sales tax, would help us with. And it's not just what happens on the capital improvement side when we start to talk about roads and we start to talk about infrastructure, but it also helps us on the operating side, because we're going to show you that there are different levers that we press to make sure that we get the budget balance. We're going to talk just a little bit about a surplus. We did have one. We're going to talk just a little bit about ARPA funds. They're still out there. There's a list of things from Caring to Big Brothers Big Sisters to the Charlotte History Museum, Change Please, the Charlotte Water Foundation, Do Greater, Brooklyn Collective, Workforce Development around, you know, the North Carolina Institute, and the Carolina Race. There's so much out there. Nobody's saying decisions need to be made today, but we want to make sure they're done in the proper context. Lastly, what I would say, which is extremely important, is that today was designed to have a discussion about the budget so that when you go into tomorrow and you have a discussion about mobility and two of the other important strategic initiatives of the city, MWSBE, as well as what we're doing around workforce development, we can see how all that works together. If this is essentially a $25 billion program over 30 years for our region, there are so many opportunities to engage our community in the success of what we're doing around mobility. So with that said, I think I do have 6 slides. I'll do very fast. Okay, so here's the deal, and this is in your material. We talked about this a little bit last year. This is when we talk about it, what's the value of the services that we provide in the city of Charlotte. And when we compare ourselves to our peer governments in North Carolina, by far, it's the best value for the service, okay? And if you look at the chart, any blue dot is a city with a population of 250,000 or more. The white dots are less than that, and Charlotte is clearly the green dot. I think what's also important on the next slide is that the number of times that the city council has raised taxes over the years. And if you start to look at this, in the last, I think, 6 years, there's only been one tax increase. And when you start to compare this with those other cities, two tax increases for a series of cities, 3, 4, and even one has had 5 tax increases. What's important on the next slide is that, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of what you've done over the course of the last few years has been really around employees. And we're going to show you how much employees account for the cost of running government. The one box I think is extremely impressive is the last one. As of November 2024, 97% of employees made $50,000 per year or more, okay? And then I think what's important, we will spend some time in the Northeast, the team will, because we are going to issue a great deal of debt. We need to make sure that those investors still believe that Charlotte is a great investment. So those investors are listening to this annual strategy meeting, and they want to make sure that what we're doing around transportation, what we're doing around neighborhoods, what we're doing around affordable housing makes sense. What's important, and I think this is maybe the most important slide, is that we have a AAA bond rating, and you read the documents, it's really a management AAA. It's how we handle our money versus, per capita income or anything like that. The way you manage the city through the budget is why we have a AAA bond rating. So with that said, I think I have one more. Oh yeah. So you have a number of budget principles, and maybe the most important one is that you have a structurally balanced budget. Okay, that means ongoing revenue is matched with ongoing expenditures. We can't take this $14 million surplus. I'm sorry, you were supposed to say that. We can't take a one-time surplus and put it into ongoing salaries. Simple things like that is why we have a management AAA. We don't do weird things, okay? And yes, so let's get to it. $4.2 billion budget. And what we tried to do in building this is build it from not just the general fund, but also show you those enterprise funds as well as the capital investment funds. And while this is typically in a budget book that you approve, we don't really drill down like we're trying to drill down today. Now, we had a couple of sidebars before we walked in, knowing that we have 30 minutes, knowing that you had some very important things to do before we got here. And I don't want you to feel that we can't do more of this during the budget workshops between now and April. With that said, Hannah, it's all yours.
So we're going to start with the general fund today, and just for a little bit of level setting, the general fund is our central fund where most of the city's general tax revenue and discretionary resources are pooled. So the general fund is the fund that supports many of those core operations of city government, such as providing public safety services and paying our general fund employees. So whenever we begin to build the annual budget, we start by evaluating revenue first. What I've included here are our largest revenues in the general fund. I included anything that was 40 million and above. And what I also included on the right is a flexibility to adjust locally. So what that means is how easy or difficult is it for you as an independent body to adjust those revenue sources. So whereas property tax and the solid waste fee are easier for you to adjust independently, the others are more difficult because they may require a partnership with the county, they may require going to the state. So that's there for guidance. And I thought I would get some clapping or a woo-hoo by now, but we have in the blue box here that there is no planned property tax increase in FY 2026. Thank you. Thank you. So you've seen this slide many times. It shows you how property tax and sales tax, our two largest funding sources in the general fund, are broken down. They not only go into the general fund, they also go into the debt service fund and the PAYGO fund, which Ethan and Marie will talk a little bit more about later. So we're going to talk about sales tax in a little bit, but I want to start by talking about property tax and the mechanics of it and just do a couple reminders. So the revenue that the city receives from property tax does not grow annually with inflation. So what that means is that any change in market value that you might see across the city does not impact the revenue that the city receives. So the only thing that increases the property tax that we receive from year to year is due to new construction. So that might be construction of a new neighborhood, it might be construction of a new tower in downtown, it may be a renovation where you add on a garage to your home, or it could also be the purchase of a new vehicle. But it is only new construction that leads to new revenue. So what I've included here is, they're hypothetical numbers, although they're not that far-fetched. The citywide assessed property valuation is a rounded version of about where we are. And then I've included a steady property tax rate, the city revenue that we receive each year because of a naturally growing citywide assessed property valuation because of new construction, and then the net on the right that we receive additionally each year, only from new construction.
So as we move to the next slide, I've taken this column on the right that's in blue, and I've applied our actual numbers to it. So on the left, we have property tax growth year to year. So that's that net new from new construction. And for the sake of this exercise, I added sales tax to it because we've had a few gangbuster years in sales tax, and so it would be a little disingenuous to not show them together. And then next to it, I have showed our technical and inflationary growth. So essentially that's non-personnel inflation. So our contractual increases that we are required to pay, as well as our compensation increases that have been required in order to attract and retain the right talent. So as we look at this graph, this is really a different way to illustrate the same sort of concept. So what we have here is the dotted line represents property tax per capita. So essentially, we just took the property tax that the city receives, and these are actual numbers. We're out of the hypothetical now. And we divided it by the population. And so we understand that not every single person is paying the same property tax, that not every home valuation is the same, but this is a simple way to standardize it and look at trends. And then what you see in the solid line is we have taken that property tax per capita and we have adjusted for inflation. And so what you can see is in those first few years, those first 3 fiscal years, when you're looking at the solid line, which is the one that's adjusted for inflation, you see that new construction, that net new property tax that we receive each year because of construction, you can see that it's keeping pace with inflation because it's relatively flat. But then you start to see the effect of the revaluation and the revenue neutral rate, which resets the rate lower. And then you can see on the right where we do a slight uptick again, and that is the effect of the property tax increase that you approved last year. So, but for that property tax increase, we would have continued to have seen a decline. It's the property tax increase that caused that uptick. So even though the dotted line is increasing, sort of the straight net revenue that we receive has increased, when you start to adjust for inflation, it's really what you're seeing is the purchasing power of that revenue has decreased. So then when you start to compare it to public safety, public safety really drives our budget. Yes, Ms. Ajmira.
Can you go back to previous slide?
Yes.
So is the impact of tax increase, it's because of the new construction?
No, ma'am. The uptick that you see at the very end between 24 and 25 is because of the property tax that you approved in June.
No, I'm talking about the dotted lines, where you see the impact of tax increase.
Oh, yes. Yes, so even that increase there on the dotted line is still the impact of, it's not solely net new construction, it is also combined with the property tax increase from June.
But if it's a revenue neutral, aren't we collecting the same revenue that we would have collected in previous years?
Yes. Would you mind if I went like 2 slides further and we'll look at the revenue neutral? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so this compares for public safety per capita spending on public safety. So essentially what we did is instead of taking all of the property tax revenue that we receive, we took our police and fire budgets and divided it by the population so that we could see that trend. And the dotted line is not adjusted for inflation. The solid line is adjusted for inflation. And so you can see that per capita spending on public safety has increased nearly 25% since FY 2020. But when adjusted for inflation, it's only increased about 2.3%. And even that increase is because the property tax that was approved last year, most of that property tax was dedicated to public safety. So that's why you see a little bit of a disproportionate uptick with the public safety line than you do with the property tax line. So without that additional action that you took, there is no way that that the solid line would be keeping pace with inflation. So this is the revenue neutral revaluation part. We're going back to those hypothetical numbers from earlier. So these are not real, but what I have done is I've added a 5th fiscal year because we know that revaluations happen every 4 years. So we've shown a revaluation year to show what happens. And what we do is we calculate the revenue neutral rate. So what that means is just like any other year, we get to keep the net new revenue from new construction. That stays the same. But otherwise, all we can do is collect the same amount of revenue that we did the previous year. And so what we do is we adjust the property tax rate. In our case, it typically goes down because we are blessed to be a growing city. There are many places around the country that don't have that luxury, but for us, it typically means we adjust it down. So you can see in that dotted box, we've moved from 0.2741 to 0.2334. So we adjusted down and are receiving only the same revenue as the prior year, except for new construction. Did that answer your question, Ms. Anderson? Okay. So, so even with, just to round this out, even with significant growth in market value of properties, we still don't capture that unless there is some additional action taken by City Council to capture that growth. Oops. So to illustrate what that additional action could look like, we've provided a couple of scenarios, and these scenarios are not completely random scenarios. Scenarios like this are codified in some of the states, in some of the state legislation where our peer cities are located. So some of our peer cities have the benefit of being able to capture market value growth when they do revaluations. Our state legislation stops short of that requirement. All they do is require us to publish a revenue neutral rate, and they don't give any additional guidance about how to capture that additional growth, but it is certainly City Council's discretion to determine if it's appropriate to do so, and if so, what that calculation might be. So we're going to move from property.
Hannah, so when's the next reval?
2028.
So nobody is saying you're going to see this in May because there's no reval. But this is the time to have a discussion when the next one comes up. Is there something that you'd like to consider to do differently?
I have a question. So do other cities in the state have policies around always presenting a scenario where it's revenue neutral?
Yes, presenting revenue neutral is required by the state.
Okay, but you said there was no additional guidance from the state.
Yes, the state does not provide any additional guidance, and I'm not aware of any other cities in the state of North Carolina that have a policy around capturing growth. We'll certainly look into that, but many of our peer cities operating in other states do have it either codified in state legislation or policies about mechanisms to capture that growth.
So I know we do 5-year capital planning as part of our annual budget exercise. I can see Mr. Jones. So I think, is this something we should be working towards as part of our annual budget as we are looking at revaluation in 4 years from today?
Yeah, so I think it's 2 fiscal years from now or something like that. And so without trying to make a headline, the question becomes, is there even at the legislative level something that helps cities? I don't know. But clearly, having a conversation years before you can even do it, I think makes a lot of sense, because then you can decide, you can tell us, this is dead on arrival, or please explore it a little bit more. Fair enough?
No.
Okay.
All All right, so as we leave property tax behind and talk about sales tax, which is the second largest revenue in the general fund, you can see that about 71% of sales tax revenue goes into the general fund, and it makes up about 17% total of the general fund revenue. So as always, when we're making projections about sales tax revenue, we're not only looking locally, but also nationally and even globally about what's happening in the market and what consumers are feeling. Our city economist, Dr. Indem Tazafor, is always watching trends and adjusting projections as necessary. Personal savings has decreased and credit card balances are at an all-time high, which signals some amount of consumer stress and could lead to slower economic growth in 2025 than in 2024. Sales tax receipts continue to slow from unusually high growth several years ago. We're at about 1.2% in receipts to date. And as a reminder, we get sales tax data a quarter in arrears. So right now, we only have data through October. So I know we've all moved on with our lives, but think of October 1st and it was 75 degrees and beautiful. That's all the data we have to date. So you can see how it's difficult to make current year projections, let alone projections for the next fiscal year. But we're always closely monitoring it. You can start to see the trend here. It slowed during COVID, then it really spiked, and we're leveling out now a little bit. And so before I turn it over to Ethan to talk about expenditures on the general fund side, I just want to leave you with this. In the beginning, we talked about which revenues were more flexible and less flexible to adjust locally. Here's a list of all of the ones that are more flexible, meaning it is easier for you as an independent body with no other bodies giving input to make adjustments to these specific revenues. So I'll turn it over to Ethan Smith now.
Thank you. Sorry. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I'm Ethan Smith. I'm your Strategy and Budget Manager. And as a native of Western North Carolina, I'm just very grateful that everybody made a point to be here and honored to be a part of it. So I get to talk about all the cool things we get to do with our general fund expenditures. General fund is about 20% of the city's $4.2 billion budget. And 65% of the employees. So no surprise that 73 cents on the dollar or $658 million goes towards personnel expending. And a super majority of that is our public safety folks. These are personnel heavy operations, 24 hours a day across the 300 square miles of the city of Charlotte. So they are 2 out of 3 positions in the general fund, and a little bit more than that, 3 out of 4 dollars that we spend in the general fund. And the other 2,000 positions span across our other 19 general fund departments. So the other 27 cents of the general fund, arguably the hardest $240 million to try and sum up in one slide if I had a little more time. But I'll just call out a couple here, specifically our internal service funds. Some of these are big enough to be their own funds. Marie will talk about those. But these are basically payments to ourselves for what we consider to be the essentials of a well-managed government. Things like managing our risk, maintaining our assets from our buildings, our fleet, even landscapes and things like that. And I'll just try and wrap up this slide by saying there are a lot of demands on these non-personnel dollars and a lot of pressures, inflationary and otherwise, that lead this to be a very tight and part of our budget. So put all together, our expenses and revenues, we at the end of each year manage to a surplus. You can rest assured as a AAA management AAA, we do manage consistently to a surplus. However, overwhelming majority of that surplus the last few years has been on the revenue side of the equation. And when you consider a $20 million revenue surplus, certainly a significant amount of money. When you consider a couple things, the volatility of some of our revenue sources like sales tax, and the consequences of overestimating these revenues, and then the tight expenditure budget that we've managed the last few years, we operate within a fairly tight margin of error here. Tighter still when you consider that our reserves at the end of each year, when we have expenditure surplus, we're required by policy to send 16% of our general fund growth to reserves. That's been between 5 and 10 million the last few years. We have another 1 to 5 million the last few years that I will not begin to try and explain to you, other than to say that our accountants tell us that this money needs to be reserved or restricted as fund balance, and we did not become a management AAA by ignoring that kind of expert advice. And then everything that's left after those two reserves are satisfied is available for appropriation the next year. And that's one-time funding. One-time funding is great. We do a lot of things, maintain our assets, do one-time projects, but by and large, most of our general fund is ongoing expenditures and needs to be funded by ongoing revenues. So,
Ethan,
yes.
I apologize. You know, I'm sitting on the edge of my seat because I've been in all three of those positions. Can you go back just 2 slides? Because I think, let's make the point. If I were the budget director and at the end of FY 2024, look at the expenditures, and it was $500,000, I don't know if I would have survived. I mean, this is razor thin on the expenditure side, and that means we've done a lot to reduce costs, and it gets more difficult. I'm sorry, Ethan, I'll leave you alone now.
All right, so again, we have one-time revenue, which is great. We can do a lot of things with that, but the bulk of our general fund is ongoing expenditures, needs to be backed by ongoing revenues. And you can see kind of our best and worst case revenue projections here with our base case there in the middle. And if I had more time, I'd drill into these and give you a sense of what's driving it. But as Hannah indicated, the bulk of our general fund revenues are property and sales tax. And as she shared, we only get growth from new construction, and property taxes, we're projecting that about 2.2% this year. And then we have some headwinds in sales tax. We are projecting it to be slightly below our FY25 budget projection. That is followed with some growth on into FY26. And so just suffice it to say that as in prior years, our property and sales tax growth is not going to be sufficient to cover our inflationary adjustments. So just as a reminder, each year we propose a budget with a 2-year lens. The first lens, or the first year, FY26 and 27, rest assured, will be in the same 2-year lens, but it's early days on that. So for FY25 and 26 as an example, you can see where we have enough in year 1 to maintain all and sustain all the commitments that we made in year 2. And that didn't change when City Council made the adjustment to reduce the general fund property tax rate. You can see that $1.3 million revenue drop between proposed and adopted. We still start out in FY26 structurally balanced. And so our job is to capture all the unavoidable expenses. And just a couple categories, growth and benefits with 73 cents on the general fund dollar going to personnel. This can be a big expenditure for us. Contractual and inflationary adjustments, we make sure those are covered. And then last year we added 112 new public safety positions. Many of those will not see their first full year of budgeted dollars until FY26. And that happens for a variety of reasons, whether recruitment schedules or we need to buy some equipment before we can put the boots on the streets, or we need to wait until they can construct the fire station to activate the fire company. A lot of reasons for this. And so this is where we typically are at this point in the year, the annual retreat. We've solved for the unavoidable, and we are evaluating scenarios for a pay increase and how we might fund those. So these are the FY26 projected unavoidable increases. Just Ms. Maple.
Thank you. If we go back 2 slides, I just want to reconcile. We say in 30, well, okay, right here. We say that we'll be structurally balanced without the pay plan, but in the next one, we have the contractual inflationary increases. So we're going to go over those numbers because just ahead. Okay, thank you.
Ahead of me. Yeah. So here they are. Just top to bottom, you can see the contractual increases. They're about 8.4. The next biggest chunk are those employee benefits. It's about $13 million for health care and retiree benefits. That's for existing positions. And then the rest is for the annualization of those last year actions, including pay plan and those new positions that we added. All told, $30.4 million in expenditure growth, putting that in the context of our base revenue scenario, 30.9. We are at a $500,000 surplus, which, as you can see, the budgeted or projected surplus without a pay plan that we've had at the last few council retreat presentations, we're right in line with where we've been. So with that, I will hand it to Marie to talk about where we go from here.
So I had negative 7 minutes, so I'll be extra concise. But I don't want you to really have a comfort level that we always push this to extra do it again, analyze our accounts. We're always analyzing. Departments are working with us. We're pushing departments. Departments are pushing us. We're not just stagnant and rolling with the budget as is. And this is just highlights over the years, but that gets harder and harder to squeeze more juice out of that lemon. Just so you know, but this, we've gone a long way and we're still working towards it. Oh, wrong button, sorry. And this is this represents the graph before the things we've done. So I won't go over it in detail, but some of the fees that mentioned previously that you have in your control, such as solid waste and parking, and we do routinely look at our fees for service to make sure we're collecting what we should be from our partners and our the ones that use those where appropriate. And we're also at the bottom, we always look at expenses. Want you to know that, and we appreciate during the budget season when you come up with new ideas, and that's great, and we'll look at those too, but just don't think that we don't already do that as well. And then, like Ms. Mayfield mentioned, okay, we're balanced, but for salaries, you know, so how do we bridge that gap moving forward? We're actively, so internally, we kick off with departments in October. So we've been actively working with departments since October to trying to work on budget efficiencies. And some of it's around the team of teams approach, you know, like corridors, the new strategic investment areas. You know, how can we capitalize on expertise across the city and more collaboratively work towards goals without having additional staff and additional resources for everything. Also redirecting funds to core services, you know, and we'll get in this in another slide, but it's nice to do new and enhanced things, but we always, and I believe Monica will talk to you on Wednesday more, there's a lot of KPIs. There's some where you report out on dashboards, but each department has a lot of things they monitor to make sure the core services aren't slipping, because it's a balance. We're also looking at AI and how we can employ that and make new efficiencies, as Ms. Mayfield brings up a lot, and Mr. Bakari as well, about smart cities and how can we roll that into 311, get somebody's questions answered quicker, and then also free up the call takers' time to really delve into the people that need extra help and more specific help. And then we are anxiously anticipating a 1 cent revenue sales tax, and that's going to help us so much. And Ms. Jameson, not just for us being able to provide services and provide $100 million for roads, also the economic impact to the community will be realized. And again, I got a little ahead of myself earlier, but we always are balancing. So we monitor and we balance. So, we've seen a little bit of concern with call response times, being able to answer 911 calls. So we made, you've made investments to add more call takers and add civilian positions to help get those numbers back up. So that's just one example. And then we'll go into real quick the capital fund. So before I move to the capital fund, one of the main takeaways, we got a $4.2 billion budget, but only 828 million is the general fund, and of that, 73% is salaries. So that just gives you, it looks like, oh, you've got so much money, you got billions, but then when you whittle it down to what we actually have flexibility with, it's a lot smaller pool. So for capital investments, we have the general CIP, PAYGO, and debt service payments. And general bonds are ones that were just approved this fall. The taxpayers, and the reason the taxpayers have to approve those is because we're leveraging our ability to raise taxes as a default. And certificates of participation, we leverage facilities. And that's why those do not, because we're leveraging facilities as collateral. And this is a reminder of, as Ethan and Hannon touch on, it sounds great. We had from $124 million for capital, yay, but that's flat when that source is from the property tax. And over time, that buying power, as you all know, things cost more, and it's still, that money stays flat. And this, we're showing this one just to give you, this was during the budget process last year, and then this one is our new steady state. And the steady state, of course, is adjustable, but the steady state is what we're projecting out. So we have a plan for future years that always can be adjusted, and that's our red line purchase where we pulled forward some of that capacity, and our new steady state is $220 million. In PAYGO fund, this is cash funded, so we do not have to issue debt and pay interest on these. And these are for one-time payments like buying new fire trucks or technology purchases, new radios for public safety, that type of thing. And this is PAYGO funding. We get property tax, sales tax, interest earnings, and prior year surplus. Like Ethan said, if we have a little bit extra in revenues and then we fund the 16% reserve, then some of the rest of that can go into the PAYGO account for us to use for one-time purchases. PAYGO funding sources, and this is just to highlight 70% are ongoing, and then the 30% one-time nature. And this is just to highlight your management practices, like the rating agencies and just our financial foundation. One-time, you don't fund ongoing things with one-time sources, and this is just a highlight example of that in progress. And of course, we got to mention our crown jewels that are enterprise funds. But I just also want you to realize that's $2.5 billion out of the 4.2, and those are ones that are enterprise funds that have their own fees and their own structures that don't impact the general fund necessarily. Oh, did I go ahead? Sorry. How do you go backwards? Sorry. And well, so I was going to give you some highlights, but CLT is billions of dollars, $32 billion impact to our community, to the region. CATS and water service 5 counties, and CATS gets people to work. We're the only light rail in the state. Water, they're regional as well. Stormwater, protecting our watersheds and our streams and water surface quality. I had to give them a highlight because they're such. And then the next one, the next two are, debt service and special revenue. And for our special, this is one that this is just like the manager said, we're just trying to get all the puzzle pieces out before you, so you understand all the pieces we work with. But this is one that's not as much flexible. So we have our tourism funds, we have special grants we get, and then, I can't even see, sorry. I need to grab my book. Yes, sorry. So we have federal grants we get, and those are, so they're special revenues because you can only use them. You can't use them for whatever you want. So, and we're fortunate with our AAA and our good practices to get a lot of federal funding and a lot of grants. The others are municipal service districts, public safety communications, and our 911 fees, and they have to be used for there's certain restrictions, and our internal service funds. So that's kind of what we lovingly call vegetables. It's bland, but it's core and foundational. We have the health care and risk management and fleet management fund. I'm sorry, I'm way over time. But just so the main thing is the takeaways. This is just the beginning. Wanted to get all the puzzle pieces out for you to see what we work with. But we're going to be working with you collaboratively, and the manager is going to come up with a proposed budget for you the beginning of May, and then we'll have hopefully budget adoption in June. But thank you. I don't really think we have much time for questions, but a couple maybe. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
So
I think
thank
he wants to
you,
say.
team. Very, very good. So again, we had carved out about 90 minutes for a conversation. I think the work you did, I know the work you did earlier was so important that we pushed this and compressed it. Again, I'd like feedback, especially at the committee meeting on Monday, about how you would like to take this. Last thing I'll say is that we really tried to put all of the pieces out there for you so that if there are some adjustments that need to be made, we can think about that. But what I'd like to make sure that we're able to do is that the council has confidence that we are providing information to you as early as possible. What we need are directional signals over the next few months to make sure that we are capturing what's important to you.
Very good.
Yeah, I'm next. Okay. Yeah, I just want to thank the manager for doing an amazing job with the budget year after year after year. I think we are one of, we are the only city with the lowest tax rate in the state of our size, especially during the pandemic where other cities raised taxes multiple times, we did not. That just shows how well managed our finances are and how capable our budget team and our budget staff is. So kudos to you all. I look forward to having budget discussions in depth. But seeing that because we are having sales tax discussion, I think it's important to show that there is no property tax increase, especially in an environment where there is a lot of uncertainty with tariffs and consumer debt increasing all-time high. In that environment, I think it's important to show our commitment to our residents that there is no property tax increase while we work on this long-term plan to invest in our infrastructure that is sustainable. Thank you.
I would like to just add one more thing, and maybe this got lost in the truncating this a little bit. So the council talks a great deal. I know the lawyers came in the room, but this is extremely important. The council talks a great deal about growth, okay? And we talk a great deal about our lane. I think one of the biggest takeaways today is we have a public safety budget. our personnel costs are driven by police and fire. We're a growing city. We're going to have to build more fire stations. We're going to have to have more firefighters. The chief has already talked about at some period next year or later, the year after, that he will finally get up to his full number of police officers. And there's this concept of, are we going to be 400 police officers short when you start to compare the number that we should have? So I say all that to say, absolutely positive, we haven't planned a property tax increase. I will tell you that as council asks for more, okay, that will become more challenging. So growth is real. 117 people to the region a day. There is an impact on our operations that we're going to see over time.
Thank you.
Marie, can I?
Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you for that, City Manager, and thank you, Marie, for the presentation. That's a really great way to base our budget in that it's a public safety budget, right? And I had the opportunity to take out the officers for District 1 out to lunch last week to just say a thank you for their commitment to the neighborhoods in District 1, but also to listen to their concerns. And, a few years back, they had an issue with recruitment. And over the last 3 years, CMPD has been able to grow that number of new officers coming on board. They've done a great job to build that number. So they feel good about the trend of attracting new officers. But City Manager, to your point, we know that we have, in the future, this point in time where we're going to have a significant number of officers retire or be eligible for retirement all at the same time. And as we're thinking about expenses, potential expenses in the budget, I think we need to have discussion around retention and recruitment aspects of the benefits of CMPD in particular. And some of the things that we did years ago that, we've kind of taken down during poor times of the economy. I think it will be even more of an expense as we think about filling these new potential gaps of future retired police officers. So I think we really need to spend, I say all that to say we need to spend a good amount of time over the next couple of months thinking about the ways in which we can really focus on ensuring that public safety is ramping up as it relates to operation in relation to our growing population.
Very good. If there are no other comments, we want to thank you for your time today and all of the hard work that you put in. You guys did a lot of work today, so give yourselves a round of applause. More to come, more to come. We're going to move into closed session now, so we're asked if you're not on the council, if you would please begin to pack your things and exit, and we'll start again in the morning at 9 a.m. Thank you.